actually convince you of a particular religion. The reason why I asked you that is because unless you have some criteria, then when you see something, how would you know that that is something that is evidence or not evidence?
Well, there is like data that is collected by individual humans, or
Okay.
there's data that is collected on large scales,
Okay.
scientifically done with the scientific method,
Okay.
that becomes in proving it either theoretically
Right.
or proving it in reality.
Are there things that are provable without using science?
Yes, but behind those bases of proving them, there lies science.
Okay.
So gravity, you can prove science and you don't need to know anything about gravity,
Right.
and you say,
You can
I
feel
dropped
it, you
this,
can see
that's
it.
gravity.
Right, okay. So, in other words, somebody saying that gravity exists, this thing falls, without even the theory of gravity being established, that was still a reality, that was still the truth, right? Without evidence, right? Do you believe that your mother is your mother?
Yes.
Are you convinced of that?
I'm pretty convinced of that.
Have you taken a DNA test?
No, I look at spitting image like my
Okay,
mum.
so there's reasons why you believe.
Photos,
Yeah,
you know.
so there's collaborating reasons as to why you believe something to be fairly
We have the
certain.
same genetic disorder.
Well, yeah, so these are reasons, right?
Those are, yeah,
Could they all potentially be coincidences, though?
no,
Potentially.
no,
Why not?
because she is my mother.
But you haven't got evidence. There's no analytical or scientific evidence.
I would say that my parents consummating would be evidence.
No, but you haven't seen that.
No, I don't. Yeah,
There's no science that's analysed that.
Okay, but
Look, the reason why.
breaking down like a very small thing.
No,
to
but
try
Layla,
and
why? I'm not trying to track.
redirect
I'm not trying.
me.
I'm not trying to do that.
Okay.
What I'm trying to do is I'm just trying to say, look, we as human beings
Okay.
are overwhelmingly convinced about certain positions that actually have not been established through science or analytical or empirical evidence. That's what I'm saying. So what I'm saying is that
Okay, but there's a difference between that specific evidence. Like, I grew up with my mother. I
Right.
have the same genetic disorder, which can
Yes.
only be passed through genes.
Yes.
It is not a coincidence, unfortunately, the way that genetics work.
Yes.
And you can trace those
Yeah.
genes back, and it cannot happen.
I understand.
If you are not.
do other people have that disorder?
Yeah, that.
So potentially you could be a daughter of somebody else who has that disorder.
Yeah,
It's
I've never
far-fetched.
met anyone with.
Look,
yeah, but
I accept it's far-fetched.
You're breaking down something that use a better.
All I'm doing, Layla,
My mother is my mother.
I'm establishing to you that you believe
That
certain
my mother is my mother.
you believe certain things on balance of probability without adopting the scientific method of analytical and empirical evidences.
I would just-
That's all I'm
I've
saying
just
to you.
I've given you scientifical, analytical.
No, you haven't.
I said that.
Because you'd have to do a DNA test to prove it.
You also don't need to have to do a DNA test.
I agree.
To prove that you are.
I agree.
There's no way that you can have a different blood type
I-
or a different.
I agree
similarity
with
blood
you.
type to your parents.
Layla, I agree with you. This is not an argument against what you're saying. All I'm saying to you is, you mentioned to me
That I believe my
that
mother
it
is my mother.
that it has to be scientifically proven for something to be true.
I said for me personally.
Well, I think
I don't think
because
that everyone else should live that way.
because your personal opinion is that it's only provable if it's scientifically backed.
Yeah, that's my
Right.
personal.
And all I'm trying to explain to you is that as human beings, we accumulate balance of probability with things like our mother is our mother, our father is our father, brother is our brother, whatever it might be. I'm just trying to say to you that we haven't taken the analytical or empirical evidence to establish that, but we have good reasons. I'm not saying there aren't good reasons. That's all I'm saying. And I'm not saying that your stance, therefore, is somehow incorrect. It's what we all are like, basically.
Yeah,
So now,
I just think the comparison, you should have used something that is less.
well, maybe I'm not very good at using comparisons. So that maybe I'm not very good at that, and I picked that one. Okay. Now, the thing that I'm going to ask you now is this. Because you do like science, as do I, right? I think it's an amazing field which tells us how things work, and I think certainly we've done a lot with science in terms of bettering the world, etc. I agree, right? Okay. Now, do you believe that the universe exists?
the universe exists.
Is this real, what you see here?
Yes,
Okay.
I do believe that.
And do you believe that anything that exists that is contingent, i.e. reliant on something else, so it requires certain chemicals, compounds, whatever it might be, it needs to be assembled in a particular way for it to function in the way that it functions, does that require an explanation of where it came from?
Yeah, if you want one.
No, wanting and not wanting is a separate thing. I'm saying to you as a person, something that's contingent, reliant on something else for its existence, does it require an explanation as to where it may have come from?
Yeah.
Okay. And what do you think the possibilities might be that give birth to this universe? So could it be a material cause, i.e. some other type of universe or some other type of energy or some other type of matter? Or could it be something perhaps outside of what we understand in science, something metaphysical, like a creator or whatever it might be?
I think that we do not have enough evidence to say what is what. There's over 100 theories on universe infancy and how all the atoms and the gases and the elements came to be.
Are they all material explanations?
Yeah.
Yes. So I've covered that.
Yeah.
So either it has a material explanation or it has an immaterial explanation.
Yeah,
Would you say there's any other possibilities?
I think there's probably many that we haven't thought of, yeah. And I'm sure that.
But can you think of any at all? Material or non-material?
Well, can you think of any other
No.
ones? No. Well, yeah, no.
No. Okay. So let's have a look at the material explanation for the universe. If there's a material explanation for the universe, it requires an explanation.
Yeah.
And if that has a material explanation for its existence, it requires an explanation.
Yeah.
If you were to go back infinitely for material steps or material explanations, if you had to traverse an infinite series of anything, can you ever traverse it? Can you ever get to the end?
I don't think we can know that.
Infinite, uncountable. That's what infinite means.
Yeah. Well, can we know that?
Can we ever get to a number that's uncountable?
No.
No. And that's what an infinite is. An infinite is, no matter how many steps you move forward, you have an infinite number of steps to get to that step. So you never get to that step. So the fact that you and I are talking here means that there could not have been an infinite number of steps to be traversed to get to this step where you and I are having the conversation.
Why?
There has to be a finite beginning.
Why?
Because for you to be here and me to be here, if there were an infinite series of dominoes that had to fall, processes, you can never traverse the infinite. Because there would always be an infinite number prior to this step. I'll give you an example. Let's say you have an infinite number of dominoes, never ending.
You can't reverse it.
No, I'm saying to you a question, right? And in the middle, or not in the middle, because there is no middle on an infinite, but there's a white domino somewhere in that infinite series. And that white domino is you and me talking today here. If there were an infinite number of dominoes that had to fall before this white domino fell, would it ever fall?
No.
So we would never be talking. So therefore, there could not have been an infinite series of steps to traverse to get to this step.
Nothing before matter.
Okay, so the point now would be something by necessity had to always exist. Whatever that thing is, it had to always be there. Because you can never, from a nothingness, 0 plus 0, even a billion zeros is still 0. You have to have something to get something.
If you go to many labs,
you've just
and they
Mehdi,
no,
Mehdi,
hold
listen,
on, listen.
Mehdi, listen to me
You
one
just-
second.
you
If you're saying to me, you said to me initially, you said two opposite things now. Tell me which one is right. You said if empirically you see it, it means that's how you know it exists. Now you're saying you not necessarily seeing is believing.
Yes.
So what?
But
Which one
at
is
the
it that you're
same-
going to?
Hold on, hold on.
Okay.
But I told you about my brain or anyone's brain.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
said it can be proven in the lab.
What can be proven in the lab?
Brain. That brain does the thinking. Brain
How do you know
makes
this?
you talk. Come on,
No,
in 21st century,
I'm
tell me
asking
how
you.
do I know?
Do you know the difference?
Brain,
I'll tell you the one. Let me ask you a question. Do you know the difference between causality and correlation? Do you know the difference between
You
these?
tell me.
I'm asking you a
You
question.
tell me.
Okay, so I'm going to assume that you don't know because you're sort of asking me
Just
to tell
tell
you.
me.
So because
Tell
you
me
see,
what causality
okay,
is.
no, this is what I'm explaining to you. So I'm asking the difference between correlation and causality.
You tell me the
So
difference
if I have,
between
if I put
correlation and
wires on your
causality.
head, wires all over your head to
Yeah.
measure electrical activity, to
Yeah.
measure electrical activity,
Yeah.
and then I have a conversation with you, I see things moving.
Yeah.
Yeah. What does that tell me?
Listen.
I'm asking, Mehdi, you asked me to
Yeah. Go on.
explain. I'm explaining to you.
Yeah, go on.
What does the electrical activity tell me about your thinking?
You tell me. You are putting it on my head, so you have to tell me what does it tell you?
The only thing that can happen from that is I can make an assumption about this is related to the thinking. Do I know what the thinking is from the movements on the?
Nowadays they can tell some of
No,
the
they
thinking.
can't. They can't tell.
Nowadays
They cannot tell.
They can tell
They,
some of the
no,
thinking.
no.
They
There's
can
only
tell what the monkey
no,
thinks.
they can't tell what the monkey
With the
thinks.
monkeys
They
and
cannot
mice,
tell.
they have done it and they can tell what they
Who is they? Tell me. Show me.
Scientists.
Who?
They,
Which scientist?
I cannot
Show me the study.
name them
Because
right.
you cannot tell what someone is thinking by looking at some electrodes moving up and down. You can tell that. What you have to do is you have to make a correlation. You have to ask the person, when we saw this thing move on the monitor, the electrodes,
Yeah.
what were you thinking? And they say, I was thinking about coffee.
Okay.
Then you say, okay, can you think about coffee again? And then you check. And then you say, okay, this other thing that was moving, what were you thinking about then? I was thinking about ice cream. Can you think about ice cream? Now, if you separate those two things, if I just see the electrode moving,
Yeah.
I cannot tell without the person telling me what they were thinking, what this means.
Yeah.
This is called correlation.
And after.
and-
Okay. Go
One
on.
second. So there can be you cannot prove that the thinking is because of what we're seeing in this thing. You can't prove that. All you can say is there's a correlation. Now, I'll give you another correlation that isn't true. I'll give you an example of a correlation that isn't true, yeah? Every time there's an accident, there are these vehicles we see that are yellow and green and square. So every time there's an accident, when you go there, you see these vehicles that are yellow and green and they're square, like vans.
Okay.
And they have the word ambulance written on them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Together now.
Yeah. So someone can see these two things occurring at the same time. The accident is happening, and then you see the vans that are yellow and green appearing at the same time.
Yeah.
And you make the assumption that these are related to accidents. So this is accident, either involved in or part of the accident.
Okay.
Is that true or false?
What are you getting at? What does it have to?
okay,
What does
I'm
all this has to do
I'm
with
telling you.
proving that God?
Here we go.
There is
See, hang on a
somebody
second.
is called
Wonderful,
God.
wonderful. This is good. Because the point was that because you drifted off into the brain section. This is why we're talking about correlation.
You broke the brain. You said, how do you know your brain exists?
And
Now
then-
you're telling me I drifted up to it.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. I accept what you're saying. But the whole point here is that the point is that you can infer things existing without seeing them.
But
Have you been to Paraguay?
But experiment, because of experiences, like if I tell you who made that building,
Yeah.
you say a builder,
Yes.
yeah? An engineer.
Okay.
How do I know an engineer built that
Great,
building? Because many times in my life I have seen engineers
No.
planning.
That's not the reason.
No, listen.
That's not the reason.
Okay, listen.
Brother, Mehdi, this is not the
listen,
reason.
Listen, planning things and making buildings. So therefore, if I see a building, you tell me who made it, how do you know who made it? I say engineer because of
Okay.
my past experience.
Okay, wonderful. So what about now?
How can you
Okay.
say the same thing about creating?
So if you look around, all you see is design. All you see is create things that
No,
yes.
you show
yes.
me design. Where is the design? What design? By who? What is design?
So first you have to see the design.
No, what is design?
Who made this building?
A builder.
Which builder? Who?
I cannot tell you the specific
Okay,
builder,
so
but
one
I can
second.
tell
So
you a
Mahdi,
builder made the
don't
building.
ask me who when you need to ask me what.
What?
You're telling
Okay.
me what? You're telling me the builder made the building.
Yeah.
So I'm telling you, look around you. You
Yeah.
see design. We see things that are they're
Okay.
created with purpose and specific functions. This is design.
Okay.
You can deny
Have
design.
you seen the same thing? Have you seen
one
the
second.
same?
Let me finish my sentence, Mandy. So when you see design, then you have to have a designer, right?
Yeah.
We're talking about what
Okay.
now, not who yet. We'll come to the who later.
Okay.
So when you look around and I see things that are working in a way that's functioning and they're designed to mesh perfectly together, whether you're talking about DNA, whether you're talking about how the water gets on a 200-foot tree, how the water's starting in the ground and getting to the leaves and evaporating, whether you're talking about how things grow, whatever you're talking about, grass, geology, whatever you're talking
and
about,
you
the
say
clouds.
the designer who
This
did
is
it,
this is a functioning, balanced system that is designed.
Okay.
We see design.
Okay. Have you seen same as I've seen different builders building different buildings? Have you seen different designers building the universe many times?
What?
That you are assuming a designer has made our world.
Okay, let me ask.
Have you seen other
I
worlds
understand.
been
I
made by
understand.
different
So
designers?
are you asking me?
So you're assuming.
Okay, Mehdi.
Hold on.
Okay, Mehdi,
So
I understand.
you are assuming that the same designer or different designer has designed our
Okay,
world.
let me understand you.
So
then. Let
you
me understand
cannot
you.
do that.
So let me.
I'll show
So
you
Mehdi,
many-
let me
Yeah,
understand you.
okay, yes.
So if you see one building,
Yeah.
one building standing in the desert, no other buildings exist. You see one building, yes? 5 stories high, everything is there. You're going to say, I'm not sure if a builder made this.
Why would I say I'm not sure?
Because there's only one building.
No, in
you
a
haven't.
desert, I've seen buildings made by builders other places.
Mahdi, I'm giving you an example
Yeah.
of your scenario.
Okay.
I'm giving you an example of your scenario using your metrics. There are no buildings on this planet. There is only one building.
But we're not on such a planet.
But
We are on a planet that there are many buildings.
I'm talking about your thinking process.
No,
And what you're doing is you're running from the
No,
conversation.
I'm not running.
Okay.
You're just saying on a planet that there is only one building.
Yes.
No, we are living on a planet that there are many buildings.
Mahdi, I know this.
So-
But you have to listen to the conversation
go on.
question I'm asking you. This is called avoidance.
No,
So you can avoid if
I'm
you don't
not
want to.
avoiding,
If
I'm
you
just
don't want to.
telling you that you are
okay,
going wrong.
I will
Go on.
explain to you. If you don't believe in what you're saying, that the reason you believe that all the buildings are made by builders, different builders, because you've seen many different buildings being built, you don't believe this. And I'll tell you why you don't believe this. If you lived in a world where there was only one building, you would never, 100%, and you can tell me, you would never ever say, there was no builder for this building. You would never say this. Tell me, one second,
listen.
deal with my question,
Mahdi.
Mahdi,
Hold on.
Mahdi,
We
deal
are
with my
living-
question.
No,
Don't
that
avoid
you
my
are
question.
No, because that's a wrong question.
I'm asking-
Wrong question
Mahdi,
doesn't have
Mahdi,
answer. If you
Mahdi,
if you make
answer
a
I've
wrong
given you-
question, why would I answer a wrong
okay.
question? Your question is wrong.
Okay,
Because
all right,
we
that's
are
fine.
living on a
Okay,
board
there you go.
that there are many buildings
Yeah.
and there are many engineers,
Okay.
and we've seen all these engineers.
Have you?
building.
Which ones have you seen?
What do you mean, which one?
Tell me which engineer you've seen.
My own house was built by engineers.
Yeah. Okay. One.
Okay.
Tell me any other buildings. Who built this building over here?
Come on, maybe
Who
maybe
built the building?
Hold on.
Tell me who did it.
Okay, maybe that
Who built
building was built even before I was
Yeah,
born.
so who built it?
Who
built
hold
it?
on. I know a builder.
Hassan, unless
I
you have
cannot
seen
tell-
it.
The only way I can find that, okay, I can go to city council and find out the name of the engineer.
So
And
you don't
even
know.
maybe
You don't know.
Maybe
Okay, you don't know.
even get his
Okay,
photo.
you don't know.
Yeah?
Okay, you
But
don't know.
what you saying
Okay,
is,
you don't know. You
No.
don't know. That's fine. You can say you
but
don't
I
know.
know a builder. Yes, I
Mahdi,
know a
listen to me.
builder.
Okay,
builder.
so Mahdi,
don't-
but the reason, the problem you made is, this is the thing. You're saying we've only got one universe. We've never seen other universes being made.
No, maybe
you're,
there
you're
are
one
other
second.
universes,
Well,
but
Hassan,
the ones-
Mahdi, listen to me.
have you seen
Mahdi,
universes
this is
built by
Mahdi,
God?
this is the illogical thing. You're saying we've only got one universe. We've only got one building. So we haven't seen many universes or many buildings being made.
No,
Therefore,
we've seen many buildings
one second,
being
listen to
made.
me.
So
Your analogy I'm taking along.
No,
Your
that
analogy.
was- my analogy was the
your,
truth that
your,
there
no,
are
it's not.
many
It's not.
buildings.
It's not. Your analogy is incorrect. Because
Don't tell me why is it
you're
incorrect.
making the claim that if you're making the claim and you're denying this, I'm surprised. You're saying that if there was only one building,
I'm not
I
saying
would
if
not.
there was only one
Listen,
building. We are on a
Mahdi,
universe
Mahdi,
that there are many buildings.
can we finish our
so your question
Mahdi,
is the wrong
Mahdi, let me
question.
finish my sentence.
Unless you ask the
Why are
right
you worried?
question, I will
Why
not
are you
answer the
worried,
question.
Mahdi? Why are you worried?
I'm not worried.
You're worried because you're not letting me even finish my
Go on,
sentence.
carry on.
You're making the claim that if there was only one building in the world, you would not believe it was made by a builder. That's the claim you're making. It's illogical. It's illogical.
No. I never said that. You've been saying that all along.
So tell
I never
me,
said that. So
if
don't
there was-
say something and say I said
This
it.
is what you're saying. This is an analogy.
I said there
I
are
will tell
many
you.
buildings.
I'll give you. I'll
and
help
we
you.
know. No. Because you are being recorded, go on to read.
I don't care.
No, I'm
Turn
just
all the
saying,
cameras away.
Go on, watch them again.
Let's turn the cameras away. I don't care.
Watch that you realize
Mahdi, listen to
you
me.
are the one who
Mahdi,
said it. I'm
listen to
saying
me.
we are living in a
No,
world
Mahdi,
that
listen.
there are
This is
many
the-
buildings,
Mahdi,
not
listen to
only
me.
one.
Listen to me. I don't care about the cameras.
Oh, I don't. I'm
Okay.
just saying that
So
you
you're,
can go and read.
so you're, that's the problem now. Now what you need to do is there needs to be some honesty from you. Okay? If there was only one building in the world, you still would say that this building has been built.
No, hold on. We
If there is
we
one
are
second,
in a
one
world
second.
that there are many buildings. There's no only
one
one
second,
building.
Matthew, let me finish my sentence.
on.
The universe, the world that we see around us, exhibits design. It shows this property. Now you have to either you can give me
Okay,
one
so-
second.
okay,
One second. Let me
tell
finish.
me- tell
Finish.
me
Let me finish
which
my sentence.
designer,
Let me finish
okay.
my sentence. So either you can explain to me where the design came from, without the designer.
Okay.
Either you can explain to me that, or you have to
Okay.
accept the concept that there is a designer for the design that we're seeing.
Listen.
So tell me.
Okay. Wait. Hold on a second. If I was a designer, there are many things. Why would a designer? Yeah.
Before you
hold
change
on.
it, you're changing the topic.
I'm just. You
First,
asked me,
answer my question, please, Mahdi.
You asked me for a designer.
No,
I'm
I never-
telling you,
no,
If
I
there
said
is a
this-
designer, is a
Mahdi,
stupid designer.
Mahdi, listen to my question.
Because the design
Listen
is
to
not so good.
Mahdi, listen to my question. You're not answering my question.
That's your question.
What is my
Go
question?
Ask it again.
Mahdi, the universe that we see around us, everything that we see exhibits design. We can see it.
No.
Now,
it's
one
not
second, let me finish my
design. I'm just
sentence.
telling you, no, it doesn't exhibit design.
Okay, so it doesn't exhibit design?
No.
Nothing at all, random.
No, it's more likely to be random than design.
What's random?
No, listen, I'm just
So tell
saying
me,
it is not
no,
design.
one second, what do you mean by random?
No, you just a word that you throw, and I said is more likely to be random.
What do you
say
mean
it
by
is
this?
random. But I'm just saying,
No,
if
but
there
you-
it's not
Mahdi,
a design.
Mahdi,
Listen,
Mahdi,
you
Mahdi.
asked me if it's
No,
a
I didn't
design.
say
I'm
this.
saying it's not a design.
I'm asking you to
And
explain-
you want to listen why it is not a design?
Okay, go on then. Are you going to answer the question, or are you going to just be rude like this?
No, excuse me.
You're being rude. You're not allowing the conversation.
Why am I being rude?
I'll explain to you.
Hold on.
I'll explain to you.
No. You just said.
Do you want me to tell?
just telling
Do you want me to
I'm
tell
rude
you?
And I'm telling you
I'm
why.
I'm telling you. You want me to
Why
tell you?
do you tell me I'm rude?
Do
I
you
have
want?
not said
Do you
anything
want me
rude.
to tell you why I said that?
Yeah, go
Do you
on,
want me to
tell
tell you why I
Tell
said
me.
that? Because what you're doing is you're talking and you're stopping like this and you're looking at me.
So who do you want me to look at when
So-
I'm talking? We are.
What I would like you to do, what I would like, what I would like you to do is actually respond to the question I asked you.
And
I asked you very specifically about. We see the design. It's there. Now you
And I said it's not a
It's not.
design.
You said there's no design.
Oh.
Okay, so your circulation system doesn't have a function. There's no design in that.
I didn't say it doesn't function.
It
I
has
said
no
there's
design.
No design.
Okay, so
If it was a design, it's a stupid design.
What? Tell me why.
Why?
Tell me why.
Why the designer made a design that in Africa, African people are suffering?
I'm talking
Because
about.
I'm not
I'm talking
having
about your
blood.
heart. I'm talking about your heart.
Oh, my heart.
Yeah,
What
tell me
about my
circulation.
heart? You
I'm
change
talking
this-
about
Now
no.
from the world we go to my
No,
heart.
no. from the heart. You went to the world.
No.
You went
we
from
were
the heart
talking
to
about the
Africa.
world.
You went from the heart to
No,
Africa.
we were talking about the world.
No, we're talking about
Okay,
design.
why are you
We're talking about the
my
design.
heart? Design of what? Design of my
Your
heart?
circulation system. You tell me what's wrong with it.
What do you mean?
You said there's no design in your circulation system. You said
I never said we were not talking. Even us, even human being design. What?
Is it designed?
No. What kind
Tell me
of?
about your
no, hold
heart.
on.
Tell me
What
about
kind-
your heart.
Okay.
Mehdi, tell me about your
Okay.
Mehdi, tell me about
Listen,
Mehdi. Tell me about
okay,
your heart.
If you keep quiet
Yeah,
for
but
a
no,
second.
you have to, because what you're
you
doing
ask
is
the question,
this
let
is the
me
problem.
answer
The
you.
problem we're having, Mehdi, is we're not actually talking in a line.
No.
You said that there's no design.
And you threw it to
You
my
said-
heart.
so
and
I said, okay,
why are
you
we talking about
have your
our heart?
you
We're
have
talking about the world.
talk about the solar system, universe. Tell
Okay,
me.
yes.
Anything.
Okay.
So, solar
Okay,
system.
now you want to go about human being? Okay.
Solar system.
Either we're talking about design, so the heart or the solar system. You tell me about design.
Okay. You want the solar system, the Earth solar system? Okay. Why has it designed solar system the way that it is? What is the use of Mars? What is the use of Pluto? What is the use of all those planets that have no living creature on it? They're just going around for nothing. For what? If that was a design on purpose, then what is the purpose of it?
So you don't know the purpose
No,
of it?
no, you tell. No. If it's a
one
designer,
second.
no, if it's somebody who designed it for our sake, then there should be purpose to those. But I'm just saying there is no designer.
Are you?
This
no,
is
no.
the way that the world is.
One second. I'm
yeah?
talking about the universe. You said this. You said that things are purposeless. Yeah.
No.
You said Mars has no purpose.
There's no purpose in life. There's no purpose in anything. This is the way it is.
Why are you here then?
What do you mean why am
If your life is without any purpose, why are you not relaxing?
Accidental.
Why are you?
Here,
No. You're not hearing my question. Why are you?
just asking me why
I
are
haven't
you
finished.
here? I'm just
You didn't.
answering
You
you
didn't.
and
No, you
say
didn't.
no.
You didn't answer my. You didn't hear the question I asked you,
Go
maybe.
on, ask the question.
You didn't even hear the question I asked
Go
you.
on, go on.
You want to hear the question I
Go
asked
on
you?
again, go on.
If your life is purposeless, your life, is meaningless, purposeless.
I did not say my life is meaningless.
That's what you said
I have
just
every
now.
meaning in my life.
You said
But
that right
no,
now.
hold on. The purpose that you are talking about, you mean somebody made us for a purpose? No, it's not that way. In my life, I make a purpose for my life.
So you arbitrarily make it up, yeah?
No. You said, why are we here? I said, we are here
that's
accidentally.
That's not what I asked you, Mehdi. I'm talking about you, with your life that was made up, the accidents. There's no reason you're here. There is no. You're talking about yourself. Everything was an accident. There's no. Well, let me finish my sentence. Let me finish. I haven't asked a question. I'm making a statement.
Go on.
Do you want me to make the statement?
Go on.
Or you just like to argue?
And this will be your last question, and you let me answer it before you jump to something else. Because the minute I go to answer you, you change the question. What's the point of you asking?
Okay, you talk. You talk for 5 minutes.
No. There's no 5
I'm going to time you. I'm going to time you because
no,
you're making this statement over and over again.
If you ask
2 minutes, I'm timing you.
If you ask a question, you wait until your question is answered. Now you can ask your question and you wait for the question to be answered. Yeah. Otherwise, you from one thing to another.
You got 1 minute 45 seconds.
Go on, ask your question.
1 minute 45 seconds.
For what? Ask your question. You asked me too many questions, and I don't know which one to answer right now. You asked me too many questions. Okay, let's say my answer is finished. Go on. Because you have to ask me the question all over again. You ask too many questions.
Coward. So this is a clearly an atheistic person who was a bit of a nihilist, who was actually trying to disrupt the dawah. So I took the person to the side and was having a conversation with them. And very interesting thing is this sort of slipping from point to point and not sticking with principles that he'd made. So the first principle that he made was that to believe something exists, you need to see it. So we gave the example of the brain, and he wasn't able to produce evidence that his brain existed. And what he said was, I can see other brains, and because there are injuries to brains, that tells us that the brains are involved in thinking. And then we talked about, we made the point of correlation, something being correlated. So that means if you see something happening and something else happening at the same time, how can we say that they are linked to each other? This point, he didn't seem to understand this. And then we moved on to the concept that we can see design in things, and that would indicate a designer. Gave the example of buildings, and I gave an example of there being design within the universe. What then happened is that he said, actually, we've only seen one universe. How are you making the assumption that there's design? So when we gave the analogy of there being a building on its own in the world, how would you know that single building is designed? He didn't want to engage with this point because he knew that it would make his way of thinking become illogical. And then unfortunately the rapport broke down and the conversation sort of ended. But it became a little bit sort of just a phase of denial. So this is what really nihilism can take you to, the idea that your world is purposeless, it's just an accident. It makes you purposeless and just an accident. So what you end up doing is actually having a life where you make arbitrary meaning. And the question really I was asking him, if somebody thinks that their life is without any purpose, why are you here on a Sunday evening having conversations with people? But we never really got to that. But hopefully that was a useful thing, and maybe you will benefit from that conversation. Assalamu alaikum. Brother, you want to take some of these? Oh, assalamu alaikum. Is that from someone else? Assalamu alaikum. How are you doing? Barak to you. We'll accept it from you and me. How are you? Alhamdulillah, very good. You okay?
Yeah, alhamdulillah.
Looking very smart, mashallah. Alhamdulillah. You lost a bit of weight over Ramadan.
Brother Asad.
Assalamu alaikum, mashallah. Barak, brother. Are you well? Alhamdulillah, much nice to see you, brother. Alhamdulillah. You guys well, mashallah? Family's good?
Alhamdulillah, all good.
Good,
How are you?
mashallah. Very
How's
good.
your health?
Alhamdulillah, very good, mashallah. We're back after a while, actually.
Yeah, I know.
Alhamdulillah.
Few
Very
months,
nice.
yeah?
Yes. Seems like 3.5 or something like this, a long time.
Best of my manners and my respect and my interaction. Your mother. Then the man asks, and then who? And then he says, then who? Then he asks, then who? So Allah honors the woman in Islam. People see that the covering up of the woman is subjugation and oppression. I'm just saying, people in the West, yes, I'm saying in the West, generally, and a lot of people, they bring this up, that you're subjugating a woman by saying that she should cover you. And I would say to you, that your own mother, your own sister, if she's getting in a certain way, you're going to be honored. But as a man, I understand my mother, my sister, and my daughter, my wife, I never somebody talking to her inappropriate. And a lot of people say, oh, but basically what you're saying is that because men can't control themselves, women have to cover up. And I'm saying, yes, men can control themselves. Because that's how Allah has created us. Allah has created us with this weakness. And as a young woman, you know the weakness of man. Living in a society without having any control. I'm not saying it's correct. I'm not saying it's right. Many that don't. Yes? When you look at, for example, I'm a total as well. Multi-leg, it's good to do. But what I'm saying to my daughter is this. If I love my daughter, I'm not going to look at her and think the things that I know he's thinking behind those things. I'm going to want to protect her. I'm going to want her to be in a certain way that she's protected and she's honoured and that she has respect and dignity and she's judged for her intelligence, her virtue. I wish that was true. No, I'm just saying, I wish it was true. In a sense that women were protected, they felt safe, they were blessed. And unfortunately, the reality that we live in, she should be safe. I agree. Yes. And that's what honouring and raising the status. So what I'm going to say to you, you asked me a very good question. Do you find anything troublesome in teaching to males? And I said, for me, everything that they brings to the table, we have a very detailed, rational, reasonable objection. That's what we anyone who's not Muslim, they say to you, oh, this is that is. We don't have a problem. We discuss these things. Reason as to why those things exist and the rationality of it. And that's what we've been doing for years. That's what a lot of other brothers and sisters do. And I think that shows the veracity and strength of belief when you can actually defend it. Because it's important to be able to do it. But my advice to your sister is, contact us, and if there's any questions on us, please feel free. It's your choice. Look, it's your choice. All I'm going to say to you is, don't let it be a regret at the time of death. Is what I said correct? Did you hear what I said? Did you hear what I said? I said, sorry. If what I've said to you, the person who either leaves a life as a friend or rejects the truth if it reaches them, and they're convinced by it, or they're shown their road at the time of their death. So they will be regretful of the past. I'm going to hell, it's okay, that's fine. I'm going to burn for you. What the hell? I had a great life here. I went out with a big bang. I'm saying to you, let's say you become safe for the rest of your life. Would you
تسجيل المخاطر.
What I'm saying to you is, don't believe what I've said. Just do an investigation. Please don't believe there's a fair result. And if you find them, I'm sure you will. I'm sure you will. I'm only saying this because I don't think it's I've said a lot. All I'm going to say to you is, use your own capacity to investigate what I'm saying, and come up with wherever evidence. If what I've said to you is rubbish, reject it. If what I've said is true, accept it. These things need to be speak it, right? Anyway, that's just it to you. And you want to be a chauvinist, mad French chauvinist, and you want to talk fire.
What was the conclusion? Was there any evidence?
If we believe that it exists,
Yep, tick.
universal exists,
Yep, tick.
it requires an explanation. And there are only two explanations that are logical. One is that it is simply immaterial. It is something else material that gave rise to this universe. That's a logical. The other conclusion.
Woman.
علي فقع والله ما قدرت
Right, folks. Let them they do that.
We don't know what's happening.
All this motherfucker here, and they do it. So all this motherfucker, you know?
Right.
I swear to God, all this
That's
motherfucker.
not really helpful, is it? You've told us somebody
This one
punched
motherfucker,
somebody,
because this
but
people,
that's
they
already
punched
something
them.
happened.
All this motherfucker here.
What's he done?
Those people, motherfucker, they let you there.
Nobody knows what he's done.
All right then.
There's so many cameras and no one knows what he's done, you know what I mean?
keep an eye out. Just going to slack in on the job. must be here to protect the people.
Yes, I am. I am recording. Good. No.
Sorry, bro.
Try and make the most of it. Yeah, stuff like this.
I'd be sad. I'd be wanting. I'd be looking at the water every time I went past and thought, I want to try and get that.
Challenges. It's almost like your own, like a, like a challenge.
So it was. Good luck on your journey, man.
Bueno.
I'm round, dude. Sorry. Drama of life.
What's going on, man? They don't want to go.
This family Palestine, there is no ways to transmit through these waves cannot transmit through a vacuum. Is that right? Right. So even though you think I'm speaking to you directly, actually I'm not. I'm speaking through a medium. There is people. So the medium of God's speech was Angel Gabriel, and he brought the speech from God. Excuse me. No recording. Okay, we end the conversation here.
Jesus defines the very numbers point of morality. One good message as to why you must be multiple reasons as to why anyone should be a Christian. No, and I don't want to be a Christian. Muslims here who shout out needless slogans, proving yourself to be brainwashed, Nazi, murderers.
Shamsi.
النبي عليه الصلاه والسلام قال امرت ان اقاتل الناس والناس ليست كل الناس اي المشركين العرب فهمت؟ ليس كل العرب لذلك الناس حتى يشهدوا ان لا اله الا الله وان محمد رسول الله اذا قالوها قسم دماؤهم وحصل اموالهم الا بحق.
ومن حقوقها الزكاة. فأبو بكر الصديق اتبع النبي عليه الصلاة والسلام، ودليل ذلك لم نرى عن علي بن أبي طالب رضي الله عنه وأرضاه أنه أنكر على أبي بكر، بل وافقه وجاهد من ورائه ضد الملاحدة وعفوا ضد المرتدين.
هذا في كتبك مو في كتبك.
طيب أنت الآن تقول لي في كتبك دقيقة، تقول لي في كتبي وكتبك.
أنت شرحت الحديث من نفسك من كيسك.
لا ابن حجر عسقلاني قاله ابن حجر عسقلاني
معصوم.
طيب وأنت معصوم؟
ما عندك حجه.
ما عندك حجة.
انت ما عندك حجه.
لا أنت عفوا صحيح صحيح أخي بارك الله. أنت الآن صحيح شيعي أنت صحيح؟ الآن نعم أنت ليس على دين آل محمد، أنت على دين آل فرس المجوس، ليس دين آل محمد عليه الصلاة والسلام.
في دين محمد.
لا دين آل محمد ليس دين آل إيران، أنت على دين آل إيران. لا لا ما تقول لي هذه صحيح.
لعنة الله على إيران.
اسمع
ما شاء الله الكمات كثيرة عندك.
أعطي واحدة عايز واحدة. دقيقة. أبو من أنت؟
أبو محمد.
يلا أبو محمد. طيب لا ما خرج، أنا أقول لك الآن.
أنت قلت لك أنت فسرت من وين هذا
ابن حجر عسقلاني.
وعسقلاني من أخذه؟
لماذا تسألني إذا من فسرها؟ أنت فسرتني وقلت من أخذها. أخذها من القرآن والسنة ولغة العرب. ثانيا أنت من آل محمد. طيب أعطيني من القرآن، هل تتبع القرآن أنت؟ دقيقة هل حبيبي لا ما فاتي، لا هذا إنسان أحترم، هذا كبير مني.
لا يعني هم يقولوا لي وخر اتصرف يعني عشان بس
لا هو الكاميرا.
لا هو يقول لي بيطلع نظارتك كويس، قلت طلعوا الكلام مو بلازم نطلع نظارتك.
من قال؟ هو ما قال كلام.
يعني بما معناه.
لا ما بتكذب على الشخص تقول فيما معناه.
بما معناه.
لا هذا تقول على الرجل.
لا
أنت يا أخي
انا هذا كل واحد يقول لي في راسه.
أنا أتكلم مع أبو محمد. أنت تقول على دين آل محمد. أقول محمد أبو محمد يعني. أنت على دين آل محمد. طيب دين آل محمد هل كانوا على القرآن مخالف للقرآن؟ طيب أنا أتحداك تأتيني بآية في كتاب الله تقول صريحة اتبعوا آل محمد في القرآن.
أعطني آية صريحة اتبعوا الخلفاء.
طيب والسابقوا أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. شوف صح، شوف السلفي السني على طول ما يتفلسف. والسابقون الأولون من المهاجرين والأنصار والذين اتبعوهم بإحسان رضي الله عنهم ورضوا عنه. هذه الآية عندما نزلت ما جاء شخص يقول ما تفسيرها، لأن الواقع يفسر من المهاجرين والأنصار واضحة. أنا ما سألتك أخي أبو محمد، أنا محمد أبو محمد
تبعوه بالإحسان. من اللي
حبيبي
تبعوه
حبيبي
بالإحسان؟
حبيبي حبيبي
شلون؟
لا ما خلاص اتكلم معاه ونمشي. حبيبي ما هكذا حبيبي. الله يعزك خلينا، الله يعزك حبيبي الله يحفظك. ابو محمد ابو محمد تخرج عن الموضوع. خرج عن الموضوع. ابو محمد اسمع لي تفهم. لا تبع انا ما قلت لك اعطيني اسماء. شوف انا ما قلت لك اعطيني اسماء آل محمد، قلت لك آل محمد عموما. اعطيني آية تقول اتبعوا آل محمد، ليس اسماء، لان اذا قلت لك الاسماء سوف اخالف نفسي. ما في اسماء في الصحابه اتبعوا، لكن في ايش؟ فيه الاصل اتبعوا المهاجرين والانصار. هل تتبع المهاجرين كما امر الله؟
انا بالنسبه لي القران ناقص.
قال الله اكبر لعن الله. لا اخي انت لم تدخل الاسلام اصلا، تدخل الاسلام اصلا، هذا غير مسلم.
والله شوف راجع
لكن يتكلم عربي. You have to pay me to translate. عيدك مبارك حبيبي. اوكي.
الى حفصه.
انت شيرازي؟ انت تبغى انت شيرازي
مصحف عائشه ليش؟
أخي ليش خرج من الموضوع هذا؟ هذا عن الموضوع هذا. الشيعي تسأله ما اسمك؟ قلت أبوي يسوق مرسيدس. كيف والله يقول نحن نزلنا الذكر وإنا له لحافظون. لماذا يقول القرآن ناقص؟ لأن الشيعة يعرفون لو قال القرآن كامل أكثر الشيعة الشباب يتركون التشيع ويتبعون السنة، لأن القرآن واضح وبين بأنه من أهل السنة. فهؤلاء القوم لأجل ذلك يبغضون الصحابة، لأن الصحابة حافظوا على القرآن، وهؤلاء همهم لكي يكفروا المسلمين والإسلام. فأنت لا يجوز الكلام معك أصلا لأنك غير مسلم. طيب تدخل الاسلام؟
منو اللي كتب القران؟
هذا سؤال فرع، انت غير مسلم اصلا. كتب القران ابو بكر الصديق، علي بن ابي طالب، معاويه.
كذاب والله كذاب.
بارك الله فيك.
لا والله كذاب.
كيف كذاب؟ كيف؟
والله كذاب.
طيب مين كتب القران؟ مين كتب القران؟
عثمان بن عفان.
ها؟
عثمان بن عفان
كتب ما جمعه. اللغه العربيه لا يعرفها. ما يفرق بين الجمع والكتابه. حبيبي انا اذا جمعت ليس من. طيب انا اقول لك من فتح مكه؟ هذا غير مسلم، هذا مسلم والتشيع هكذا يخرج من الاسلام. لكن انا احترمه ليس لكفره، احترم انه صريح في الكفر. هذا الشيعي حق 100%، هذا الشيعي لانه يقول بانه كافر علانية. طيب هذا الشيعي، لكن الذي يفعل التقية هو كلهم يؤمن بان القرآن محرف. طيب لأجل ذلك بالله عليكم كيف هؤلاء القوم سوف يدافعون عن فلسطين؟ تركم عليكم الكذب. ومن يمجد الطواغيت الروافد إلا زنديق.
ليش النبي ما جمع القرآن؟
لا جمعه.
لا تألف من عندك والله تألف.
آية من كتاب الله. آية كتاب. آية من كتاب. آية كتاب الله. لا تحرك به لسانك لتعجل به، إن علينا جمعنا في قلبه. الله شوف السني قرآن شيعي لا قرآن لا يحزن. أنت شيعي؟ أنت شيعي؟ أنت شيعي؟ أنت سني؟ أنت سوشي؟ أنا سني سلفي وأفتخر الحمد لله. الحمد لله.
ذلك جايين
انا كني قد شفته في التلفزيون قبل او واحد يشبه.
اي نعم شفتني عندما ابهدل الشيعة الحمد لله واهدي من يقطع الحق. طيب اخي هل توافق ان القرآن محرف؟ هل توافق بان القرآن محرف؟ هل هو كافر اذا اعتقد هكذا؟
الله اعلم.
عقلية الشيعي الله اعلم. الله يهديكم.
انا ما كفر.
هذا يكذب الله. الله يقول إنا نحن نزلنا الذكر وإنا له لحافظون. هذا يكذب الله. فمن يكذب الله كافر أم مسلم؟ كافر. السنة الله أهل السنة كافر بافتخار وعزة. الشيعي وبرنامج هنا
القرآن غير محرف، ولكن انا كيف اكفر وعالم موجود؟
لا أنا عالم.
ايوه انت اللي
خلاص هذا كافر. قل كافر.
خلاص كافر.
أنت سمعت إمعة.
لا إمعة.
الله يهديك. الله يهديك. الله يهديك. أبو محمد قريبا سوف يسألني عن صحف موسى.
لا
تفضل. ربي الله الذي خلق كل شيء سبحانه.
يقول لك الله ليش ما حفظ التوراة؟
لا بين الله في القرآن. هذه شو هذه بينها في القرآن. هذا دليل بأن هذا الإنسان لا يقرأ القرآن، لأن الله ذكر لنا بأن أهل الكتاب لا اسمع حبيبي. الله بين لنا بأنهم استحفظوا، أي بمعنى علماء النصارى. خلينا نتكلم. علماء النصارى وأحبار النصارى قالوا نحن نستحفظ بكتاب الله، فأراد الله بحكمته البالغة أن يبين بأنهم سوف يحرفون الكتاب وأنهم يدعون حفظه، فدافع عنه. بين مثال ذلك في الكتاب المحرف. أبين لك دافع عنه. بين ما تكلم هكا عن الله. ما تكلم. ربك تحسب نعبد بقرة كما أنت ولا نعبد عالي؟ نعبد الله الذي خلق كل شيء. أنت تعبد عالي، تعبد شيرازي، تعبد خيرازي ميرازي.
لا
ايوه انت لا يجوز الكلام معك اصلا. انت غير مسلم. انت ملحد.
حبيبي
اعطيني دليل بان الله غير موجود.
اسمح لي
اعطيني دليل اصلا لانك ملحد انت. وما شاء الله اخ السعودي حكم قال لك انت ملحد. ما ما شاء الله اهل السعوديه ما شاء الله
هذا ملحد هذا ملحد
وافقوا بهذا ان شاء الله.
زين اسمع انت
خلاص حبيبي anyway حيا الله يهديك الله يهديك ابو محمد.
انت ما اثبت
يقول علي بن ابي طالب هو الرازق.
هذا تقول هذا علي بانه هو الرازق.
هناك قال هو الرازق.
الخالق هو الخالق لكن هو مخلوق.
نعم مخلوق.
خالق ومخلوق.
نعم مخلوق.
انت محتاج من المستشفى مستشفى المجانين. كيف المخلوق يكون خالق؟
كيف
الله المستعان. خلاص الله يهديك يا ابو محمد. انت لا يجوز لا حبيبي اخي بارك الله فيك حبيبي الله يهديك بارك الله. عيسى ليس بخالق لانك لا تعلم انت الخلق هنا. الخلق هنا التقدير ليس الخلق من العدم. فرق بين الخلق من العدم والخلق بالتقدير. انت لا لغه عربيه لا انجليزيه لا فرنسيه اي لغه تتكلم انت؟ تتكلم بالعربيه لا تمام.
اذا كنت على الحق واصل.
لا المتعادة اصلا لا يؤمن بالله.
اذا كان على الحق واصل.
حبيبي خلاص اتركوه الله يهديك. الحمد لله هذا الانسان لابد ان نحترمه ليس لكفره. حبيبي يا حبيبي لا 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 اخي ما هكذا لا ما هكذا ما هكذا. نحن نتمنى له حبيبي نحن نتمنى له الهدايه لأن الهداية بيد الله. طيب لكن هذا إنسان صريح في كفره. وأكثر الشيعة يؤمنون نفس الإيمان لكن لا يقولونه علانية فهذا قال علانية. طيب العفو حبيبي اسعدك. انصدم نعم نعم الحمد لله. لا ما فهمتك. الانسان شوف الانسان الهدايه بيد الله.
لا تقول احترمه يستاهل.
لا يحتمل انه صالح في كفره. لا صالح.
اسمع
بس حبيبي
زواج المتعه
انا كافر انت زواج متعه
مثلا
حبيبي.
يا اخي سكت النصراني اللي وراه عنده جمهور.
اي نصراني؟ لا ما اي احد يصير لان بعد الناس تضيع الوقت.
لا
من هذا؟ لا الهندي يا اخي هذا هندي مجنون هذا اخي. لابد تعرف يا اخي ليس كل من عنده جمهور.
ما راح تربح ولو ما تستفاد ولا شيء.
حبيبي شوف لابد دقيقة أخي.
أنا سمعت أنك يعني كنت على دين وبعدين أنك
كنت على الطريقة الصوفية من قبل. إيه نعم صحيح. وهداني الله الحمد لله. الحمد لله بالتوفيق.
هل الصوفية يعني خرجوا كل الخروج؟
لا الصوفية فرق ليس كلهم لكن أكثر الصوفية الآن
كثرة البدع عندهم
والخرافات صحيح. وش أنا قلتها بعض الصوفية ليس كلهم بعض الصوفية طريق إلى التشيع جزء إلى التشيع فهمت معروفة هذه.
ولكن مثال البدع في الآونة الأخيرة يعني
عندهم خرافات وعبادة القبور والأضرحة تشيع. لا معروفة هذه بارك الله.
يتغطون بالسنة يعني
عندهم التشابه عند الغلو في آل البيت كذلك. طيب يدعون غير الله سبحانه وتعالى. طيب الاستغاثة بالأموات. طيب هذه معروفة عندهم. لا يزيدوهما تانيك يزيدون من الصحابة كذلك والأولياء الصالحين. فالحمد لله على منهج السلفي الحمد لله.
هذا مع مين معنا ولا معهم؟
هذا ليس معهم ولا معنا هذا ما بين ذلك. هذا الحمد لله. فأنا أريد أن أبين نقطة.
This is a person who's supplying the arms to Israel, Ukraine, and also Africa.
Okay.
He's the head of the British establishment
okay.
and also the British Army.
Okay.
Nobody knows who he is because he's not on Google.
Okay.
He's a prince. His name is Aldo Brandini.
Okay.
He's a Sicilian prince.
All right. Okay. قال لك هذا يفضح الإنسان الذي بريطاني الذي يدعم إسرائيل. احنا ما نعترف بدولة اسمها إسرائيل أصلا. نحن نعرف فلسطين. طيب هذا ما بين ذلك كذلك.
فرانشيسكا
هذا ضد الصهاينة الحمد لله. والله يا أخي حبيبي brother we speak in Arabic here so maybe afterwards I can speak to you okay?
Okay, my English is not bad but listen.
Yeah I know you that's what I'm saying but we speak in Arabic here. You just interrupted us so let us deal with our situation first then we come to you okay? All right. And thank you. Are you Muslim?
No.
What do you believe?
I believe spirituality.
So you believe in a creator?
Yes.
Okay, so do you follow any particular religion or you don't follow no religion?
Well, yes, I do. True Israelite, Judah.
So you believe you follow the Old Testament, the Bible?
Yes.
Okay, so if I ask you, how do you know the Old Testament is from God?
خلاص ما نبي أكرش.
لا هذا الإسلام الإسلام قبل كل شيء. No.
The UN.
No. This talking about God is more important than anything else.
True.
Yes, because why? I appreciate for exposing those who are aiding the Zionists for killing innocent Muslims. I appreciate that. Thank you for that. However, if you die, even if you support Palestine and you don't believe in the true God, will not benefit you. It's the reality.
I believe in the truth.
That's what I'm saying. But I'm asking you, how do you believe? Because you're following the Old Testament to worship God. How can you prove to me the Old Testament is from God?
Can I prove it?
Yeah, can you?
No, I can't.
So this is different between us and you. Because us,
prove it?
yes, of course, when you look to the Quran, that's what the beauty of Islam is. Islam is not based upon personal experience or just I had a dream. No, Islam proved itself. So for example, when you look to the Quran claimed to be from God firstly, also challenged the people to bring something like it in its eloquency, in its legislation, prophecy, structure, and even in its influence on people. Yet no one is able to produce something like the Quran. Bear in mind, the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ couldn't read and write. Okay, he couldn't read and write, and he was from the middle of nowhere. He was middle of desert, in the middle of desert. So a man came with a book, challenging people. Also in the Quran, there's a prophecy which shows the Quran from God. Allah said in the Quran, وَلَقَدْ يَسَّرْنَا الْقُرْآنَ لِلذِّكْرِ فَهَلْ مِن مُدَّكِرٍ. We have made Quran easy to be memorized. Now, it's impossible for someone to live in the middle of nowhere to make claim like this, except if he knows people everywhere in the future. Now, if you go to Africa, Asia, Europe, America, everywhere, the Muslims at the age of 9 and 10, they don't even know the Arabic language, yet they have memorized Quran word for word and letter for letter. That's why if the Jewish people, the Israelites, the Christians, they come together and they say, you know what, let us get rid of our scripture. The only scripture will remain with us is the Quran, because Allah promised that will preserve it, and we can put this claim into a test. You understand? So also, for example, there's a prophecy in the Quran which is so powerful. Allah mentioned that the people will try to bring down the Quran, to bring down Islam, yet Islam will overpower everyone. And we know now the fastest growing religion on the face of the earth is Islam. Even though, pay attention to this, yeah, which makes it more strong and powerful. Even though there is huge barriers to stop Islam from spreading by the enemies of Islam. Also the enemies of Islam, they have what? They have stronger weapons. Who's in control of the mainstream media? Generally speaking, the enemies of Islam. Yes, he's one of them. He's one of them. But yet Islam is spreading. And Allah mentioned that in the Quran.
Okay, but all I'm going to do, I'm going to give you a short message. He's the person you're supposed to be.
But we promise that we're going to talk about God more.
Okay, we can't do both, so I'm going to let you finish what you're doing and come back, yeah?
But what I'll say to you, look, when you go home, raise your hand to the creator of everything. The God of Abraham, the God of Moses, to guide you to the truth. Thank you for very much. Okay.
All you need to know is contact the UN, Francesca Albanese, and let her know about Aldo Brandini. She's a Sicilian as well. He's a Sicilian prince, and he's head of the British.
You know, you're talking about this, yeah?
I'm trying to stop the arms.
No, you're right, you're right. I was going to mention, I don't know what's happened to the Western world.
Take a picture.
Thank you. You better film. But listen to this, yeah? You know, what's happened in Palestine is exposing the hypocrisy of the Western world.
Absolutely.
Who judge us crazy about children's rights, women's rights, while they see clearly the Zionists killing the children and women. When the war starts in Ukraine, they were not expecting no justification from Putin. Even though Putin was saying, Russia was saying, Ukraine started it. Ukraine tried to do that, say no justification. You kill children and women. But when Netanyahu, may Allah curse him. Say Amen. May Allah curse Netanyahu. May Allah burn his tongue. May Allah destroy him. This individual, don't be scared. May Allah burn his tongue and burn his limbs. This individual, when he's trying to justify killing children of women, the Western was accepting it. Justification. To show you, if you're a black or brown, there's no problem killing your children and women. But if you're European, no big problem. See? Alhamdulillah.
What happened in Iraq and Afghanistan?
Of course. You see, I'm talking deeper. That's why you want to leave. You're not talking like this, but I talk deeper. I go deep into the problem.
I've gone to the heart of the problem.
Inshallah. And I'm going to the heart. No, you told me this guy, but you're just holding the paper. You understand? But I will look into it. Thank you very much.
Okay, so you don't want to hear the part of why you can stop it if you contact Francesca Albanese.
All right, so you have to contact this.
She'd be the simplest person to contact.
Yes.
He's a Sicilian, she's a Sicilian.
Okay.
If you look on YouTube for it or Google, you won't find it. But it's a kingdom called Brandini, yes, in Sicily.
Okay.
And he's the head of the British establishment, not the King of England.
Okay.
Starmer's not in charge neither. They've just built an arms factory in Newcastle, owned by the Israeli state, and it's handled by a peer from the Labour government.
See,
so I'm showing you it's high treason. complicity.
So we have to contact.
If that be the simplest person who
See that? So the people who are watching, they're gonna hear it, and what we say to you, they're not gonna stop. Because Israel is the baby of America. It's the loving baby of America. Americans said clearly, if there was no Israel, they would create something just to destabilize the Arab countries.
We can only try.
Yes, yes. Two countries being created by the Western world. One by France and one by America. Okay? So-called Israel and Iran. Not Iran, the country itself, but the regime. This Iranian regime is the best friend of the Western world under the table. It's known. Okay, brother?
عندي سؤال.
تفضل حبيبي.
الحين ليش السيستاني والخميني والخامنئي وحسن نصر الله
حسن نصر الله.
حسن نصر الله.
Yeah.
ليش يقولون دائما هم مثلا من آل البيت؟ ايش الفائدة لما
انت هذا السؤال انا سوف اخذك الى مكان اخر لان ذكرت سؤال جميل جدا. تعرف جاني شخص انا قال لي انظر الى اظن احد سفراء السعوديه في دوله اظن بريطانيا او مكان ثاني، قال لهم نحن ليس من آل البيت. فهو لماذا قال الكلام؟ لان في التاريخ معروف اذا شخص يريد ان يدعي الحكم له يدعي بانه من آل البيت. فآل سعود لم يدعوا من آل البيت. فسبحان الله فجاء شخص قال لي شوف يطعن في آل البيت، لا هو يبين، فهذا يبين بانه مصداقيه آل سعود عندما ارادوا ان ياخذوا الحكم ما خرجوا ورقه آل البيت. هذه معروفه، كل من اراد ان يحكم بلاد مسلمه يقول انا من آل البيت. ودليل لك هذا الخميني هو هندي اصبح من آل البيت، هندوس. انا اول ما اصبح هندوس آل البيت.
يعني مو زي الاشراف مثلا عندهم.
نعم، لان المسلمين، سامحني حبيبي، لان المسلمين لهم علاقه ولهم كما اقول لك احترام وحب لآل البيت، عاطفه. لاجل ذلك اتى العبيديون وهي الدوله الفاطميه كذبا وزورا. عندما اتى العبيديون الى المغرب العربي، الجزائر والمغرب، ماذا ادعوا؟ ابو عبيد القداح ادعى بانه من آل البيت. طيب ينتسب الى النبي عليه الصلاه والسلام، لاجل ذلك سموا بالفاطميين وهم ليس لهم علاقه. كما اجتمع كما ذكر ابن كثير رحمه الله تعالى في البدايه والنهايه، اجتمع العلماء الاشاعره واهل السنه الحديث كل علماء اهل السنه عموما ان العبيديين ليس لهم علاقه بآل بيت المصطفى عليه الصلاه والسلام. فكل من اراد ان يتلاعب بعقول، وذكر هذا ابن تيميه، كل من أراد أن يأتي بالزندقة والإلحاد يختبئ من وراء عباءة آل البيت. سبحان الله. فهذا يبين، أنا أذكر هذه النقطة، يبين أن الحمد لله السعودي آل سعود عندما أرادوا أن يحكموا الجزيرة ما ادعوا من آل البيت. فهذا معنى كلامه، لأن بعض الناس أتوا بمقطع قطعوه قال لك انظر يطعن في آل البيت. ما طعن في آل البيت، هو يقول لك نحن ليس من آل البيت. فهذا لكي تقول حتى لو تخالفهم في أشياء لكن تعترف بمصداقيته في هذا الباب. مثال ذلك هذا الرافضي الذي جاءنا، أنا ليس أحترمه كليا لكن أحترمه لأنه قال لك صراحة يؤمن بأن القرآن ناقص، بأن علي هو الخالق، وكل الشيعة يؤمن بهذا الكلام، لكن يفعلون التقية، هذه معروفة عنه. لا كل هذه تقية والله. خلاص أنت شيعي حبيبي، تعال هنا، سأجلس هناك ما في مشكل. ما رأيك في كتاب التوحيد في أصول الكافي، في كتاب التوحيد في أصول الكافي عن أبي عبد الله جعفر الصادق، حبيبي خليني أكمل، عن أبي عبد الله جعفر الصادق عندما ذكر قوله تعالى ولله الأسماء الحسنى فادعوه بها، قال نحن أسماء الله. ما رأيك في الكلام؟
شوف أنا مو بعالم ولا بمثقف عشان أناقش.
لا هذا الكلام إنسان عادي.
لا
هو يقول لك لا نؤمن، عندما ذكرت له قال أنا لست بعالم. تفضل. هذا هو الأساس.
هي الأساس زين.
توحيد.
الأساس توحيد.
خلاص.
ومين ادعى أن الله خالق؟ أنا أقول لك أنا شيعي ما ادعي.
خلاص أنا أقول لك ما رأيك في من، اسمع حبيبي، ما رأيك في من يدعي بأنهم أسماء الله الحسنى؟
إيش؟
ما رأيك في من يدعي بأنهم هم أسماء الله الحسنى؟
لا
خطأ. خلاص جعفر الصادق خطأ.
اللي يدعي
جعفر الصادق ادعى هذا.
جعفر الصادق نفسه قال احنا على كتاب الله. حلو.
طيب
اللي يتعارض مع الكتاب بوضوح اضربوا بحر. قالوا انه قال جعفر الصادق ولا مو بجعفر الصادق، ولا لو قال واجد دعوه على الرسول، صح ولا لا؟
صحيح انا اوافقك صحيح.
اللي يدعي على الرسول واللي يدعي على جعفر الصادق ولا على علي بن ابي طالب وهو ما يتبع علي بن ابي طالب اصلا.
سمى هذا خطأ، هذا جعفر الصادق اخطأ.
ما قال جعفر الصادق.
سمى الكليني كذب عليه.
اللي جعفر الصادق اللي يقوله
طيب الكليني كذب عليه.
عن ابي عن جدي عن رسول الله قال بس.
هذه الكليني كذب عليه.
انا اقول لك ما قريت الكتاب، لا قريت.
ها يا اخي انا اقول لك اعطيك كتاب التوحيد اظن 171 يس في كتاب التوحيد. انا اجي ذلك اخي انا اقول لك في فرق. انت اظن بانك الشيعي بالاسم ليس اتباعا، ليس اتباعا. خلاص اعطيني غير القران، اعطيني عقيده الشيعه في القران.
انت ايش تعتقد الشيعه؟ ايش
الشيعه من عقيدتهم الامامه، من عقيدتهم اتباع البيت، من عقيدتهم الاستغاثه بائمه البيت. طيب اعطيني هذه العقيده في القران.
اول شيء الله في القران قال ايش؟
ايش قال؟ تسالني انا ولا
لا الله في القران طلب منا
ايش؟
نتبع الصراط المستقيم، صح ولا لا؟
طيب هذا اللي اختلف فيه. طيب
والائمه نفسهم هم يمثلون الكتاب.
لا هذا من جيبك هذا.
لا مو من جيبي.
لا اين القران قال هذا؟
مو من جيبي ولا من جيبي.
لكن انت
خلينا نتناقش باحترام.
لا حبيبي انا احترمك وتحترمني، لكن تاتي بالدليل، ما تاتيني بكلام انشائي. مثال ذلك بتقول لي الصراط المستقيم، لان الله بين من هم الذين
من الصراط المستقيم.
انا
إذا الرسول والامام علي بن ابي طالب مو بالصراط المستقيم، من الصراط المستقيم؟
وابو بكر الصديق كذلك.
اي انا اقول لك اسمع، احنا كشيعه نعتقد بايش؟ نحترم ابو بكر الصديق والصحابي جليل، عمر بن الخطاب، عثمان بن عفان، وكل الصحابه الاجلاء، لكن احنا نقول ان علي بن ابي طالب هو حق بالخلافه.
قل اللهم احشرني مع ابو بكر الصديق.
خلاف سياسي.
اللهم احشرني مع ابو بكر الصديق. هذا ان شاء الله. لا شوف
كلهم صحابه اجلاء.
انا سني، هذا صاحبي محمد شيعي.
ما شاء الله.
احنا اصحاب سعوديين مع بعض. الحمد لله مع بعض وعلى دين صح باذن الله ان شاء الله. في فرق بيني وبينه في الوضوء، في اشياء بالصلاه، لكن زي مثلا الشيعي اللي جاء قبل شوي هو ما ادري من جاب الاشياء.
لا انا اقول لك شوف، انا اقول لك حبيبي انت اسم محمد؟
انا خالد.
خالد وانت محمد. اخ محمد معك اخ شمسي حبيبي. انا اقول صراحه انت في السعوديه عايش؟
اي احنا
سعوديين. انت متاثر بالدوله بالمنهج الدراسي السعودي. لا اقول لماذا؟ اسمعني بارك الله فيك نتناقش. لان انا مثال ذلك ياتيني شخص قل لي يا شمسي انت تعتقد بان النبي عليه الصلاه والسلام قال لو كان نبي بعدي لكان عمر. انا اذا قلت له لا اعتقد، يقول لي انت تخالف كتبك السنه المعتمده. طيب فانت عندكم كتب معتمده عند الشيعه. اسمع لي بارك الله فيك. هذه متفق عليها من الاخباريين والاصوليين، وهي اصول الكافي. طيب كذلك كتاب المفيد، ما لا يعتقد ما لا يحضر الفقيه، في كتب معتمده عندكم. فانت عندما تقول لي انا شيعي لكن تخالف ما في كتبك، هذا تناقض.
بس اسمعني الحين مثل ما في خطأ عندنا صح؟
ايوه.
عارض القرآن صح؟ خلاص خطأ ما نسلم فيه. قال المفيد ولا قال الكافي، وهو ممكن انه محطوط في الكتاب مثل ما عندكم. هل انت تعتقد كل اللي موجود في كتب السنة صحيح؟
لا ليس كلها صحيح.
نفس القاعدة، اي شيء يتعارض مع القرآن نضرب به عرض الحائط. يوافق القرآن ناخذ فيه.
خلاص.
سواء كنت سني شيعي. ما كان في سنة ولا شيعة، كان في إسلام.
طيب
الرسول هو نتبعه.
طيب
طابق القرآن ممتاز. بس
أنت تعتقد كل ما خالف القرآن. طيب قلت لي تخالفنا في قضية علي بن أبي طالب هو الخليفة؟
اي احنا نعتقد كشيعة
نعم
علي بن أبي طالب هو أولى بالخلافة، لكن هل أولويته بالخلافة يدعونا أن
نطعن في الصحابة؟ فهمتك. لا طيب
لا خطأ. اللي يرتكب ذا خطأ بس.
طيب
ما بهم الشيعة.
طيب
الشيعة هم اللي يعتقدون أن الإمام علي بن أبي طالب هو الخلافة، لكن ذا اختلاف سياسي مو بديني.
طيب اسمع حبيبي دقيقة. القرآن يقول باتبع المهاجر الأنصار، فالمهاجر الأنصار رضوا بأن أبا بكر يكون الخليفة قبل علي، فهذا يخالف. فقولك علي هو أولى بالخلافة يخالف القرآن.
لا أنا أقول لك علي بن أبي طالب، مو احنا نقول إن احنا شيعته صح؟
أنا فاهمك.
علي بن أبي طالب قال لا أسالمن ما سلمت أمور المسلمين.
لكن أنت تقول لي حبيبي اسمعني محمد، أنت قلت لي ما خالف القرآن تضرب به عرض الحائط.
نعم صحيح.
عقيدتك أن علي أولى بالخلافة من أبي بكر الصديق تخالف ما في القرآن، لأن القرآن يقول اتبعوا مهاجر أنصار، والمهاجر أنصار رضوا بأبي بكر أن يكون أول خليفة. لأجل ذلك قال علي بن أبي طالب
في أقول لك مو بالصحابة رضوا، الإمام علي بن أبي طالب رضى.
خلاص
أنا بس أقول لك وهو قال لا
معناته كيف مو أولى
لا
فأبو بكر أولى.
لا معناته مو أولى. لا أنت تقول إنه أولى
انت تقول انه علي بن ابي طالب اولى صح ولا لا؟
أولى إيه.
طيب علي بن ابي طالب مع انه وصيه من الله عز وجل انه هو الاولى يكون بعد محمد، كيف يتنازل عنها؟
ويرضى بشيء يخالف القرآن. ها؟
سيرة النبي محمد.
لا
علي بن ابي طالب.
بس هو
ايش؟
طيب
هو ليش كان ما موجود بالخلافه يا امام علي؟
ما سمعت ايش؟
هو كان يدفن بالنبي محمد لو لا؟
لا لكن لا يرضى بشيء يخالف القرآن. مثال ذلك أنت فعلت شيء حتى ولو كنت أنا في البحر أعوم فعلت شيء. عفوا سامحني سوري اكسكيوز موا مفخر انجلش فرنش كما تحب. اكسكيوز موا بليز. عفوا حتى
كلمه واحده.
تفضل.
احنا هنا ما نعرف بالدين، فعندنا مراجع كبار وعندنا سادة.
أنت معه؟
عندنا
هذا معك؟
انا احكي عن
لا
نفسي.
ليس
انا احكي عن نفسي.
تحكي عن نفسك أنت.
عندنا مراجع كبار وعندنا ساده كبار، روح حكي.
اوكي فانت طيب لا ما في مشكل. فانت يوم القيامه عندما يسالك الله لماذا حبيبي هذا يبين لك بانك انت قلت خليني اكمل لا خليني اقول كلام. انت تقول ما قاله عوام الكفار يقول ايش؟ اتبعنا من كبراءنا. فانت تقول نتبع. عفوا حبيبي خليني اكمل بارك الله فيك. خليني اكمل يوم القيامه انت اذا قال لك الله لماذا لم تتبع الحق ما تقول اسال علماؤنا.
لا الحين
انت لا تتبع علي اصلا.
ماكو حق من علي بعد.
خلاص انت تعرف القران؟
اعرف القران شيء اكيد.
اقرا سوره طارق.
ما له علاقة قرأ سورة طارق ولا الفاتحة. ما له
سورة طارقة
ما له علاقة. إذا ما بحافظ سورة طارق يا
عم الله يهديك. أنا أتكلم معك أنت يا أخي. أنت إنسان.
عندنا مراجع كبار.
أخليك أنت إنسان. أنت سوف أخي الله يقول الله ماذا يقول يوم القيامة؟ يقول لقد جئتمونا فرادا يا أخي.
يا حبيبي
سبحان الله. تفضل.
اتباع العلماء شو الفائدة منه؟
لا العلماء لا نتبعهم. لا العلماء لا نتبعهم عميانا. لا فهو السنة هو المعيار.
ما حد قال
لكن
أنا بداية
لكن أنا أسأل حبيبي اسمع أنا ما أتكلم عن قضية. لا اسمع حبيبي أنا ما أتكلم عن قضية كما أقول لك معقدة. أنا أتكلم على أصل الدين الذي بينه الله في القرآن الكريم. أنا ما قلت لك لماذا علي يقول ما ذكرت المتعة أنا أتكلم عن أصل الدين. حبيبي اسمع لي بارك الله فيك. أصل الدين هي أنتم من أصول الدين تعتقدون بولاية علي. طيب فأنت قلت لي كلامك مسجل قلت بأن إذا حديث خالف القرآن يضرب به عرض الحائط. فاعتقادك أن علي أولى بالخلافة يخالف القرآن. لماذا؟ لأن القرآن يقول عن الأنصار هم الصادقون وأمر باتباعهم فهم هم اعتقدوا بأن أبا بكر أولى بالخلافة من علي.
أتكلم
تفضل.
طيب الإمام علي بن أبي طالب أنا ما أقول لك
الصحابة
رضوا بأبو بكر، أقول لك علي بن أبي طالب قال بنفسه لا أسالمن ما سلمت أمور المسلمين وشاف الخلافة سالمة في خلافة أبو بكر وخلاص. لكن هل يعني
ما خلاص حبيبي يعني النقطة أنت ما فهمت النقطة. هل اعتقادك أنت اسمع هل اعتقادك أن علي أولى بالخلافة مع القرآن أم يخالف القرآن؟
علي بن أبي طالب أولى بالخلافة مع تسليمه بأن أبو بكر خليفة.
طيب نعم طيب تسليم شيء ثاني. الآن علي أولى بالخلافة هل هذا في القرآن أم في غير القرآن؟
احنا نعتقد فيه الله في أحاديث أو آيات قرآنية.
أعطيني آية من تقول أنه أولى من الخلافة.
أول شيء احنا عندنا آية إنما
هذه ليس آية هذا حديث. هذه ليس آية حبيبي هذا حديث.
اسمع
حديث.
اسمعني يا حبيبي
دقيقة هذا.
أنتوا كأهل السنة حلو تقولون أن إذا تزعلون علينا إذا قلنا علي ولي الله.
لا نحن طيب. علي ولي الله ولا شك.
لا هذا أنت
من يشك بأن علي ولي الله غير دجال.
هذا أنت شمس.
لا هذه أصول أهل السنة كلنا من أصول السنة بأن علي وفاطمة والحسن والحسين إذا لم يكن آل البيت الصالحين من أولياء الله فمنهم أولياء الله. هذا شك في ذلك. لكن أبو بكر ولي الله.
ما عندك مشكلة.
طيب خلاص أنت لكن حبيبي أنت تخش على الموضوع.
إنما وليكم الله ورسوله والمؤمنون.
لا ليس من المؤمنين ما هذه الآية.
لا اسمع
الآية ما تقول المؤمنون أنت خطأت في الآية.
طيب المفهوم الآية الذين يقيمون الصلاة ويؤتون الزكاة وهم راكعون.
إنما وليكم الله ورسوله والذين آمنوا. طيب. الذين يقيمون الصلاة ويؤتون الزكاة وهم راكعون.
نعم.
ومن يتولى الله ورسوله. هنا هذه ليس عن الولاية بل عن الولاية. هل تعرف الفرق بين الولاية والولاية؟
لا أنا
الولاية
مو مثقف بس اسمع بقول لك الفكرة العامة. حلو سواء كان اعتقادنا احنا عندنا أدلة صح؟ نمشي عليه.
ما عندكم ادله؟
لا عندنا ادله نمشي عليها.
ما عندك، انا اقول لك انا اعرفكم جيدا.
اذا تبي تناقش لا عندنا ادله.
والله ما عندكم.
لازم تحترم الطرف الثاني، لا تعتقد
انا كيف انا احترمك ما اسبك، لكن اقول لك ما عندك دليل.
احنا نتناقش باحترام.
تفضل.
لا تعتقد ان الصح 100% في مخباك صغير. لازم تحط نسبة 10%. 5%.
ابدا لا ابدا في الدين ما كاش 10%. لا تصبح كافر.
عشان تسمعني.
لان التيقن.
لا عشان تسمعني. نعم. هذا انت اذا ما تيقن.
لا الله قول.
معي ما تسمعني وما
لا اسمعك
وما تسمع اللي وراي ولا.
هل انت تشك بان الاسلام صح؟
لا
متيقن
لكن لازم اسمع الطرف الثاني.
السمع
آداب الحوار.
في فرق بين
مشاكل محليه تسمع الطرف الثاني.
والله ليس في اصول.
منزل من الله.
والله
احنا
حبيبي
هي منزل من الله. طيب انت
منزل من الله ما في شك، خاص الاصول حبيبي. لكن محمد خرج عن الموضوع حبيبي. الموضوع اسمعني دقيقه حبيبي بارك الله فيك دقيقه لكي نفهم جيدا. أنت تقول من اعتقاد الشيعة يعتقدون أن عليا هو الأولى بالخلافة من الصحابة. صحيح. فهل هذه العقيدة تخالف القرآن أم مع القرآن؟
لا ما تخالف القرآن.
طيب أنا سوف أبين لك، خليني أكمل. سوف أبين لك بأنها تخالف القرآن، ودليل ذلك أن الله أمر باتباع المهاجرين والأنصار، والمهاجرين والأنصار رضوا واعتقدوا بأن أبا بكر هو الأولى بالخلافة.
أنا أقول لك خليك من المهاجرين والأنصار.
هو مشكلة مع مايكل جاكسون.
علي بن أبي طالب. علي بن أبي طالب.
لكن الله حبيبي إذا
يقول لك إنه علي بن أبي طالب رضى بذلك.
أنا أنسى علي بن أبي طالب الآن حبيبي. هل تبع مهاجر أنصار؟
نعم.
طيب مهاجر أنصار رضوا بأن علي هو بأن أبو بكر هو الأولى بالخليفة، هل ترضى بما رضوا به؟
أنا بقول لك اسمع.
لا جاوبني، ترضى بما رضوا به؟
نعم.
خلاص فأنت اعتقادك بأنه أولى
باطل. لو ما نرضى بالمهاجرين والأنصار مين اللي وصل لنا الدين أنا وياك؟
لا ما نقول لك اسمع حبيبي النقطة هذه
وصل لنا الدين
حبيبي واحدة في هذه النقطة. أنا عارف ترضى بك أشياء أخرى، لكن هل ترضى بأن هل ترضى بذهاب جهنم؟
نرضى.
أعود بقول لك هل ترضى بذهاب جهنم؟ قلت أنا
احنا الحين نناقش.
خليني أكمل حبيبي، خليني أكمل يا أخ محمد خالد. اسمع يا حبيبي أنا أبلغ نقطة لأنك أنت قلت ما خالف القرآن نضرب بعرض حائط.
صحيح.
المهاجر أنصار رضوا بأن أبا بكر هو الأولى بالخلافة من علي، هل ترضى بهذا؟
وضح لنا.
هو مش راضي بهذا.
بقول لك عرضة. طيب أنا طيب خلي يتكلم. المهاجر أنصار رضوا لأجل ذلك بايعوا كلهم أو بعضهم لم يبايع، أكثرهم بايعوا ثم كلهم بايعوا. رضوا بأن أبا بكر هو الخليفة قبل علي بن أبي طالب. فهل ترضى بهذا؟
لا.
فتخالف القرآن.
ما له علاقة علي بن أبي طالب الله سلم ولا ما سلم؟ هذا
نقاش. لا ما نقاشنا نقاشنا أنت تخالف القرآن الآن.
احنا شيعة علي بن
لا ما لا حبيبي لا في فرق بين الإنسان لا حبيبي هو يقيش تلعب لأن ربما الإنسان يسلم شيء لكن لا يرضى به. فهمت؟ فلابد تعرف أخي نحن نتكلم نعم لكن نحن نقول أنت تقول يخالف القرآن لا يخالف القرآن لكن يخالف القرآن لأن القرآن يقول اتبعوا من؟ ليس علي المهاجر والأنصار. فالمهاجر والأنصار رضوا بأبي بكر خليفة أولى.
طيب يا حبيبي المهاجرين والأنصار
واضحة يا أخي.
مين الأفضل يا حبيبي؟
الأفضل أنت يا حبيبي الله يهدينا ويهديك.
وإذا تبي تناقش
اتصل بالعلماء. اتصل بالعلماء يعطوني جواب.
لأن احنا كشيعة أقول لك نعتقد علي بن أبي طالب هو الأولى بالخلافة وذا ما يمنع.
ليش طيب ليش؟
ما يسمع. لا أنا مو بعالم أنا من بداية الحديث.
ليش علي بن أبي طالب أولى بالخلافة؟ ترى علي بن أبي طالب رضي الله عنه عندنا في العمر يعني من
بارك الله
من الخلفاء الراشدين وحبه من الدين وبغضه من النفاق. طيب لكن
الفكرة من وجودنا ذا لا يصير شيء.
أخي محمد أنا أتكلمك عن أصول.
اسمعني أنا الحين ليش يصير شيء يفرق بيننا؟ إذا أنا أعتقد أن علي بن أبي طالب لا بس بقول لك لا إذا علي بن أبي طالب إمامي وأنا أعتقد فيه الأفضل حلو واحترم الصحابة وأنت تعتقد أنه الخليفة الرابع وهو إمامك.
لا الثالث.
طيب الثالث الرابع
الثالث عثمان بن عفان صحيح. عثمان بن عفان علي بن أبي طالب
الرابع. أنت تعتقد أن الرابع وأنا أعتقد أن الأول.
نعم.
واثنين من الناس الصحابة.
طيب احنا
لكن دقيقة سمعي والله أنا حكي حبيبي أنت
اللي يفرق بيننا.
أنا أقول لك إيش فرق دقيقة قبل ما أقول لك ما يفرق. أنت عندما أتيتك برواية صحيحة فقلت لي ما يخالف القرآن لا نأخذ به، فعندما أخذتك إلى أصل من أصول الدين وهي الولاية بينت لك بأن اعتقادك بأن علي أولى يخالف القرآن خالف القرآن.
أنت الحين
فهذه بين تناقض.
ادعائك إنه يخالف القرآن.
كيف الله؟
أنا أقول لك ما عندي دليل
يا أخي محمد الله يقول اتبعوا ما أجى أنصار.
طيب احنا الآن
طيب
في قول نهج البلاغة علي بن أبي طالب نأتيك بنهج البلاغة يقول لمعاوية أن الذي بايعوه
من بايع أبا بكر. وإذا رضى المهاجر بالأنصار إذا رضوا بشخص يكون خليفة، هذا رضا عند الله. فالله رضي أن يكون أبو بكر هو الأول. فما رأيك في قول علي بن أبي طالب في نشر البلاغة؟
أقول لك أنا من بداية الكلام علي بن أبي طالب قال لا أسالمن ما سلمت أمور المسلمين، شافها سالمة سلم لأبو بكر.
لكن قال رضي، أنا ما فهمت في نشر البلاغة يقول رضي.
إيه خلاص
رضي بأن علي الله رضي، الله لا يرضى على الباطل. إذا كان علي اسمع، هل علي الخليفة أول محمد طيب، هل علي هل الولاية وصية من الله أم اجتهاد؟
أنا ما بتدخل وياك في التفاصيل، لأن أنا من بداية الموضوع قلت لك أنا ما عندي دليل.
الآن الاختلاف اللي بيننا
أنا أتكلم عن الأشياء عادية،
تقول
عن أصول
أن علي
ما نتكلم عن أمور فرعية.
هو أنت تقول الأول بس هذا الاختلاف. الاختلاف كبير بيننا وبينهم.
لا
احنا ما نختلف في النقطة هذه، النقطة هذه سهلة.
مو بشرط نوصل وياك، أنا وياك
الحين هو قاعد يتكلم، هو كان معانا ويحب أبو بكر وعمر وعثمان، مو زي الرجال اللي جاء قبل ولا اللي جاء بعد ولا اللي هو. الرجال هذا أخوي نعم.
يعني الاختلاف في الترتيب
بس بالترتيب.
يا خالد أخي أنا صح حبيبي، أنت حبيبي وأهل السعودية أحبابي، لكن حبيبي يا أخي صراحة أنا أقول لك صراحة، أنا ما أجامل وأطلب الهداية. أنت لا تعرف الشيعة أو تفعل التقية، لا أشك في ذلك، أو تعرف التشيع.
شوف هذا أي
والله أبي محمد أنا أسأل الله لك الهداية، ما أعرف لأن عقيدة الشيعة تخالف. هو في السعودية يقول هذا الكلام، لو كان في العراق يقول هذا الكلام. أنا أقولها والله. أعتذر إذا كلام أنا جزائري شوية ديركت.
اسمعني شمسي،
احنا ما نحشموش ندخل فيها.
شمسي دقيقة بالله شمسي، أنت دائما لما يجي واحد شيعي ويقول لك أنا ما أسب أبو بكر ولا أسب عمر ولا أسب عائشة، وتقول له والله ما احشرني مع عائشة وعمر، دقيقة يقول لك يسكت.
لا بعضهم يفعل
اي بس ايوه انا اقول
بعضهم يفعل،
اي بعضهم يفعل. اوكي تمام، واحنا
عارفين، انا اقول لك
عارفين هذا اصلا سالفه.
شوف انا ما اريد اخي محمد، انا اخي حبيبي محمد، انا اقول لك ايش اخي، اقرا القران وعليك بكتب الشيعة اقراها، فسوف ترى طعمات في كتب الشيعة. فانت كيف تصدق وتفعل ثقة في كتب تطعن في الصحابة، تكذب على الصحابة، تكذب على اهل البيت؟
بس انا بقول لك اسمع للشيخ احمد الوائلي.
من هو؟
الشيخ احمد الوائلي.
طيب انا اعرف احمد الوائلي،
اسمع له وشوف شو يقول.
ما رايك في كمال الحيدري؟
الشيخ كمال احمد الوائلي، اسمع له.
لا ما رايك في كمال الحيدري؟
انا بقول لك ان لا تسمع حلو في مثل ما في خطأ في كتبنا، والسيد كمال الحيدري وضح الخطأ
صحيح.
طيب وفي خطأ في كتبكم، فلا تعتقد ان 100% عندك.
يا اخي انا اقول لك لا انا اعتقد
انا بس حاجه علي، انا
سامحنا اذا قلنا لك كلام، لكن انا كنت معك صريح.
لا بس اقول شيء، انا اخوي وهنا اشتغل مع بعض زين، انا شاهدت عليه كان بيصلي في مسجد شيعي زين، جو ناس كانوا في المسجد الشيعي هذا كانوا يسبون الصحابه، والله العظيم انه متخانق معاهم وطلعوا زعلوا.
جزاه الله خير عن هذا الباب، لكن انا اقول
وإنسان معتدل.
لا عشان
انت ما تعرف
لا انت ما تقول تقية.
هذا مو
لا
هذا ما تعمد.
دقيقة اخي، واحد يسأل منا وواحد يسأل منا. فما الذين كفروا قبلك مهطعين عن اليمين وعن الشمال عزين.
احنا مكفرين.
لا انت شيعي؟ انت شيعي؟
اكو مسلم واكو شيعة.
لا انت شيعي؟
مسلم الحمد لله.
شيعي؟
لا
مسلم خلاص. سني ام شاه؟
لا اكو مسلم واكو شيعة.
ما فهمت اكو مسلم
يعني
مسلم.
كفر الشيعة
مثل على معاوية. الشيعة مو مسلم. فرط على معاوية.
كفر الشيعة كلهم.
مو اعلم اني اكفر.
ايش هذا؟
هسه اكو مسلم واكو شيعة.
ما فهمت اكو، انا ما فهمت اكو.
يعني في مسلمين في شيعة.
انت مع من؟
انا مسلم.
لا اخي شوف هذه لا دقيقة اخي ما تقول خلاص. اسمع لي
خليني اسالك السؤال.
عندي وياك اسمع لي بارك الله فيك. افعل صورة هي. شكرا. افعل مع صورة زعلان.
شكرا يعطيك العافية
حبيبي، حيا له اهل السعودية. بارك الله فيك.
حبيبي.
احشرني مع معاوية. قل لهم احشرني مع معاوية.
معاوية
معاوية
هو خليفة من خلف المسلمين.
قل لهم احشرني معه.
اللهم احشرني مع معاوية، احشرني مع
معاوية هذه
ومع أبي بكر، عثمان رضي الله عنه، أبو بكر رضي الله عنه، عائشة أم المؤمنين
رضي الله عنها. لكن حبيبي بقول سؤال، أنت كلامك صح لو كنت في وقت الصحابة عندما كان المسلمون على عقيدة ومنهج واحد، لكن بعد قتل عثمان بن عفان وأرضاه افترقت الأمة، خرج الخوارج، الشيعة، القدرية، المرجئة. طيب باش نفهم لك نقطة، المعتزلة. فالآن الإنسان الذي يقول أنا مسلم بس ما تدخل في العقل، لأن إيش؟ لابد تكون مع فرقة، هذه الحقيقة، هذا الواقع، فهمت؟ فمش مثل ذلك
هذا الفرقة
أقول لك
مسلمين.
لا هذه لا النبي عليه الصلاة والسلام ماذا يقول؟ في سنن أبي داود والترمذي يقول لا ما هذا ستفترق أمتي على 73 فرقة كلها في النار في روايات مختلفة.
مثل الدراويش
نعم
مثل هذول بس مش الشيعة.
لا الشيعة كذلك.
خليني من هذا الموضوع. أنا جيت عليك أسألك سؤال واحد.
تفضل.
ما حكم من سب الرسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم؟
سب الرسول سمعت كيف؟
نعم.
كيف سب الرسول؟
بكامل وعي
هذا كافر
بكامل
كافر
قوة.
كافر.
حكم هسه احنا نعرف
كافر
حكم
يقتل مرتد يقتل. واخذك هذا ابن تيمية.
هو قصد على شيخ يوم عمر بن الخطاب.
لا هسه
ما سب لا هذا ما هو سب.
من سرق حكمه شنو؟ قطع يد. من زنى كان
لا هذا ما هو سب. عمر بن الخطاب كيف سب؟ عمر بن الخطاب عندما قال هذا ليس سب. نعم لكن انا اعرف ما هو السب.
يجلد.
طيب
ما كان حكم ما حكم شارب الخمر الجلد. زين
لكن من شرب النبيذ من شرب النبيذ
خليني على السؤال.
لا النبيذ انا ايش في اختلاف.
خلينا على السؤال.
نعم
ما حكم
من سب الرسول صلى الله عليه وسلم
سب الرسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم
عمدا سبه هذا كافر يا كافر ويقتل مرتد لازم يقتل يا نعم مهما كان نعم
وما يختف إذا تاب
لا إبليس مجبور إذا تاب الله عليه. بعد أن يقول لك حتى ولو تاب يقتل لكن إذا تاب الله عليه.
ما هو المشرك أصلا يتوب الله عليه.
لكن ما هي ما فهمت السؤال بس ما هو
السؤال لأن أكو ناس يخافون يقولون لازم يقتل
يخافون يقولون يقتل لا يقتل. نعم في شيء إسلامية دولة إسلامية من سب الرسول عليه الصلاة والسلام.
إذا جاك واحد هسه إذا جاك واحد
نعم
وسب الرسول الله
أنا ما فعل شيء
ما تفعل شيء
لا لأن هذا الحكومة كما ذكر ابن قدامة عفوا يا حبايبي خلينا نتكلم. ابن قدامة في المغني ذكر بأن فعل الحدود هذا يرجع إلى ولاة الأمور ليس إلى أفراد الناس. بارك الله فيك. لأن مثال ذلك ربما أنا عندي مشكلة مع شخص فأقتله فأبرر ماذا؟ أنه سب الرسول فتصبح إيش؟ يصبح فوضى. فهمت حبيبي؟ فهذا يرجع إلى ولاة الأمور. ابن قدامة قال الكلام ابن قدامة نعم 4 شهود نعم شاهد
يابا ولي أمورنا كلها السلاطين مالتنا مو زين
ولي أمورنا نعم
على عيني وعلى راسي
نعم.
هسه الولي أمور مالتنا قتلوا من سب الرسول لا قتلوا حشرة والله
من
ولاة أمورنا
لا في السعودية طبقوا هذا الحد يقتلون من سب الرسول لا ايش يتصل بكم سبقتلوه
هو دافع واحد
لا في السعودية فيه شوف حبيبي شوف لا شوف حبيبي هذا كذب بأن خالد الراشد دافع عن الرسول صلى الله عليه وسلم. أقول لماذا يكذبون على السعودية؟ أولا
أنا جبت
اسمع لي أنا
جبت اسم
اللبيب بالإشارة يفهموا ما في الإشارة يغني عن في العبارة. أخي أنا نعرفك يا أخي لست بالخبر والخبر يخدعوني.
قال واحد مجنون.
اسمع لي حبيبي اسمع لي كلامي بارك الله فيك. أنا أبين نقطة إنسان حتى حبيبي لا دقيقة بارك الله فيك اسمع لي أنا وأنت اسمع لي. أنا حتى وعندنا مشكلة مع أعداء لا يجوز الكذب عليهم وأن تقولهم أشياء لم يقولوها. طيب الآن حتى ولو كان عندك مشكلة مع الدولة مثال ذلك السعودية ما تكذب عليهم. نقول لك لماذا؟ السعودية عندما سب الدنمارك هذا الخبيث لعنه الله الرسول أو بين قوسين رسم الرسول ما هو الرسول هذا رسم جدة هذا الخبيث. فالسعودية خصصوا مؤسسة للدفاع عن الرسول عليه الصلاة والسلام. فبالعقل بس اترك الدين جانبا بالعقل إذا قال لك شمسي خصص أموال كثيرة للدفاع عن الرسول عليه الصلاة والسلام ثم يأتيك الشخص يقول لك شمسي سجن من دافع عن الرسول. هذا تناقض. كيف شمسي عنده أموال يدافع عن الرسول فهذا كذب على السعودية.
خارج الموضوع.
لا هذه مثال هذا كذب على السعودية.
هسه السعودية خصص
نعم وزارة نعم الشيخ صالح الشيخ كان
شو يسوي
كتب رسائل باللغة اسمع الدفاع عن الرسول ماذا يفعلون؟
بالكتب
بالرسائل والكتب والخطب والمحاضرات. دقيقة الذي تكذبون على السعودية بأنهم سجنوه هل دافع عن الرسول بالسيف؟ دافع بالكلام. فإذا دافع السعودية بالكلام لا يجوز لكن إذا عدو السعودية دافع بالكلام يمدحونه.
بالكتب والقلم
والمحاضرات والمال جزاهم الله خير بالمقاطعة. لا في أشياء ما قاطعوا، نحن هذا صح ما قاطعوا، في أشياء ما قاطعوا، لأن المقاطعة الآن خاصة مقاطعة الدول، لابد الإنسان ليس يكون يعيش في كهف في الجزائر عايش ما يعرف شيء كأنها مشاكل دول، مشاكل كما يقول لك حارات. لا، مقاطعة الدول ترجع إلى الحكومة، لأن لكي تؤثر. لا اسمع، خليني أكمل حبيبي، هذه مشكلة. لا خليني أكمل، خليني أكمل النقطة خليني أخلص. بارك الله فيك، خليني أخلص حبيبي، خليني أخلص باش يفهموا. المقاطعة الآن أكثر الدول تعتمد على الغرب، فأنت عندما تقاطع الغرب ما تأثر على الغرب، أنت تعتمد على الغرب، فهمت؟ فسوف تؤثر على نفسك. طيب في مصر في وقت مرسي رحمه الله عندما أرادوا أن يوقفوا السجائر، تعرف بأن الشعب خرج مظاهرات؟ هذا لأجل السجائر خرج مظاهرات. لو الدول قاطعت مصر في الأكل والأشياء يقتل بعضهم بعض. إنسان يكون واقعي، في ناس عاطفيين، إنسان عقلانيين. أكثر الخطباء أنه في المساجد عاطفيون وكذابون، ليس كلهم. هذه إخوانجية والسرورية.
زين مش مشكلة.
أنا حبيبنا السعودي جاب لنا قهوة.
الأموال، قلت بالأموال، زين هذا الأموال وين
تروح في بناء كما قلت لك كتب، مراكز إسلامية، في أشياء تدافع، مساجد، خطباء ما شاء الله تدافع.
يعني ننطي الخطباء أموال حتى يخطبون
باللغة. لا في أوروبا يساعدوا أناس. أنا أعرف شخصيا في شخص تخرج. اسمع لي، خليني أكمل. عندي صديقي في السعودية، إذا الشخص متخرج من الجامعات السعودية ويعيش في الغرب فيساعدونه لفعل الدعوة. أنا غير متخرج من السعودية أصلا. طيب أنا هنا من هنا بكي لا تكذبون علي، وأنا أقول صراحة والله لو السعودية أو الكويت أو الجزائر أو المغرب اتصلوا بي قال لي شمسي أنت تفعل الدعوة نعطوك المال بدون أي شرط أخذه، لكن إذا قالوا لي قل الباطل حقا أعوذ بالله أبدا. الشاهد يفعلون هذا. فأنا حتى ولو أخالف السعودية أبدا أقول في هذا الباب جزاهم الله خيرا. الإنسان ربي إيش يقول؟ وإذا قلتم فاعدلوا. إنسان حتى مع أعداء الدين لابد أن يعدل. لكن أنا الذي رأيت أي شخص يفعل شيء جميل يمدحونه. السعودية متى؟ أين؟ لماذا؟ من قال كذا؟ وكيف كان كذا؟ لماذا مع السعودية تأتوا بأسئلة لماذا وعسى وكان، ومع الدول غير السعودية تختبرون كل شيء؟
كل الدول ولا دولة واحدة في الأرض. ماذا يقول الله سبحانه وتعالى في سورة مريم؟
أتفكر قلنا ماذا يقول؟ أنت تبدل للناس. ماذا يقول؟
صححني إذا
أخطأت. طيب
ولولا أن ثبتناك لقد كدت
أن تركن إليهم شيئا قليلا.
إذا قال الله قليل تركن إليهم شيئا. وضحها للناس، أنت وضحها مو أني.
ما فهمت.
هذا الخطاب من الله لرسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم.
طيب احنا نقول معصوم من السعودية، احنا نقول جزائر معصومة.
كان إليهم شيئا قليلا.
إذا لأذقناك ضعف الحياة والممات.
مو مشكلة، خليه هذا مو مشكلة.
ما هو الشاهد من الكلام؟
نقص أبو بكر رضي الله عنه
وأرضاه
قال لو هلكت الأمة كلها على أن ينقصوا الزكاة من الأركان. زين؟
نعم.
بس شيء واحد، هم كانوا يصلون، يشهدون، يحجون وكل شيء. زين، بس ما ينطوا الزكاة لبيت المال.
صح. طيب.
زين؟ قاتلهم.
طيب.
زين، هسه انطيني حكومة واحدة يطبق كل شيء بس ما يطبق الزكاة.
ما فهمت. كيف يطبق كل شيء ما يطبق الزكاة؟ ما فهمت.
يطبق شعائر الإسلام كلها
الأصول والفروع. ما في.
زين، إذا خرج من هذا،
لكن زكاة أصل ليس فرع.
لا خرج من أصل واحد من الأصول يكفر.
نعم. إذا مثال ذلك الجزائر أو
لا العراق ولا سوريا.
دقيقة.
الشرع مالك.
لا طيب أنا ليس مالي أحمد الشرع وفقه الله. اسمع لي حبيبي.
حتى المرسي
حبيبي اسمع لي. أنا المرسي ليس أنا ضد إخوانجية أصلا، لكن غفر الله. اسمع لي حبيبي. الآن نحن أنا أريد أبين نقطة جميلة جدا. اسمع لي بارك الله فيك. اسمع لي.
خليني أنت خارج.
أريد أبين نقطة. اسمع لي. أنت ذكرت تكلمت. أنا أريد أبين نقطة. بعض الناس أنا الآن نرى في كل دول العالم العربي، كل الدول الإسلامية الآن أكثرهم لا يحكمون بشرع الله. لا يحكمون شرع الله، لا يحكمون بشرع الله إلا دولة واحدة ليس في كل شيء معصومة، السعودية. فعندما أسمع خليني أكمل كلامي يا أخي، بارك الله فيك، لكي تفهم شيء. خليني أكمل
قبل ما تتكلم خلينا نوضح العالم كلها.
لا خليني أكمل قبل توضح. كيف توضح؟ خليني أكمل بعد وضح.
خليني هسه أنطي نقطة واحدة من يخلص أنطيه السؤال هو يجاوب.
طيب هذه واضحة، إذا سألتني من يجاوب؟ مايكل جاكسون يجاوب؟
هو يجاوب.
خلاص
خلص يلا كمل.
أنا عندما خاصة في هذا الوقت عندما خرج الغرب من الدول الإسلامية، عندما استعمروهم في السبعينات والستينات، خرجوا بطريقة خبيثة، جعلوا أكثر ليس الدول الإسلامية استخربوا. أحسنت بارك الله فيك حبيبي، شكرا. ليس الدول الإسلامية بس، حتى الدول غير الإسلامية عندما خرج الغرب من جامايكا، من سلوشة، من إريتريا، ماذا فعلوا؟ جعل طريقة خبيثة، ألا وهي جعلوا كل الدول تعتمد على الغرب. لأجل ذلك برني عندما أرادوا أن يطوروا
He is the eternal word of God. That's why he alone could pay the eternal penalty for your sin and my sin. And he paid it in full. That's why Jesus Christ, I am he that liveth and was dead, and behold, I am alive.
Where's the bread?
Amen.
Excuse me.
I have the keys of hell and of death.
Okay, question.
Jesus Christ has the keys of death and of hell. He alone has unlocked.
He said Jesus has the keys to death and life. So how come Jesus died?
The fear of death from the human race.
These Christians cannot answer questions. These Christians keep talk, but they cannot debate.
The Son of God, they will not see life, but the wrath of God.
Why you say Jesus was God and then you say Jesus is Son of God? Come on.
You pay the penalty
Answer.
for your own sin.
Answer the question. Answer the question. Simple.
And ever and ever in hell.
Hey, all you're doing is shouting.
You're going to pay the penalty for your sin.
Yeah, we pay the penalty for our sin. Jesus doesn't die for us. Jesus never died for anyone.
That's how you will pay the penalty for your sin.
Look at the Christian. He says Jesus is God and he says God died. How?
To bear that penalty by dying in the sinner's place.
How can the Almighty die? Hey, how can the Almighty die? Why stop talking about it?
Holy humanity.
Why the Christian talking? Why I'm talking to you? Shut. Oh, be quiet. You shut your. You lost language. Be quiet. How come a Rasta man? Hey, Rasta, be quiet. Yeah, you shut your mouth. Hey, you shut your mouth. Tell him to be quiet. He's got no manners. He's got no manners. Allahu Akbar. We Muslims are here. We Muslims are there. We Muslims are everywhere. Oh, Rasta man, it don't look like a Christian. You shut yours. Oh, be quiet, man. Have some manners. Hey, look at this. He's a Rasta man. Look at this Rasta man. Why you shut yours? Yeah, you be quiet. You try to shut mine. Be quiet. Liar. Liar. Hey, tell your Christian to be quiet.
Of the eternal spirit.
This Christian is lying to you. This Christian is telling you. You be quiet. Well, okay, what are you acting? What are you? I'm not talking to you. You shut yours. Shut yours. Shut yours. Shut yours. Mental. Yeah, hey, bro. Yeah, you be quiet. You go. I'm talking to you. Yeah, calm down. No, he's not even a Christian. He's a Rasta man. Maybe he left a brain at home. Okay, you want to talk to me? You want to talk to me? Let's go talk. Come on, let's go over there. Let's talk. Yeah, I want to talk to you. Yeah, come on. Come on. Okay. Come on. Hey, come on, man. I'll take you. Hey, I'll take you over there, yeah? Where is quiet? Here is too much. I'll see you later. It's busy everywhere, man. Okay, just over there, yeah? Round. Yeah, come here. Ooh.
Right, what do you have for me? Tell me.
Okay. That was a Christian over there. Okay.
Right.
And you are a Christian as
No,
well.
I'm not a Christian.
You're not a Christian?
No, I'm not a Christian. You should ask before you assume.
Okay.
Is that what Islam teaches you to do?
No,
To
hold
assume
on, hold on. I'm not accusing. I thought you are a Christian. Okay.
African spiritual belief, which is Afro spirituality.
Okay. So you're not a Christian?
I am not a Christian.
Okay, listen to me. Thank you for telling me you're not a Christian. Over there was a Christian standing up and he was speaking.
Right.
Okay. And when the Christian was speaking, I was trying to ask him questions. And then you came into the discussion. Okay. And that other guy, Rasta man, who was with you, he came in the discussion.
No, he was not with me. Get your
Okay,
facts straight,
anyway,
Islam.
all right. So tell me.
What did I say? Hold on. Because if you're going to give the narrative, actually tell the sequence of events. What happened? Number one, I don't have to debunk your falsehood, number one. I was not with him. I came.
Okay.
And what did you say before I interject? What did you say before
Okay,
I interject?
listen. I'm a Muslim. What do you believe in?
No, that's not the question.
No, answer the question.
We will get there.
Okay.
Hold on. We will get there. Calm down, Usman. Calm down.
Yeah, I'm calm down. You tell me who you are.
But let's outline the facts first. I came down there, I was listening, and
Okay.
then you said you were having a good discussion with him.
And now you are here.
Let me finish. Then you said the Rasta, he's not even Christian, he's a Rasta.
Yeah, he's a Rasta.
Said he is a Christian because I
No,
know
how
him.
you know?
No, he told me.
Are you a Christian?
I'm not a Christian, he told me.
Okay.
And for years, he's
Okay,
been coming
listen.
here. But let me finish.
Listen.
So get
How
your
long are
facts
you
right,
making a speech?
Because you assume just because
Are
he's
you
a Rasta
making a
guy, he
speech?
cannot be Muslim.
Are
he cannot
you-
be Christian?
Okay,
which
listen.
is not good.
Oh, now- okay, now
the facts
fine.
are out. Continue now.
Right.
What do you have for
Okay,
me?
right. I'm a Muslim.
Right.
What do you believe in?
I believe in African spirituality of Ruh, which is our supreme deity and creator and fashioner, and that's Ruh self.
Okay, we Muslims are in the world. There are 58 Muslim majority countries.
Right. And how
Out
did they
of
get
just
there?
over 200 countries in the world.
How did Islam
Listen,
expand to those
can I
countries?
speak?
Continue.
Right. So, out of just over 200 countries in the world, there are 58 majority Muslim countries in the world. Okay? There are more than 7,500 different religions, different beliefs in the world.
I'm not interested in the numbers. I'm interested in
So
how
can
you
I
got there.
speak? Can I
You
speak?
answer the
So
question.
let me speak.
Yeah, okay.
Okay?
I will listen to
So
your
let me
answer. I
speak.
will listen to the answer. Please
Right, right. Christianity is the biggest religion at the moment. Why? There are between 2.3 billion to 2.4 billion Christians in the world. We Muslims are the second biggest religion in the world after Christianity at the moment.
How did that come about?
Listen. So at the moment we are the second biggest religion in the world. But according to the American-based Pew Research Organization, Islam will be the biggest religion from the year 2050 onwards, right? Now I want to ask you, the belief you have, how many people have the same belief as you have in the world?
Good question, which I will answer. But I want to find out first, how did Islam got here? To
Answer
get
the answer the question. How many?
You have to calm down, Usman.
I am.
I
How
know
many?
You are very hot sometimes.
So
but you have to calm
tell
down.
me how
I
many?
will get to that. I will get to that. Promise. If I
No, I want
I'm
you
a
ask.
Syrian, I'm a Syrian.
Look,
and
I'm asking now.
If I say that,
Answer now.
No, I will get to that.
Now.
What you guys do to the Christian, you will not be able to do to me.
What?
That's how to
What did we do with them?
You try to play like a project, and you try to interject and to add more things.
Okay,
And
answer my
I
question.
will answer
How
your
many
question.
of
But before
Why
we
you
get
scared,
to that,
man?
I want to know how did Islam became the second biggest religion in the world.
Okay.
Let's talk about I'm a historian, by the way.
You're a historian.
Yes, I'm
All right.
interested in the history of the spread of Islam.
What type of
Arab
historian?
Islam, I should call it.
Okay.
Arab Islam, because wherever Islam goes, it has to maintain the Arab culture. The language, the prayers, you have to face to the Mecca and everything that you do.
Yes,
It
because
is
we are
Arab.
Muslim.
And
Okay,
you
now
have to-
will
you have
you
to
stop and let
Arab
me
culture.
talk?
Therefore, let's talk about how did Arab spread to become now the second largest religion in the
Okay,
world.
will you?
Answer me that. Then I will
Okay.
answer my question. Answer your
Okay, okay. How? For example, we had a world famous heavyweight champion of the world.
That's what I asked.
Excuse me, can I answer you?
Can you answer the question?
Can I answer you?
Don't do to me what
No,
you
you
do to
ask me a
Christians.
question. He's
I'm
talking.
not Christian and you know that I told you I'm a
Okay,
African
now be
spirituality. I
quiet.
believe in African
So be quiet.
spirituality.
Can I speak?
So do
Can I
not do
speak?
that to what you do
Why
to the
are you
Christian,
just talk?
Because I know the history
So
of
big.
Islam.
Well, you know history?
Of your religion, yes.
Okay, don't worry.
Actually, your culture.
I'm also educated. Don't worry. Okay.
Good.
Now
So
you.
we can
Now
history.
okay.
Let's
So
do
you.
it history.
So you are a historian, are you?
Yes, I'm
Okay. Tell me.
academic historian,
Okay,
but
you
I
are a
know the history.
historian.
Yes.
Tell me.
I wouldn't tell something.
Okay, you are a.
I'm
Okay.
interested
Oh,
in
look
history.
at
Go
this
ahead,
one.
go
This is no way for a discussion. See, you
Go.
talk, I'm quiet. When I talk, you be quiet.
Okay,
Okay.
Go for it.
Okay, right.
Knock this about.
In Islam, we cannot force people to become Muslim. Do you agree?
I disagree.
You disagree?
I will give you example.
Okay, give me an example.
My people, my tribe.
Your people from Nigeria?
From the Syrian people, you find them. Let me finish.
Which
You ask me a question,
country?
I answer.
Which country?
Senegal, Gambia, Mauritania,
Yes.
and Guinea-Bissau.
Yeah.
The Syrian people, for 1,000 years, my people have been fighting against Arab Islam. What did we do? We were minding our own business, praying to our God, and then you have the Arab Islam, particularly Islamists came down there and say you have to convert or die.
Okay, can you stop now?
Let me finish. I'm telling you the history. I haven't finished. You asked me a question. Let me finish. Usman.
Well, you don't let me talk that enough, and you want to keep on
You asked
talking.
me a question. I'm letting you.
Okay,
answering
but
it.
your country is Senegal,
Senegal,
and
Gambia, Mauritania, the Syrian people, find them out. You will know.
are they majority Muslim?
Huh?
Gambia, listen, listen,
No, you're talking about.
listen. Gambia, Senegal, they are majority Muslim. Is that true?
That's true.
Right.
How did they get there? And now you understand the
How
question
did
I
they become Muslim?
asked. Exactly.
Right, they became Muslim.
That's the question I asked you before. How did they
Listen,
become Muslim?
how they became Muslim is because those
Be
people,
careful, remember, I
hold
know the
on, those people wanted to become Muslim,
How?
so they became Muslim.
Then how and where?
I'll tell you how. For example, anyone who wants to become a Muslim, okay, it's up to him. We Muslims cannot force them. All right? Now let me give you an example. Islam is the fastest growing religion in the world.
I'm interested in the history of how we got to there.
Excuse me. When I'm speaking, don't stop me, okay?
I'm not talking, but
Right.
I don't want you to.
Don't
differ.
stop me.
I don't want to differ. Answer the
Don't
question,
stop
please.
me, man.
You have to answer my question here. Go for it. No,
Okay, you're just messing about. Okay, now I'm going to ask you. If you don't answer me, I come here, I'll debate with a Christian, not you. Now you answer me.
No.
Our Holy Quran is our holy book. What is the name of your holy
Let me
book?
finish.
What is the name of your holy
I will
book?
come to that. You ask it.
Answer.
You are
Now
jumping the
answer.
gun. You
Now answer.
are jumping the gun.
Now
Let's
answer.
go back to how Islam
Now
came to be the second
answer.
religion. I will come to that.
Now answer.
I will answer it.
Now
I will
answer.
do the quickest answer.
What's your book? What's your holy book?
I will tell you that.
Yeah, tell.
I will tell you, and you answer.
What is your holy book?
Shall we agree?
What is your holy
Shall
book?
we agree? If I
He's
answer your
scared.
question, I'm.
So tell me, what
I
is
will
the
tell you.
name of your holy
But
book?
shall we agree
Oh,
if I
this
answer your question
this
and you
is no
answer it?
discussion, man.
The answer
Excuse
to
me,
that-
I'm going to leave you.
No,
Go over
the
to a
answer
Christian,
that-
okay?
The answer to that is you have a book that tells you how to live your life.
Okay,
Our
yeah.
people,
Yeah.
which is the progenitors, we do not need a book because we were there from the thing.
Ah,
And
do you have a
we
book?
It came it's stored in our heart.
Do you have a book?
No, we don't need it.
Ah, you don't need a book?
No,
Oh,
because you
okay,
need a book
tell
to
me.
tell you how to live.
Okay, listen.
To become a slave. That's
Listen.
what you need.
Okay,
You do
listen.
not need it.
Listen.
And your religion,
Yeah.
all the religions, all religions, they all started via the oral.
Okay,
So therefore-
well, hey,
and
was-
you get your book
Okay.
from the oral tradition.
Was-
So you do not even disrespect the oral
Was-
tradition because your
hey.
book came from the oral
Hey,
tradition.
Was Islam spread by the sword? I'm asking you.
Yes.
Yes?
I already told you, my people.
Okay, right.
Let me
Stop,
talk.
stop,
No, you
stop,
can't
stop.
stop me
Okay,
because you don't
okay.
want me to talk.
Now you answer me. Now let me talk.
Why are you
Okay,
afraid of telling you the history?
when Cassius Clay, when Cassius Clay became a Muslim, when Cassius Clay, oh come on, this is no discussion, man. I'm going to leave this. This man, I thought he's a Christian. I was speaking with Christians, so I thought he was a Christian. I brought him over here in a quiet place to talk to. But this man is a racist. I'm asking, he's not a Christian, okay? I asked him what's the name of his holy book. He does not answer. Okay, he tells me he's a historian, but he doesn't even know history. Okay, so
I'm talking about how to call it with them.
so I'm going to leave you, all right? I'm going to go back to the Christians. This man just waste of time.
Came from the Arab Babas and then had to you're running away.
Who's running away?
You don't want to know the history.
Google Roman Empire. Google Roman
In 1035.
Empire.
Do you want to know the history? Because you are afraid
the
of
history of Roman
and this is
Empire.
the problem.
Oh, no, he's not even a Christian. He don't listen, man. Wait, I don't run away, all right?
You are running
So,
away.
am I running
Yes,
away?
you already wanted to run away.
Who said I'm running away?
Why are you leaving?
So why don't you answer me? What's the name of your book?
I've already told you.
You haven't, you liar. What's the name? What? Holy Quran is out.
Did I say
What's
we
the
don't need
name?
it? We don't
Tell
have a
me.
book. We
What's the
don't need
name?
it.
You don't have a book.
No, because
okay, now
you
listen to
need
me.
it. Did I say-
Now listen to
You
me.
need a book.
Okay,
to tell
now,
you how to live your
now
life
listen to me.
lifestyle.
Now,
Our
now
religion
listen to
it
me.
predates the book.
Now listen to me.
Our spiritual
Listen to me. In our Holy Quran,
holy.
About killings. About killings.
A book that endorsed slavery.
Be quiet, you liar. Liar, 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 liar. Be quiet. Liar, be quiet. Yeah, it is holy. You be quiet.
No, I'm not going to be quiet. I'm not Udemy.
You shut up,
no,
man.
You shut up.
You shut up.
I'm not Udemy.
Okay, now
You
this
not-
man is
you-
a disgrace.
Your Arab Islam is a disgrace which you should abandon and go
It's
back to
not,
your
Arabs are a great nation. Holy Quran is
It
revealed
is
in
a
Arabic.
disgrace.
Go
It is a
and
religion
cry
of
somewhere
cult.
else.
It
Go
is
and
a
cry.
wicked
Okay,
cult,
listen.
And that is it's a religion of death,
What up?
destruction,
Hey.
slavery.
No, it is not. Okay, tell me, who took the slaves to North America? Christians. Yes?
Who?
Christian slave traders.
How many for
Tell
1,000
me,
for over
Christian slave traders.
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay,
But-
right.
but-
So why are you blaming the Muslim? Why are you blaming the Muslim?
I already debated
What?
with
Okay, tell me.
And you see how fair I
Okay,
am?
now be
I am
quiet.
very fair.
You are what?
I'm very fair.
No, you're not.
Oh, yes,
Okay,
I
so
am.
if you are fair, let me talk. Let me talk. Let me talk. How about killing?
You want to play
Hey, be
psychological
quiet.
game.
Be quiet.
You want to play
Hey,
psychological
be quiet.
games like all Arab
Be
Islamists
quiet.
do. Like
Excuse
all
me.
Islamic terrorists do.
Hey,
You want
you're
to
a
say
terrorist.
it's not gonna work
Don't
with
call
me
Muslim terrorist. What do you
because
mean?
I'm neither Christian
What do you
nor
mean?
Muslim.
You are a
and
liar.
therefore you don't
Why
know
you
how
call
to deal
Muslim
with me.
terrorists?
I follow African
Hey,
spirituality
excuse me.
and that scares you.
Be quiet.
You don't know how to
You
handle me.
need to be
The
quiet.
way you can deal with the Christians
Look at
is
he's
not gonna
almost
work
like
with me
an
because I
animal,
know all
man.
your talking points.
No
Not only do
behavior.
I know your talking
I don't
points,
think he's
I
even
know your Arab
educated.
Islam-
He
Arab
doesn't let
Islam
me
history,
talk. He
and
can
that
talk.
scares you.
Why? He's anti.
You supposed to be arrested right away. You don't know why?
What?
Mahomet, he was not a prophet.
He was a prophet.
He was not a prophet.
Oh, you be quiet. He was a prophet. Why let him talk? You be quiet.
He was a false prophet.
You're a liar. You're a liar.
I'm
You're a
not-
liar. Hey, let him talk.
Mohammed
You
was a
ain't let
false
him
prophet.
talk, man.
Mohammed was a false
Okay, who are you? Oh,
He
shut up,
didn't
man.
know.
I'm talking
He
to you
did
now.
not even know.
Excuse me.
He was
Behave
killed.
yourself, man.
Hey, let him talk. Let him talk. Be quiet.
Criminal.
Okay.
You,
You're a criminal.
prove evidence.
Okay, tell me.
You are part in a gangster and a criminal.
Are you a beggar?
Mahomet.
Are you a beggar?
He was
Be
killed.
quiet. You're a criminal.
He was killed 80%.
Okay, are you a Christian? Are you a Christian?
Prophet is
Okay.
mean perfect.
Nicely, slowly.
Mahomet he
Now-
was mid-war.
Oi.
Killed 80%.
Which country you come from?
It's a gangster.
Which
like
country you
criminal.
come from?
You
Why?
supply
Come on.
proof evidence.
So scared. They
You
don't know
are
how to
part
debate. They
in
don't
a
know how
gangster,
to. Okay.
not
tell-
criminal.
Hey, I'm not talking to you. Be quiet.
Supposed to be arrested.
Tell me. Hey, come back. Why are you running away? Tell me. I'm a Muslim. Are you a Christian? Oh, be quiet. Excuse me.
Why do you behave like an animal like your prophet?
You're an animal. Shut your mouth.
Behave
Don't
like an animal like
insult
your
my
prophet.
prophet,
You are an
okay?
elder,
Be
and I
quiet.
respect that, but
Be
don't
quiet.
cross
We're
your line.
talking.
You are an
Hey,
elder, and I respect
we're
that.
talking.
I studied the
We
Bible.
are talking. We are talking. Hey,
Quran.
I don't run. Oh, be quiet, I'm talking to him,
get
man.
quiet. The
Okay,
Quran.
Why did you
tell
come
me.
here then? Why did you ask me to
Be
me?
quiet,
I
man.
was praying
Okay.
The Quran,
excuse
you
me.
get 5 books
What you doing now?
from the Bible.
We are talking,
The
be
rest,
quiet.
So what are you doing
It's a
here?
philosophy of Mahomet.
Okay, listen.
One Mahomet, he was a gangster, a criminal.
No, he wasn't. No, you're a
He
criminal.
was scared.
No, hey,
The
hold on.
80% of the
Nicely.
men to the
Nicely.
war.
Okay.
You were
Hey,
supposed to be
I'm a,
arrested.
hey, listen, I'm a Muslim. Are you a
Loads of
Christian?
rubbish.
Are you you're rubbish?
You say
Are you a Christian?
a big amount of rubbish.
Yeah, you
The
are rubbish. Are you?
Muslim say,
Oh, who are you, man?
in the 4 different
Are you
ways,
Christian?
you still kill a million people.
What a race? Where we kill million people?
Why do
Where?
we quiet?
Where?
In the
First
4
World War, you
in-
kill
in the
millions.
4
Second
different
World
ways.
War, you kill millions.
4 different ways. You kill a million people.
Are you
a
from
year.
Bulgaria?
Because when you pray,
Are you from
you see
Romania?
the spirit from the
You
devil.
must be begging all the time.
Run
isn't it?
away. You
Will
jump on the top of the tank.
Run away. I'm not running away. I'm standing here. Hey, excuse me. War. Hey, listen. Hey, listen. I'm from Pakistan. What's your country?
You know what I suggest?
Yeah, you European bomb.
You know what I suggest you?
USA.
Shut
You.
up.
No, I don't shut up. In my country, why don't you shut up? Hey, we are soldiers. We fought for you in the
find
Second
that
World War.
1,000 Muslims
Okay, tell me.
disagree with me.
Are you Christian? Are you Christian? Tell me. Are you a Christian?
I study the Bible very well. The
Okay,
Quran.
okay, thank you very much. Let's talk nicely. You be quiet. Why be quiet, you liar? Excuse me.
No, top of the
Excuse
Quran.
me. Excuse me, you're a
They are
liar.
little bit from the
Okay,
Bible.
okay, tell me.
That is true.
Okay.
The rest is philosophy.
Who is Jesus?
A gangster.
Who is Jesus?
A criminal.
Yeah, you're a gangster. Look at it. Why don't say criminal? Don't.
You were scared. The 80%.
He was
of
the
men
greatest human
to the
being
war.
ever lived. He was the greatest prophet ever lived.
prophet,
Hey,
you know.
Christian.
My
You look like a
friend,
gangster.
you-
No, you're a
You need
gangster.
to be cured.
I need to be killed.
Cured.
What do you
You
mean?
need to take tablet.
Okay, now you need. Hey, I'm okay. Why are you running away? Stay. You're a coward.
The point is one.
Okay, come on.
It could be any day.
Yeah.
You come to the judgment today.
Okay,
And you
yeah.
know who come to do
Look
judgment?
at this Christian.
Jesus.
Ah,
If
hey,
you-
who's
if you-
Jesus?
Shut up.
No, who's Jesus?
If you fully
Hey, what's Jesus?
you
Hey,
get salvation.
hey, what's Jesus got?
If you still dressed like that,
Yeah, beautiful dress.
man,
Hey,
you will be destroyed.
my dress is better than yours. What's all that? So dirty. Look at mine. Clean. Why don't you like my dress? You like the dirty dress. Hey, you like the dirty dress? Go to the laundry. Go to the laundry. Hey, look at that guy. Oh no, this man got no manners, man. He's just insulting. So I'm not going. He's not even a Christian.
I believe that.
America, Israel, Gaza. Okay, you believe that? Yeah, it's okay. It's an issue. Okay.
Because I was minding my
So I'm
own
going
business
out.
over there. He was not getting
You want?
What kind of book? No, what do you want? What do you want to prove? I don't need to prove anything. I'm very happy.
I find it out. It could be any day. Come to the judgment.
I got you today. Didn't even know that happened.
This is the difference, the main difference between Islam and Christianity. You can say what you like. Even if Islam was false, it does not make Christianity true. You cannot run away from this question. How can it be that a God
who is meant to be uncaused, is caused and begotten by the Father? It's a very, very simple question. Then he tried to deflect and say, well, you guys don't believe in divine simplicity. Actually, in Christianity, there are differences of opinion. There's some who do believe in divine simplicity, like Thomas Aquinas and others. And by the way, some who don't believe in divine simplicity. So there's a difference of opinion in Christianity of divine simplicity.
And those other scholastics, like John Duns Scotus and others, who believed in divine simplicity. So to try to cite divine simplicity as an undercutter to Islamic theology is weak, because actually that's not something which is consensus in Christianity, Judaism, or Islam, frankly. There's difference of opinion among different scholars on this issue. So really, there is no challenge. I've come to the park today. I thought maybe the Christians have upped their game. That's what I thought. I wanted the Christians to up their game. I waited for the guy. I ate my sandwich, drink my drink, waiting for that man to give me an argument that I haven't heard before. But he gives me the weakest, regurgitated, recycled argument that anyone could have heard. How many times have you heard this thing about Aisha and the child marriage? Bro, we've heard it. We're bored of it. Bring us something new. I want to sink my teeth into something new. Give me new meat. Bob, are you going to provide that? Yeah, sure. You're going to provide that? The Christian world is depending on this guy here, Bob. His other friend ran because he knew he physically actually ran. He was telling me you're running. He actually physically ran away. He was like Usain Bolt. He was trying to compete with Usain Bolt.
So, like...
Go ahead, sir. Come over here.
So the agreed discussion is going to be the disqualification of Christ's divinity according to your argument that God cannot be caused. And then we're also going to discuss on how you believe your refutation of composition is going to be sufficient in the deniability of the traditional Sunni profile of what God is. So it's going to be a timed discussion, and I'm going to wait for 2 Christian cameramen to be present, and we're going to...
I don't have time for you. I'm sorry, with all due respect. You're not important. With all due respect, we're going to do this and we're going to do that. Who do you think you're talking to, brother? Okay, then... Okay, listen, if you want to ask me a question, I can answer you. If you don't want to, I'm not here. Who are you? You're nothing. You're nobody. You're not important to me. So if you're going to say, I'm going to wait for 2 Christians, and we're going to do this, and we're going to do that, who the hell are you, man?
Exactly are you opposed?
Yeah. Anyway, have you got a question?
Yeah.
What's your question?
What's
your question? No,
okay.
What's your question?
Do you believe that through natural theology we can come to the conclusion of your doctrine of what you consider Allah?
Okay, so some aspect of it, not all of it. So for example, through natural theology, from first principles, you can, I think, take four or five at most attributes of God and probably come to them logically. But the other ones, like for example, compassion and love and mercy and so on, or that's the same thing really, compassion and special compassion, or any type of special compassion or non-special compassion, Rahman or Rahim, any of that stuff, it requires the nas, requires some kind of a text.
Okay, so then can I offset this in saying, for example, is this first principle, or rather this first principle, is its first action going to be incarnation? Do you believe in a first act?
Do I believe in the first act, or does Islam say that there's a first act?
I'm asking you, and of course your position is going to reflect whatever tradition.
No, I think, no, to be honest with you, Islam has different opinion on that.
But I'm asking you, I'm not asking.
So
I'm going to say that your position is going to reflect
So my position is that there doesn't need to be one. I believe that textually, from an Islamic perspective, there's more reason to believe that there was a first act.
Okay, so you agree that Allah is the first act?
Yeah.
But don't talk in what if some people affirm this. Don't say what if some people affirm this, some people don't. Say what you believe. This is your
my belief is I'm not important.
Okay,
I'm just like you. We're both not important.
Yeah, but you're representing a tradition.
No, I'm not important.
Oh, wait, so you said that you won't discuss on me on a formal discussion because I'm not important, but you two,
no, I'm not important.
Are not important.
I'm not important.
Are you chasing clout?
No, I'm not important.
Okay.
So I'm telling you from an Islamic perspective, I'm not an authority. Like when it comes to theology, I'm not an authority. When it comes to like positions on this matter, all I can do is regurgitate and tell you what scholars of the past have said.
And what do you affirm?
So for example, if you're saying first act, first creation, they create first thing.
Yeah.
Like a creation ex nihilo, is that what you're talking about? Yeah, so in Islam there are 2 opinions. Yeah. One opinion is that, which is the majority opinion, is that yes, there is creation ex nihilo.
And do you agree with that?
Yeah, I favor that opinion, but I don't say necessarily that that's the only opinion. So there's another opinion, which is the opinion of Ibn Taymiyyah, for example, who believes in something called hawadith la awwala laha. So he believes in a chain of things that happen. God perpetually created into the past.
I can see that that's a logical possibility.
Okay.
And even a textual one to some extent, but I'm not saying that
So you're
I agree with that.
essentially saying that someone who denies the first act is just is still in the body of Islam,
Yes.
that you personally
Yes.
hold to this position. Okay, so then the composition argument that firstly, you deny divine simplicity, that all of the attributes within God is identical
Sure,
to himself.
sure.
Therefore, all of Allah's attributes are going to be less than the whole itself. If therefore he is composite, because he's composed of things that are less than the whole itself. Even though Ibn Taymiyyah wants to say, for example, that either these are abstract descriptors or something which
He
is
doesn't say that.
inseparable.
He doesn't say that.
Well, he says that it's inseparable from the whole itself, and you
What
want to
does?
take away.
What does?
Yeah, that
What is?
his attributes are inseparable from the whole. But I allowed you to
Yeah.
speak. So if you want to say that I'm mischaracterizing his position after the time of me speaking, that's absolutely
Just
fine.
get to the point,
But
man.
if this
Stop
is going
talking.
to be
Just
a
go ahead.
refutation
You are
of your
speaking.
point-
You are speaking. Just talk. You're wasting my time. Just get there.
I'll get there. I'll get there.
Oh,
And
alright.
this is why I said we should have a timed discussion and not one where you interrupt me and I interrupt you.
Just go get to the point.
The point is that
What's the question?
Because you said I have to load this in a question, I have to go for a line of premises
Okay.
and ask the
You're
conclusion.
boring everyone around you. Ask the
Okay,
question,
just-
please.
No,
No, it's boring. It's boring. You ran physically, bro. You ran physically. You actually ran physically. You ran physically,
Look at
bro.
me, I am very still. I very much want to talk to you.
Sure,
And in
go on.
fact, I propose that we have a time discussion. So
All
we
right.
have a
Does someone want to
formalities.
time it? 1 minute. 1
Okay,
minute.
1 minute, 1 minute.
Does someone do that?
And the agreed discussion
Sure.
for the sake of the camera is firstly your issue or contention with Christianity that Christ cannot be God because he has a cause.
Yeah.
And then my argument to you is going to be that your God cannot be the God of natural theology because you reject divine simplicity, therefore implying that your God is composite and the first act is going to be composing himself.
Do you accept the fact that in Christianity there are different views on divine simplicity?
Yeah, and that's kufar.
No, hold on. Do you accept the fact
No.
that in you don't accept that?
I don't grant that these people are Christian.
Oh, okay. So what strand of Christianity do you follow?
Eastern Orthodoxy.
Okay, so is Eastern Orthodoxy unanimous in its proclamation of divine simplicity?
Yeah, like,
so dogma.
so like either like for example, Saint Maximus wants to affirm
Yeah.
absolute divine simplicity, or some of the Cappadocians want to follow divine
yeah.
simplicity.
Yeah.
But at least we're going to have to affirm divine simplicity.
Yeah.
Now you just are simply appealing, and I noticed this in your rhetoric. Oh, there are.
We haven't started the time yet, by the way.
There are some people.
Are you going to do 1 minute? 1 minute? Do you want to do 1 minute? 1
Yeah,
minute?
of course. But you asked me a question. I'm trying to give a sufficient.
You can
answer.
have a minute. Go ahead. 1 minute starts now. Go.
Wait, no, hold on. You said something untimed, so I want to say something untimed.
Oh, go ahead.
So I want to make this very clear. Do not appeal to people I do not agree are Christian. You can say, oh, these people
So what?
claim Christianity.
Protestants are not Christians.
I would say that there is a second-fold term that we could use. For example, there is a colloquial term that we can call these people Christian because they attempt to follow the faith of Christ, but they don't actually
What about
follow the
Catholics?
legitimate. No, of course they try to, but they're not.
Okay, can I ask you a question then? On a serious, because you seem to be reading on these issues and whatever, yeah?
Yeah.
So, okay, divine simplicity, right?
Yeah.
Now, let's say, for example, look at Thomas Aquinas. Thomas Aquinas.
I don't agree with Thomas Aquinas.
No, but he believes in divine simplicity, and he's
Of
one.
course, but like, do I?
No, I understand.
Do I take that he's going to come
No,
to
but-
a conclusion of divine simplicity?
I haven't asked a
Therefore,
question. I haven't asked you a question.
Okay, so the question is going to be on an individual I don't care about. Great.
Okay, no problem. But what I'm saying is that he divided the attributes of God into univocal, equivocal, and analogy. Do you accept that distinction or not?
I mean, in terms of, for example, his understanding of Scripture when it says, for example, like God.
Do you understand
is
these
jealous.
distinctions? Do you understand this or not?
Yeah, but like, I want you to argue why I should take Thomas Aquinas as a source.
No,
of
I'm not.
information.
That wasn't my question.
Yeah.
My question was not that.
Listen, like, I don't have to concern myself with Aquinas. That's
Okay.
the point.
That-
So,
my-
so
that's
let's
not-
actually get to the argument.
Bob, that's not my question. My question was.
And my clarifying question to you
Yeah,
is why
yeah.
should I care?
Okay. No. My question is this: when you're discussing the attributes of God,
Yeah.
is it okay for you to hold to the distinctions that are held by someone like Thomas Aquinas and or Duns Scotus, or does that make no sense to
So
you?
I'm just going to say that when we speak of God's attributes, the common definition of the word, as to avoid his attributes being non-cognitive, like saying, oh, God has this and is blah, blah, blah. The common definition of the word is the same, but the way that God possesses it is different.
So which scholars of Christianity do you accept as authoritative?
I mean, is this going to be the scholars that I can agree with are the corpus of the church fathers and the canonized saints?
Sure. So someone like Gregory of Nazianzus, someone like Gregory of Nyssa, you would accept as authoritative?
Oh, of course.
Sure.
No.
Beautiful.
No. Okay.
Okay.
You notice how I said I can agree with them, not that I have to. There's a distinction.
No, but is that not the case in Greek Orthodoxy?
Yeah, I can agree with them. Only theological claims at synods or councils which
yeah.
are dogmatized. So, for example,
Sure.
I don't have to say that Cyril is authoritative, but I have to say why his letters add emphasis are. You see the distinction?
Yeah, I see
here?
the distinction. So,
Okay,
I'm making that very clear. Pardon?
Oh, yeah, because he wants to prove.
No, this is before we start. It's fine.
How about this? He complained about it. So let's actually have a time discussion.
Sure.
Firstly,
No, it's good that I got to the bottom of who is his authority.
You give me a formal argument of why
Yeah.
Christ cannot be God because of my own tradition. Go for it.
Sure.
And I want you, or whoever's timing this, to time the discussion.
Do you accept, before I start, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
On the Cappadocian Fathers, Gregory of Nyssa, Gregory of Nazianzus, and Cyril.
Yeah.
Do you hold on. You accepted that they are figures of authority in terms of your religion, right?
Yeah, in terms of things that I
So
can
when it
agree
comes to
with.
the Trinity, do you accept them as figures of authority?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Excellent. Let's get started.
Yeah, go on then.
No, you start off.
Okay, so premise one, you reject divine simplicity, the concept that God, all of his attributes are going to be identical to himself.
Sure.
Conclusion two, you say that his parts are going to be less than the whole itself. Conclusion one, therefore, your God is composite. Point three, your own tradition of Sunni Islam says that God is the first act. Premise four, therefore, if he is composing himself, therefore the first act is going to be composing himself. Conclusion two, therefore, if you want to say that Allah is the God of natural theology, this would not follow through because you said that this first principle's first act is going to be created, which within the previous premises have been outlined as, for example, him composing himself. The first act is not creating, it is composing, which therefore means we cannot reason Allah through natural theology. You accept natural theology, therefore, of course, then this is just going to be something which either reduces the explanation.
So I'll be honest, I'll need to hear that argument again because I didn't understand it. I'll need to hear that one more time for you because you. No. If you, I'll give them 30 seconds. Can you say the argument again?
Well, how am I supposed to? I wasn't even finishing my argument in 2 minutes. How am I supposed to do it in 30 seconds?
All right, take a minute.
Okay, so take 2 minutes, like we agreed upon.
No, take 1 minute. Take 1 minute. You can speak.
How about
argument.
this? For the simple child discussing with me here, we go premise by premise in an untimed situation because I'm not going to have less than 2 minutes to talk in an argument I hadn't even been able to finish. Okay. So you reject divine simplicity, the concept that all of the attributes within God is identical to himself. Premise two, you say that the attributes of God are less than the whole itself. Conclusion one, therefore your God is composite. Conclusion three.
Why does that follow?
Because if he is composed of things that are less than the whole itself, therefore we can pick out things which are going to be really distinct from him, which are less than him, which means that they're going to be things that are comprising himself.
No, say that again.
Okay.
Say it again.
So what we just
Premise one, you said that
you
okay.
divine simplicity.
So hold on.
Now, I want to make this very clear.
Let's get
this
started.
discussion is not going to be Muhammad Hijab saying, what is this, define this.
All right.
It's going to be that he literally said in his refutation of divine simplicity that he understood the argument and it's weak. So he knows it, don't be disingenuous and don't play a definition game because I'm really not here for it, mate. So you know what I'm saying. So don't be disingenuous to yourself.
All right.
Continue.
All right. So he is attempting. Here's the thing. I've heard it very clearly, and I can tell you for a fact I've been doing philosophy for a very long time. And I'll tell you what, he has not actually put together an argument. He has put together. Hold on. I can tell you that I've heard him twice now because I wouldn't have said this unless I heard it twice. He said, you believe in such and such, therefore such and such. That's not how a syllogism works at all. That's, by the way, with all due respect, no, that's not how it works. No, it's not. You don't know how to construct a syllogism, okay? You can't say you believe in this, therefore this. Doesn't work like that. It has to be, okay, so you're going to start from a general, going to a specific, and hold on. You have done a bad job in creating an argument.
Listen.
Okay, hold on. Now let me speak. You spoke.
Is he being timed right now? Is he being timed right now?
Oh, time me.
Time it. Because here's the thing. I don't like when people transition time to untimed discussion.
Sure.
You just want to have the talking because you think you're the main man.
Okay, all right. Do you want to press the button? All right, start again because I haven't started yet. See, divine. No, hold on. Don't get involved. Don't get involved. You ran away. Please don't get involved. Don't get involved. One at a time. One at a time. Do you need 2 on 1? Is that how it needs to be? I can't speak to 2 people at a time. I can't speak. It's not physically possible to speak to 2 people at a time. Alright. So are you ready? Yeah. Okay. So let's start with the first thing he said, which is the only thing really intelligible that he said, which is that the proposition of divine simplicity indicates that when you say that something is an attribute of God, is saying that that's identical to the essence of God. That is what the Mu'tazilis believe, by the way, and that is what Thomas Aquinas believed. Hold on.
I'm just speaking to myself.
No, don't get involved in my conversation. Yeah, I know you're trying to get rude. Don't get involved. Yeah. So the point is that if that's the case, you have to admit today that God is not love. You know why? Because if God is love, is identical to the essence, God's love is also identical to what? To the law of identity, is also identical to his knowledge. So God's love is God's knowledge, and God's knowledge is God's power. You must admit to this. And if that's the case, you believe in a God without attributes. You are, as many Christians would say, pretty much an atheist, because you believe in a deistic God, a non-personal God, a God that can't love, a God that can't be merciful, a God that can't be powerful, a God that, because these things, these descriptors and attributes, when you say that God's power is identical to his essence, if God's power is identical to his essence and his knowledge is identical to his power, it follows God's power is God's knowledge. It follows God's power is God's love. It follows God's power is God's compassion, and so on and so forth. Therefore, you have to admit today that you don't believe in a God that loves. Go ahead and do it.
Okay, so is that you conceding time? Okay, good. So your argument, okay, so notice how he didn't really respond to the argument and that we're just moving arguments. I thought we would agree to a structure of we point to one argument, then we point to another once the one has either been refuted or conceded to. But let me entertain it, then also go back to the argument at hand. And why is he looking like he's part of Incredibles right now? We'll never know. So, the first point is that anti-reflex identity does not work within the Trinity. Just as much as, for example, when we say the Son is God, we do not therefore say that whenever we're talking of God, we're talking of the Son, just as much as we say Muhammad's job is human, but when we pick out humanity, we're not talking about Muhammad's job. That is anti-reflex identity, my friend, and it does not work in the case of the Trinity. My second point is again going to be that we can be apathetic about these things within the syllogism. We can say that because you do not believe in X, therefore you're going to have the position which entails Y. If you reject that God is not composed of parts, therefore he is composed of parts. Do you see the point here? If you reject a negative, therefore you're going to affirm the positive, that is that God is composed of parts. Now the reason why you believe in this is because the essence of God is going to be comprised of things which are less than the whole itself.
Okay, so he didn't answer my question. He has not conceded to the fact that if you say that God's power is identical to his essence and his knowledge is identical to his essence, it follows that his knowledge is identical to his power by the law of identity. That is a logical law. In fact, one of the most foundational, propositional, logical laws. He's talking as if he's making some kind of argument. He's not making an argument. He has not conceded to the fact that on his view of divine simplicity, he must acknowledge that God does not love. God is not loving. When you say God is loving, you're using that as a descriptive. It's not actually talking about something with ontological status within God. So he has to now acknowledge, before we move forward, he has to tell me, yes, when I say God is love, when Christians say God is love, according to divine simplicity, it's not true that he's actually love in an ontologically real sense. It's just some words we say. So that would mean that according to us, God is really love, and according to you, God is not love. So let's make that clear first, and then we can move on to other things. Please go ahead.
Okay, so I want to demonstrate that supposedly this very foundational principle of identity is just going to pull him into extreme positions. So hijab, during my time, I want to ask you a question. Hijab, you're a human, yes? Hijab, stop filming for your OnlyFans for a minute and answer.
You've got your time, be quiet and speak.
So, hijab equals human. Human does not equal hijab. I wonder why. Because anti-reflex identity does not work in the case of the Trinity. Just because hijab is human does not, whenever I say this individual here is a human, he is therefore hijab. I wonder why. Because identity does not work in this way. I can be identical to the divine essence, for example, whilst also, for example, possessing hypostatic properties. Hijab can be identical to humanity, whilst not everyone who is human be identical to hijab. So can you concede that this concept of identity is not sufficient in all things? And I can make the argument for why, in the case of the divine essence, it also does not follow. So I want him to at least reiterate what I said because he did not answer my question when I said that I was going to allow him to speak in my time. Now, can he stop posing for his OnlyFans? I'm 16!
Well, I know you're 16. You sound like a 16-year-old.
Hijab and pedophilia. They go hand in hand.
You're the one touching him, boy. You're the one touching him. You keep touching him.
I'm touching him, but you want to watch him?
You're touching him. Anyway.
Whatever, hijab.
Anyway, the point is this.
Surround this all day.
Okay, thank you very much. Is it my time? Is it my time? All right.
A moment ago, he was shaking his chest in front of you.
The point is if you use it with a universal outside of God's essence. So here is the difference is if I say that animality or horsiness or any kind of universal that exists within, and then I say X is equivalent to Y, and Y, then yes, there could be a difference. But we're not talking about that. We're saying that if God's attribute, yes, is the same as his essence. We're not using a universal here. This is not a genus or universal that a nominalist can say in his conceptualizing is some kind of thing which is abstract from God. We're saying we're using God to compare him with God. So I'm saying that according to divine simplicity, this is what they say. The divine simplists say that the attribute of God is equivalent to the essence of God. So if it's equivalent to the essence of God, if God's power is God's essence, then and God's knowledge is God's essence, it follows God's power is God's knowledge. It follows and so on and so forth. Which means when Christians say God is love, if they believe in divine simplicity, they are lying to you. That's what it means. It means they don't actually believe in God being love in any real ontological sense. That's it. So can you concede that? Can we move on now?
Because you haven't really argued for why the argument follows, right? You're just bringing a case of identity, that being anti-reflux identity, then already assuming it applies to the Trinity, by then saying an arbitrary criteria of this identity being in play is that a universal has to be the thing that we're talking about. I again don't have to concede to this, you have to argue for it. You notice how for someone that was picking out my poor debating skills, he already runs from an assumption, from an argument he's already ran away from. He ran away initially from an argument against composition, then ran to my position whilst having an argument that assumes a principle of identity to which I don't agree to. So I want hijab to argue for why this thing actually follows. You were just being apathetic and saying it's not in the case of a genus, therefore it has to be in the case of a particular, for example, that anti-reflux identity does follow. I wanted to argue this. You just said I can't play on negatives in order to pose a positive, therefore he has to do the exact same thing within his argument. Now, again, why does he keep on posing? I want to know. I didn't want to talk about pedophilia because it's a moral argument.
Next time. Time's up, man. You can talk about pedophilia you like. That's what they do when they lose debates. They have to talk about pedophilia. Okay, let's get started. Look, at the end of the day, I was making it very clear, all right? If you believe by the law of identity that God's power is God's essence and God's knowledge is God's essence, it follows God's power is God's knowledge. This is in a GCSE way for you to understand. I know you're a GCSE student. I remember this one. Trust me, if you are my A-level student, and I know I've got 6 degrees, one of the most qualified men in the world, actually.
Well, sells fake
but I haven't said that.
That sells fake degrees.
No problem. Put that to the side if you think that. Go and ask the University of Oxford. Go and ask the University of Birmingham yourself. No problem. No problem. Here's the thing. If I was teaching him in school, I'd give him a C+ for effort.
Your face.
You get a C+ for effort. You get a C+. Yeah, you can. You could be an extra.
I'm an actor.
You could be an extra.
Hollywood, baby.
You can get the hot water with coffees and stuff like that. But here's the point. Yeah. The point I'm making to you is, if you can't concede this, we could just move on. I didn't say anything about the Trinity. It gets worse if we talk about the Trinity. Way worse. Way worse. But go ahead and tell us that God is not love. Go ahead.
Well, no, because again, okay, listen, okay. He's saying that this principle of identity, which he hasn't even named, by the way, he's just saying this thing of identity that everyone knows about in GCSE level, that he hasn't argued for in the case of the Trinity, follows that therefore he does not possess attributes. Again, what I'm contending is the fact that, yes, I agree that these attributes are identical to God's essence. I do not believe, although, that that God is going to equal his attributes. It's anti-reflux identity. Hijab is human. This guy's human, he's not hijab. That's the point. You have to argue these principles whenever you apply it to a particular thing. You've just been apathetic. It is not in the case of a genus or a universal. we're talking about a particular, therefore it follows. It doesn't. You're just saying in some cases, in this case, it works. Therefore, if it's not this case, it shouldn't work. It's not how you do debating, my friend. It's a false assumption. You want to say you want to move on because you've got poor rhetoric. So far, we've moved to Allah that you believe can be proven of its own merit.
Hands up. Look, now it gets worse because I'm going to put him to bed now, sleep, and maybe he's going to get some sexual thoughts. Sorry to say when I say this because I know he's lost pedophilia. But here's what I'm going to say. Be quiet, my friend. Be quiet. You keep talking about pedophilia every time you see me. I don't know what the situation is. I don't know. Sure, I'm not going to bring my kids here. I'll tell you that for sure. I mean, this guy here keeps talking about pedophilia. But anyway, the point. Let me start my time. The point I'm making to you is now. We've said this and he tried to defend it and he has no defense. Because the thing is, he's in a dilemma. If he says that these are actual attributes with an ontological status, then he affirms the kind of composition he wishes to deny. If he says they're not, then he actually falls into a kind of collapse of attributes, which leads to not believing in any of the attributes, including God's love, which means you can't, as Christians, say that God is love. Now, Muslims can say it, so that's, I don't know why you haven't admitted it. Number one. Number two is this. It gets even worse when you get into the Trinity. Do you know why? Because if you say that the Father is God, the Son is God, and the Holy Spirit is God, in that sense, if they are all God in distinct personas, as they say, and as Gregory of Nyssa and Gregory of Nazianzus and his Cappadocian authorities say, I don't know how it could be the case. How could it be the case that you believe in 3 in 1 and 1 in 3, but you don't believe in parts of God? It's absolutely ridiculous to postulate that. You don't believe it. You believe in no composition, but you believe in the Trinity. Try and square the circle for me, my friend.
Okay, so again, and he's brought up the essence as it pertains to the substantiations, i.e. the persons. So, Hijab, please answer this question in my time. Hijab,
no.
Are you equal to humanity? Are you a human? Do you want to answer me? Yes. Because I can, okay, he's framing this argument. The Son is God. God, therefore, is the Son. The Son is not the Father, because then you either lead into composition or you lead to polytheism. Although we reject polytheism, we say there's one God, therefore it leads into composition. But I want to ask him this, and this makes very perfect sense. Hijab is a human. JC is a human. Is JC Muhammad Hijab? No. Because there's a thing called anti-reflux identity, which I've been begging for him, like all the children that he wants to say can marry adults, for him to say that why does this not work in the case of yourself, but works in the case of the Trinity? Please!
Why is that not polytheism?
Is it time? He's got a bit of time.
Okay. Again, don't be a coward for Allah and resolve the issue of composition. I want you to answer why you affirm that the first act is Allah, whilst also the first action of Allah is to compose himself.
Kids nowadays have very little respect. No problem. Let me put this aside.
Yeah, I know you do.
Oh, shut up, man. It's embarrassing. Look, here's the thing. Yeah, what he's describing, as I mentioned before, I don't think he's been paying attention. He's C grade now, but he can become a B grade if he listens a little bit closer, right? Because here's what I'll say to you. Listen to what I'm saying to you. When you're dealing with a particular and a universal, it's different to dealing with two things with supposedly the same ontological value. So for example, if you say that God's attribute is God, we're talking about God's attribute, we're assuming God's attribute has actual ontological status. And then God's essence has actual ontological status. A nominalist or a conceptualist would say that a universal does not have an actual, maybe a conceptualist will, but definitely a nominalist will not say they have an actual ontological status. There are social constructs in many ways. So if you say that this person is a human, this person is a human, it's not the same, because we're talking about here with attributes and essence distinction, both of which are meant to be real in God. So my point to you again, do you concede, considering this response, do you concede that according to your idea of divine simplicity, God is not loving in a real ontological sense? Yes or no?
Wait, okay. So again, firstly, he's assuming that he's assuming that universals don't really exist. He's assuming that universals do not really exist. I'm just going to say, and to avoid that language has no real meaning.
Needs to speak to you for 1 minute.
Okay, when I finish with this guy, I'll come to you. Serious issue? I'll come to you in a second.
Very serious issue.
I'll come immediately. Let me just finish with this guy.
I'll start talking to him next time. Okay. So the reason why universals have to really exist is because we have to avoid the fact that language therefore becomes meaningless. So for example, when we say that Allah has attributes, we're picking out this normative definition of what it means when we say that Allah is loving, for example. If you want to say that in fact this is not a universal, it can be anything mind dependent upon the person. The common definition is what we're going to pick out in the universal of what we're referring to what is love. So why are you assuming that universals do not really exist within your argument? That's my first point. My second point, again, is you're just saying that it does not work in the case of a universal, or it does work in the case of a universal, even though in a particular it doesn't, and you're then just assuming that these universal natures do not really exist.
Okay. So if universals do exist in a platonically real sense that he's talking about, like what Plato believed, that there was a whole place there where the universe exists in a perfect sense, if they do exist in that sense, then his argument falls. Because actually, his argument only makes sense, his response only makes sense if the universal is not real. If you're saying that, for example, Muhammad is a human and you're a human, and so therefore me, I'm not you, if that's what basically he's saying, humanity here is a universal which is not real in that sense. If it is real, then it does become a contradiction. Because if there is such a thing as a personified, manifested humanity or perfect human person, which Plato believed there was some kind of man there standing maybe in the heavens somewhere, Neoplatonic realism, if you believe in that, it actually does fall apart, which means if I'm that guy and you're that guy, how can we both be that guy at the same time? It's a contradiction. The same thing applies with the Trinity, and the same thing applies with your attributes of God on divine simplicity. So you fail. You fail. D- actually, but because you've been a little bit cognizant, I might give you a C+ and pass you, but I'm going to give you one more chance. Do you admit that God is not love, yes or no?
So I've got a question. So let's go back to the analogy of Muhammad is a human. What exactly are we picking out, or what exactly is being invoked when we say hijab is a human and JC is a human? Of course, there's going to be this common definition that is invoked when we say that these two subjects are the same thing. Just to say that they don't really exist, I don't hold to this Neoplatonic understanding of that there is a perfect can of Coke that really exists somewhere else. I'm just not saying that they have to be conceptual or mind dependent on the person. That's metalinguistic nominalism, which I don't hold to, although you could hold to, therefore meaning that language has no definite meaning. But I want to ask Hijab this. He says they don't exist at all. They don't have any ontological status. Well, that's what you just said on camera, and they'll pick that out. Okay. And again, he wants to answer me when he thinks it's going to better his argument, but when I actually want to ask an honest to God question within my time, he doesn't want to because it will not help him. Now, what is being picked out when we say that Hijab is a human and JC is a human?
Okay, that's my time now, yeah? So, has he got a couple of seconds left?
Whatever. Okay.
All right, cool. So here's the point. Here's the thing. I haven't declared my position whether I'm a conceptualist or a nominalist or whatever I am. I'm just basically saying to you that if you believe that, as you've mentioned, that universals do exist, the question would be then, in what context do they exist? In what context do they exist? Is it in a Neoplatonic, real kind of context? If not that context, in what context? In what context does humanity exist with actual ontological significance? So for example, Plato believed that there was a perfect man out there, that we, like human beings, would, connect to it. So for example, what differentiates a sword from a knife? According to Plato, there's like an archetype of what a sword is somewhere, an archetype of what a knife is somewhere, and then wherever corresponds with that is in line. Now, if you don't believe in universals like that, if you believe in universals are real, the question in number one is, in what context are they real? And number two, how is it not now a contradiction? If I say, for example, I'm a human, which corresponds to something which is real, and he's a human, that actually does cause a contradiction. So once again, it's been refuted, but he doesn't understand it. If I can say one more time you want, I can try and scaffold it for you. I can try and put it in a syllogism, but I don't think you'll understand. This is your last chance. Is God love? Yes or no on your view? Is God love?
Okay, so I'm only going to answer the question if it's not bounded on a framework I don't have to agree to. So you notice how instead of actually answering my question on his nominalism, he just wants to ask the person which I'm not using these concepts, he is. If he's superimposing these concepts onto me in case of performing a refutation, that therefore necessitates that he's going to have to provide a position on which this argument actually works. I can't suppose divine simplicity when critiquing Allah because I know divine simplicity does not work in the case of Allah. So then I have to ask you a clarifying question in the case of nominalism or universals in order to further our principle of identity in the application of our critique of the Trinity. So then what do you take then to be nominalism, or what is your position on nominalism? Because I would say metalinguistic nominalism, or any form of nominalism rather, is just going to lead to concepts like humanity being meaningless. Because again, I'm asking you this when I said to you that anti-reflex identity does not work in the case of this particular, the Trinity, and this universe of humanity, and you're contesting with the universals. So what is being picked out when we say the universal of humanity? If you want to say it's mind-dependent, it has no meaning whatsoever. It's non-cognitive. Humanity could mean pedophilia in the case of Muhammad hijab, which it probably does.
All right, so just because you said that, you've lost privilege to talk to me.
Okay.
Now you can go back and honestly, don't disrespect, because I know you can do it to your dad, you can disrespect your mum at home, you can disrespect your dad, you can disrespect your Uncle Barry. Don't come and talk about pedophilia and stuff like that. Don't disrespect. No, hold on. He started first. I haven't come to you with anything like that. I haven't disrespected you like that.
The first thing you said is I haven't. The first thing you said on camera is not. I am not worth your time.
Sure. But that's not calling you a pedophile, is it?
That's saying you're
worthless. So now that you are worthless in my eyes, and you're gonna see my back, know that I've asked him 5-6 times about the love thing. He couldn't answer it once. Go back to your daddy. Maybe he can teach you a couple manners. Go back to your mum. Maybe she'll give you a little spank. Yeah, and maybe he'll get excited about that. And that's it. Yeah, it doesn't matter. But anyway, we'll see it. You can't answer the question. Christians can't answer the question. The only argument they've got is pedophilia.
No, I
that's
gave
all
an
argument. All right, cool. You can't answer the question. Done now. Go back to your school. Go back to your school.
Go back to your
whatever.
Because you
all right,
can't
cool. See you later. Goodbye.
You cannot. Okay.
Yeah.
Have the agreed discussion.
Assalam.
This is Mikhail, my son.
Yeah.
This is an issue going on for 8 years.
Yes.
You're not going to believe it. So, Mikhail and Ismail has a very serious impairment, which is genetic, degenerative, untreatable.
Yes.
He's been kept out
What's
of
it
school.
called?
Huh?
What's it called?
It's called XLRS,
Okay.
where the macula just splits apart. With time, it gets worse and worse. For 8 years, he has not been supported for 1 penny or 1 minute. He's been kept out of school. And 3 different schools for the last 6 years. They are sending money in his name, where he's fraudulently listed at 3 different schools. Money sent there. They admitted it to us. He went to the High Court himself with me. The judge wouldn't let him speak. They dismissed the case 5 times on procedural grounds. BBC doesn't answer. House of Lords does not answer. Parliament does not answer. There's a local MP called Nusrat Ghani, who has refused to see us for.
So what do you need for him?
There's a child out of school.
Yeah, okay.
And listed fraudulently at 3 different schools for the last 6 years, and they're paying money in his name. Okay. So they say. Okay?
Yeah.
And nobody in the UK, the courts will not hear it, the BBC doesn't want to hear it. I just spent all my time for the last 7.5 years, and he's out of school. And they tell us this is our policy once we name a school. We're like, but this is fraud. So we've been to the police, we went to Action Fraud, nothing's happening. I've been writing to the Education Committee in the House of Commons. They don't do anything. Everybody passes the buck. So we're just sitting here. I mean, I'm in shock. I mean, I cannot believe it. He's written to, how many people have you been writing for 4 years? He himself writes it, and at the last school he was at, when he was, I'm a single dad, I was in surgery, general surgery, and they don't give him anything. He was carrying 16 kilograms of visual aid equipment as a 10-year-old, 8 different classes, cost me £10,000. He couldn't go to the bathroom. He would set up equipment.
So is what you want to do? Do you want to use like the media to?
Yeah, I need to solve.
All right, so let me give me your number and I'll send it to somebody in the media.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and then they'll get in contact with you.
Okay. Ishi, do you want to do that?
Yeah. What's your number, brother?
So it's 07717.
Just put it in so no one hears it. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
What's your name, brother?
Nasir. Okay. Sorry. Ishi, can you put it in? I don't have my glasses. Brother, professors.
Okay.
Yes.
Nasir, yeah?
Yeah, so brother, so for example, look here, I've been writing here to the MPs. I mean, it blows my mind that they can do fraud like that. And you know what they blamed his distress on? Before they kicked him out of school? No, he's excited about Eid and Ramadan. It's complete utter fraud.
I'm gonna forward that to somebody for you.
This is through all. This is just the other day to the House of Lords. House of this. Nobody does anything.
No, I'm gonna forward it to some.
Answer your questions if you have anything. And we are here. You can come back to here, and maybe if the brother, if he wants, he can take my number. I will give you my number. And then that's my number, my brother. Text me your name so I'll save your number, yeah? Text me your name. Sheikh Mohammed, yeah. Okay? Okay, what's your name?
Kim.
Kim. Nice to meet you, Kim.
Thank you.
All right? And we look forward to see you.
Thank you, brother.
Allah يبارك فيك. جزاك الله. Allah يبارك فيك. No, جزاك الله خير. That's good. We thought that he was ready, but it seems that he needs.
Yeah, he wants to learn. Yeah,
that's
but
good.
as I said, everything I give you. Do you remember my advices? Do you remember the advices I've given you before?
Okay.
Ideas I gave you before. In case if you want to accept Islam.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you're afraid of your parents or your siblings, your friends. Not much to tell them. You can.
No, he's not really. He's okay. In Finland, the bit
I'm just saying
Finland things are at ease there.
It's more about like I don't really know much about Islam, so I want to learn. And if I think it's logical and I want to accept it, then, but I don't know enough to say anything.
Okay.
That's what I want.
Good for you. All right. Okay then, my friend. All right. Nice to meet you, Kim. Look after yourself, and we are happy to meet you today.
You can
Have
also take his number if you want to. You can.
Yeah, he has my
Oh,
number.
are you friends? Yeah. Yes. Oh, okay. That's brilliant.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Take good care of yourself, my brother. All right. Take care. Bye. No, he wasn't really, because sometimes,
Huh?
it was
He
easy.
said he interested in this.
He was interested, but later on, when I discovered he's not really, no, not at all, not really.
Yeah, he doesn't know. I see.
When I asked him, do you believe in God? And he needs time.
No,
Yeah, I wanted to mention something. Sometimes we shouldn't be rushing and someone to take the shahada, because we need someone to understand what he says, what is Islam is about. Alhamdulillah, this our friend, he wanted to learn. The good thing, he took the Quran, he took a book to learn about Islam. Inshallah, hopefully, may Allah open his heart for the truth, and may Allah guide us all. Jazakallah khair, akhi
But in
Sabat.
the beginning, he said he's interested in Islam and he wants to accept it. I'm not sure, but then later he said, I need to know
He's not
more.
ready. Maybe the brother, because some brothers, they will say, okay, yeah, accept, do this and
Maybe the
become
brother
Muslim.
explained it wrong.
Yeah. Khair, inshallah. Alhamdulillah. May Allah guide us all. Akramakum Allah. Who's this? This is a new thing?
I would have right. I didn't talk about my I would do in my right, I would need to argue. By the way, I am black. Reason being, nobody's arguing.
Stay here. Yeah. I'm gonna stay here.
They've got stereotypes of my Western
Okay.
Everyone should have, the freedom to.
Yes.
Yeah, that's
We
absolutely fine.
agree here.
Now, you said that you wanted to talk to your friends about Islam, or what exactly?
Yes, because I'm also in law in Portugal, and our fascist party keeps, talking, in a way that's very Islamophobic, and
Yeah.
I keep pressing charges, and
Okay.
the public, so the prosecutor keeps saying, oh, it's freedom of speech. So
Yeah.
I know it's not, because that's, abusing power. The last time they did that, there was a Holocaust, so let's,
Yes,
avoid.
and actually it's true, because now if they continue to target Muslims and Islam and Muslims, eventually we're going to have another genocide against Muslims in Europe. They're going to have another.
because it's happening in other places, right?
Yeah, basically.
China.
Yeah, China,
Israel,
even the Holocaust that happens to the Jews, it starts like this. It starts people dehumanizing the Jews, looking down on them, talking against them, etc. And slowly, gradually, until they start, when it was killing them, it was easy, because in their mindset, they are not human. Just like what Israel nowadays, which is the state, the Zionist state, which they say about the people, that they call them animals, they call them things like that. They see them, they look down on them.
Exactly the way that Hitler did with also Portuguese. They call Portuguese rats because we were the rats of Europe.
Seriously?
Yes. And,
Okay.
Islamism was also persecuted in the Holocaust, right? Just not the main focus.
No, not the main focus. But now my question is to you. So you believe, you are agnostic. You believe in something, a higher power?
I believe that, you know, as long as we all have the core values of respecting each other, loving each other, and, you know, all of that, like, I really don't mind, you know, knowing so many different religions, you know. Like, some years ago when I went to Turkey for a European project, I didn't focus, but I was like, okay, let's pay attention a little bit to the stereotypes. And then I got there, and it wasn't anything like what I was expecting. So since then, I've just been like, hey, maybe what we have been taught is completely wrong. So I like to see and, you know, debunk for example, the thing with women.
Yeah.
Usually people say like, oh, Islamism does not respect women. You know, they force them to dress in a certain way.
Yeah.
But the thing is that it's only 2 countries out of all the 47, I think.
Yeah.
And in reverse, we have Western countries forbidding women from dressing the way they want, you know.
Okay.
And even like 2 weeks ago, an MEP, European MEP, which is Catholic, he was talking about the way that women dress. Like, if we don't dress modestly, we cannot complain about becoming pornography. So, you know, it's not a thing about religion, but they make it.
I totally understand. But you and me, we both agree that there is no absolute freedom in everything that we do. Am I right? Mm-hmm. There is no absolute freedom of speech, because your freedom ends by someone else's right, correct?
Exactly.
Also, the same thing, even there is no kind of an absolute freedom for what the people wears, whether they are women or men. There should be kind of limitation. Am I right?
Yes.
Meaning there should be an aspect of modesty. The problem is, who decides what is modest, what's not? Who decides morality?
Yes, we were just having conferences this week.
Who decides? Who decides morality? Is it me, you, the society? Who?
Yeah, society is us. So
do you think the society is capable to decide what's morality, the right of morality?
I think it keeps changing, right? Because, for example, in Portugal, 50 years ago, it was not moral for a woman to put red lipstick or to wear nail polish.
Yeah.
So, and things keep evolving. Like, it can go up, down, but it's evolution. So
Then who decide the morality? Who can give an objective morality?
I think it's going to be each culture and each subculture. For example, here in London, I feel like maybe people are more free than in the villages. At least that's the reality in Portugal. So you go to Lisbon, everybody can dress the way they want, but if you go to the rural area where I come from, you have to, you know, cover yourself a little bit more, not use that much makeup, you know, be a man as well.
Okay, you see here, that's a problem, because if you said there should be an objective morality, you said that the society decide. The society during Nazis, they decided the morality that to dehumanize the Jews and to kill them.
Exactly.
So then in that case, the society is not capable to decide the objective morality. It's not.
And the thing is that they cannot objectively, you know, look into something that's, you know, black or white, and they're just like, in this case, with stuff that's happening in Gaza, they're like, okay, maybe it's yellow, I don't know. So, you know, for example, the International Criminal Court, like up until some years ago, we were all okay with it, the Western countries, because it was, it's a bit ugly what I'm going to say, but it was designed to, you know, persecute the African leaders, not the ones from the global north.
Yeah.
So now that it's happening with Putin and Netanyahu as well, now they're just saying, oh, maybe the International Criminal Court is not always right. You know, that's biased.
Okay, yeah, of course.
Yes. It's like everything that's happening in Gaza, for example, you read the conventions of Geneva Conventions, the refugee conventions, all of that, you see the history, and you know that it's a genocide, it's a persecution. They are trying to eliminate a population.
Yeah.
But, you know, if it was in Africa or Asia, they would be much quicker doing that.
So until now, we didn't come to an agreement how we can attain and how we can get the objective morality from who?
I think that's philosophical. I think that no, we are not.
Why did you remove religion from the equation? Why did you just ignore that? Why don't we accept that the religion has a big factor for the morality, for the objective morality? Meaning the objective has to come from God. It doesn't come from a human being. Because we are incapable, neither individual or in congregation, we are incapable to decide an objective morality. Am I right?
Yes, we as people.
Yeah. So because of this, the objective morality has to come from the Creator, the one who created us. Do you agree?
Well, I'm agnostic.
Agnostic
so
means you believe in something.
I believe that everybody has the right to do
No.
the-
Agnostic means you believe in something, in higher power, but you don't know what it is. That's agnostic. If you are atheist, that's something else.
Yeah, I believe that the atheists believe in, like they're going to say like there is no God,
But
Like,
they-
I'm just free vibes.
So do you believe there is God?
I don't know. I'm going to be harsh in these words, but it's like I don't care as long as we all get along,
No, we should care. Why is that? I'm going to be harsh as well. And say
Yes,
it.
yes.
Yeah, because why? You need to understand what's the purpose of us being here. If you think about it, if there is God, why God has created us? For what purpose? Is it just only to eat and drink and reproduce? Animals, they do better job than us.
Yes,
that
they do.
But that means that we have a deeper meaning for our existence. And since we know that you're a lawyer, correct? Am I right? Or
Yeah, legal intern. Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
So in law, the one who is his decision has more impact. That means that his position is more serious. Am I right? Like for example, the president of a country, his decision will have more impact for the whole society. So that's why his existence is more serious than the other citizens. Am I right?
Yes. For my case, and in Portugal at least, I don't care about the vertical hierarchy.
We're not talking about. I'm talking about
So
us
I
as
treat
a.
the president as Marcelo. I don't say Mr. President. I say Marcelo. How are you?
Okay, without talking about Marcelo, I'm talking about generally. Yeah. Now, with the same concept, if you compare us as a human being and other animals, that our decision has more impact on everything around us. Where a decision of a lion or whatever doesn't have the impact that we do. We could cause destruction to a whole continent. That means our existence is more serious and more we have a deeper meaning for our existence than the other creatures.
Yes.
Am I right?
Mm-hmm.
Having knowing this, that means God has created us for a purpose different than the other creatures. What it is?
I don't know. Do you believe that God is failing or
No, we are failing. We are failing, not God. We are failing or we are winning. God is sufficient. Doesn't need us. Doesn't need our success or doesn't need our fail. Has nothing to do. We cannot harm God if we fail. We cannot increase God in anything if we succeed. It doesn't, because that's the meaning of being self-sufficient. God is sufficient. What?
Is he proud?
What do you mean
Or
proud?
ashamed from what?
No, us.
The
Us
people are
again.
doing?
It's going us. It's us. If there is shame, it's on us. If there is fail, it's on us. If there is success, it's for us. God has nothing to. God what will gain? God is not gaining anything from us except we are grateful to God, and that's how we should appreciating the existence of God. Meaning to appreciate God has created us. So since He has created us, we should appreciate God. As simple as that. Just like you appreciate your parents for the efforts for taking care of you, you appreciate someone who was good to you. We should appreciate our Creator for being good to us.
So wait, what's your? We had a conference this weekend about it. What's your Islamic philosopher, the one that you follow?
Islamic philosopher.
Yes.
I follow Muhammad, peace be upon him, our prophet and messenger.
Okay, we
We don't call him philosopher. We call him a prophet.
Sorry.
We don't call him a prophet.
I've just, Islamism is not really present in Portugal, neither in Brazil, the places where I come from. So it's like a.
But
a
in
hidden world.
Portugal, that you had a lot of Muslims lived at certain point.
Only in
of that.
Lisbon, I believe, right?
I think Lisbon, and I think maybe some other
Not in
areas.
the villages.
No, not even not up to the north, but as far as I know, is in many places, more to the south.
Yes.
You know what they call the mountains of Partat? What do you call it, Partat or something? I don't know. I forget the names of the mountains. What's the mountains in surrounding area of Portuguese?
Where in Porto? We
Yeah.
have Serra da Estrela. Monsanto.
The series of the mountains, what they are called.
Well, Cejas.
Maybe around, yeah, maybe below that. From what I know, I'm not, I didn't recall it now from my mind now. But my point is that Islam, that there is a big influence of the Islamic civilization in in Spain and in Portuguese, of course. Now the question is, if there is, what they have done, what they have achieved. Basically, we believe in one God as Muslims. God has created us for a purpose, and the purpose is to be grateful to God. That's all. How to be grateful to God? As we mentioned, to be good to to worship this one God, to be good to the people around us, to be good to our parents. That's how we show our gratefulness to God. To be good to the nature that God has created. And that's part of our faith. That's why we'll find the most amazing thing, the teachings of Muhammad, peace be upon him, our Prophet, peace be upon him. He was teaching us even not to pollute water. It's to that extent. And he said not to waste. He said do not waste water, even if you are on a running river. Even if you are on a running, you cannot waste water. All these teachings, these are the teachings of our Prophet, peace be upon him. Why he is saying this? Because this is how we are demonstrating our being grateful to the Creator. It's so beautiful and so amazing. What do you think of this?
I think that's beautiful, and I think that the only problem with Islamism is that it's so persecuted in the Western world. Because if you don't let people know what's going on, then that's what happens.
Why don't you study Islam?
Because there's that's the thing. There's no opportunities to it in where I come from. I have to go out of the village.
Online is an easy thing. You have internet.
Yes, I do.
So you could access
That's
all
what
information.
I'm trying to do. I try to. Yes. So I'm going to take all of this. I hope the airport doesn't do anything. Is the persecution a little bit serious here, or are you still free to?
As far as I know, you're still free.
Thank you.
Yeah. This is the last sermon. This is a good one.
And the prominence, because I need this so I can continue to sue the fascist parties. Okay. Thank you so much.
Okay, you're welcome. Are you here for a short period of time?
Yeah, I'm just going to walk around the city, and 6 a.m. I got my flight.
Oh, for how many days you are here?
I came on Friday to go to a conference in Oxford. I just came back.
What is that?
This is in Portuguese, but we had this conference.
Show me.
This is Israeli Jewish. He was talking so bad about Israel.
Okay.
I went here, so I got.
Where are you? Where?
I'm not. I went to see the conferences. These were the ones that were also being done at the same time.
So you are an activist?
Yes.
Okay.
But I don't like to talk a lot about what I don't know, because then people will tell something and I'll just, shut my mouth. And I like to have the answers for not everything, but almost everything.
Where do you work? In which? Do you work in a newspaper, or do you work?
No, I'm also a politician.
You're a politician?
Yes. Not elected, but...
Okay.
Yeah, but I still have my ways in doing legislative proposals.
Okay. And what's your name?
Carolina.
Carolina?
Mm-hmm.
What's your full name? Carolina what?
It's big. It's Carolina Pia Barros Diaz de Figueiredo.
Okay. Is it a known name there in Portuguese, or you just...
It's known. It's a common, but it's also like curiosities. Like Barros Diaz de Figueiredo is clay days of fig trees, and those are names that were originated by Jewish people who had to convert into Catholicism.
Yeah.
So I might have some Jewish background.
Okay. I understand.
If I do, I think it will be easier to get into some places that we shall not name.
But what you gonna do if you know this?
If I would love to go to, Palestine.
Okay.
And
what you
the
gonna
cameras are filming. I don't know if Netanyahu is seeing this.
Okay.
But yeah.
Are you afraid from Netanyahu? Don't be afraid.
No, I just want to get in. After I get in, I can do whatever I want until they killed 2 of my colleagues this last year.
Seriously?
The IDF. Yeah.
Wow.
One was bombed, and the other one was shot. So, yeah, I'm aware of what happens.
You know, I wish you, firstly, I ask God, firstly, to guide you to the truth. That's one thing. And actually, that's what we hope for you, because I wanted you to, you know, in Islam, especially women, for example, in Islam, women, they're playing big role in the Islamic civilization, and people, they don't know this. Yeah? Throughout the history, you'll find women, they have done, even in Andalusia, yeah, you will find women, actually, there are some women who funded universities, women who funded hospitals. You will find women, they were known in poetry, in different things, even in philosophy, even in science and other things. They have done a lot of achievement, actually, in Andalusia. And actually, there used to be during certain period of time, there used to be the kings or the leaders, they were just only a face in the background. There used to be women who are the one who are actually...
The way that they said it, right? Behind every
Yeah,
powerful man.
yes, basically. It's basically because of this. Even you'll find even the last king in Cordoba, which is named, they call it Abdullah Sayyid, the little Abdullah. That one, his mother was advising him to do certain things, but he didn't listen. And then when he was going with whatever his wives, whatever, etc. And then later on, when they seized the power from him, and they made him to move to Morocco, so he looked back to Cordoba and he was crying in some narration. And then his mother said to him, he said, weep like a woman for a kingship that you didn't hold it like a man. So she said this to him. So that tells you, actually, it's not just only the role of men. It's actually women as well. They play a big role, actually, but they have to be with wisdom and understand each one what's the role that they play, actually. And that's how it is. It's fulfilling each other, and that's what we need to understand and to try our best to, as you mentioned, we wanted to live in peace, but these are the rulings which God has told us. The way forward is following the commandments of God, and so if you follow the rules of Islam, you'll find you will be at peace internally before you see the peace externally.
Yes, I'm very interested in continuing to, delve a little bit into a little bit of what's unknown, which is this for the Western world.
Okay.
And yes, my next plans are to. I didn't know that this was all a protest for Palestine, right?
No, that's not a protest.
Oh, so why
This
are
is-
so many people?
The Speakers Corner, every Sunday we get together here.
Good.
We express our freedom of speech.
Okay, amazing.
We talk politics, we talk religion, and we are here to represent Islam, to talk about Islam.
So I have a lot of Eastern girlies, and they have been going to Pakistan, Uzbekistan.
Assalamu alaikum, Sheikh. Assalamu alaikum.
Are you right?
Alhamdulillah. Somebody, I put a flag there, and
Yeah.
this guy took it out. See you later.
Okay.
And yeah, this my next plan. My next plan of life is to start, delving into the Middle East, going there, actually seeing stuff with my eyes, bringing the truth to where I come from, and start to, mitigate the discrimination and the unknown.
Okay, that's interesting. But my advice to learn about Islam, start with this.
Yes, in Arabic
Start with
as
this.
well.
Before Arabic, at least start reading. There are many translation, I think, books actually in.
But I really want to learn Arabic. I really want to,
Good.
Yes.
Good. Then you'll find online. Everything is available nowadays online.
Yes.
So you could learn, inshallah. And then we ask Allah to guide you. And I wish that if you have any questions about Islam generally, not politics, about Islam. I know you're more talking about politics. Do you have any questions about Islam?
I have many, but for that I have to read a little bit to start writing them down and clarifying them. So
Okay.
that's what I'm going to do.
Okay, good.
Thank you so much for this lovely talk.
You're welcome.
Like, really beautiful.
All right.
Thank you.
Have a good day. All right. Thank you.
Sunday.
Thank you. Bye. Okay. Barakallah.
that guy Mansour is speaking to?
Which one?
This brother, the English guy.
What one?
He was asking why Islam is so portrayed wrongly in the media. So anything to relate to, like maybe this one. Islam belongs.
هذا سامك السلام عليكم كيف حالك جزاك الله خير عليكم السلام ما شاء الله
It was actually something I came across today. I'll say in English, my Arabic is...
Yeah, that's fine, that's fine.
It was about the...
How are you, right, brother? Are you Muslim?
Yes. Can I ask you a question?
He's standing here. Is your question quick?
Quick question.
Yes.
So a Christian said to me, a verse of Quran that the Jews and the Christians have the scripture with them.
No, before. This is before. They didn't have that. They didn't have. Unfortunately, it's been corrupt and changed. Now there are certain things that has a truth about the oneness of God, etc. That's what it means. It's not necessarily the but it's being corrupt, and Allah has clearly mentioned the Quran is being changed and distorted. Yeah. All right, my brother. Yes.
It's about that hadith of the Prophet when he says when the Romans are going to be defeated.
It's an ayah. It's an ayah, verse in the Quran.
A verse in the Quran. And the words being used as bad
بضع is a number between 3 and 9.
3 and 9, yeah, you might enter a few. Right? Maybe a question you maybe not be able to answer, but it's what's the wisdom behind using bid'ah sineen then rather than being more specific?
Allah knows best firstly.
الله أعلم طبعا.
Secondly, Allah Azza Arab then, because Allah said Buddha. It would be wrong if it was done after 9 years and before 3. That shows these things happen. And then Allah wanted to show that the numbers of years, that no one is impossible for a great empire like the Roman Empire.
necessity, what you really mean is independence.
Yes.
Right. Okay. So I think that in this sense, God would be independent. It would just be that.
Would Jesus be independent?
Jesus would be dependent on the Father.
That's exactly the point. So we're saying that, okay, so this is, we've
But
got to it.
We need to distinguish, because you need to distinguish between the dependence and the independence of God as the divine nature and the independence or the independence of individual divine persons. Right, so it's not problematic. So let's see, what's good to know? So it's, here's something that one might affirm, that God exists necessarily, and as a result of God's necessary existence, he necessarily knows that he exists. Okay, if he affirms, if a person affirms that, they would say that that God's knowledge, it's necessary. Now his knowledge would depend on his nature, but that's not a contradiction, and that wouldn't negate its necessity.
Okay, so you've just admitted something quite significant, and I think you need to pay attention to what you said yourself. You said Jesus is dependent, okay? He's dependent on the Father. Okay, so in that respect, would you concede that the Father has a kind of ability that the Son does not have?
No.
Okay, now this is a contradiction.
He has a property that the Son doesn't have.
Okay.
The Father has a property that the Son doesn't have.
So, and is that property allow the Father to do something that it doesn't allow the Son to do?
When you say allow, it's not like the Father has powers that the Son doesn't have.
Well, you just said the
it's just
Father
a different.
Okay. Well, this doesn't sound. I don't think you're convinced by this yourself. You're a clever man. Clearly, you're not convinced by this yourself. You are not.
Why? As I said, I'm not a Christian. I just don't think there's a contradiction.
But here's the thing.
No, I'm not.
No, yeah. So let's get back to this. If we're saying Jesus is God, and what it means to be God is to be independent, because if you're dependent, and this is, by the way, this is a classic aspect of the Quranic argument. It says, "Kana yakulani ta'am." Him and his mother, Jesus and his mum, used to eat food, meaning they were dependent. It's trying to get you to understand that if there's a dependent being, then that dependent being is disqualified from being God, because to be God is to be independent and self-subsistent. If you just admitted Jesus is dependent on the Father. If Jesus is dependent on the Father, it follows the Father is the true God and Jesus is not the true God. Jesus was created by the Father. He was generated by the Father. He is dependent on the Father. This is what the Muslim belief is.
Okay, so I don't think that's right. So was 7-year-old Muhammad Hijab?
In what sense?
Like, was the 7-year-old version of you Muhammad Hijab?
In what sense?
In the sense of being Muhammad Hijab.
It depends on how you define Muhammad Hijab. So if you define it by, is it mind or body? It's a mind or body issue. Is it a soul? So if for example,
I mean it in the sense where that you would mean if you ask, is Muhammad Hijab here? If you'd ask that when 7-year-old Muhammad Hijab was here, it would be correct to answer yes.
No, in one sense you cannot answer it like that. In another sense, it's not the case, because if I believe that the human being is a composite
of mind and body. The body that I've got now, which is completely different to the body I had at 7 years old. Almost every single cell in my body has been replaced. Okay, so which means that from a body perspective, I'm different. So am I the same? No. Muhammad hijab is then the same as how would he have been?
I'm not asking if they're identical to you today. I'm asking if it would be true to say that person is Muhammad hijab.
In one sense, it would be true. In another sense, it would not be true.
Right. So the sense in which it's true is the sense of just describing who they are. So in a similar way to how you would say of 7-year-old Muhammad hijab and 14-year-old Muhammad hijab and 21-year-old Muhammad hijab, that each of them are Muhammad hijab, but nonetheless you wouldn't say that 7-year-old Muhammad hijab is 14-year-old Muhammad hijab. In a similar way with the Trinity, you'd say that that the Father and the Son and the Spirit are not identical to each other, but they are each God.
Why is it similar?
Well, because in both cases there's some claim about the nature and the essence of the being, and the fact that there's a commonality in the essence doesn't mean that the individual members that instantiate the essence are the same as each other.
Do you accept that the human being is composed of mind and body? Do you agree with mind and body dualism?
I'm kind of undecided.
You can't even have this analogy unless you get to the bottom of this question.
Well, I think either we're a composite of mind and body, or we're just a soul, essentially.
So then,
but fine, we can talk.
If you don't have a strong idea of what a human being is, you can't ask this question. Is the human being mind and body or not?
Well, I largely think it's a semantic question. I think our essential property is just the possession of our souls.
It's not a semantic problem. You know very well. You've studied philosophy. So this is a question that's plagued the minds of philosophers for a long time. Either you believe in mind-body dualism, or you don't. So you haven't answered the question. Because with your analogy...
I do believe in mind-body dualism.
Okay, sure. So if you believe in mind-body dualism, then the question is, Muhammad hijab at 7 years old, is he the same as Muhammad hijab at 33 right now? The answer is no. The answer is no, it's not actually.
Yeah, that was my point.
Yeah, it's not the same.
But it's true that you, when you were 7, it would have been true to say Muhammad hijab exists. The 7-year-old.
What it meant to Muhammad hijab when I was 7 is different to what it means when I was 30.
I don't think I don't think it's true that what it meant is different.
Yeah, of course it is. If you believe in Muhammad dualism, a 6'7", 120 kilogram guy is different from a little 20 kilogram boy. Do you agree with that? Whose cells have completely changed.
It's true that the being that made it true, the truth maker for the Muhammad hijab existing, was different when you were 7 than you today. So here's an analogy. 10 years ago it would have been true to say the following sentence would have been true: there are people at the park. And today it would have been true to say there are people at the park. It's different people that are making it true that there are people at the park. So it's a different version of Muhammad hijab.
If I took this chair that I'm sitting on and I replaced each aspect of this chair with another material, I took this and put a plastic one, and I put here and I put a red one, not a green one, yeah? Would it be the same chair or would it be a different chair?
I have sort of weird views on this, but I think that there will be two distinct, worms, objects that stretch through time, one of which is composed of the old chair and the new chair, and one of which is not, and it's just a semantic question which one you're referring to. So I'm what's called a mereological universalist. So I think that every collection of distinct mereological symbols forms its own composite object. So there's an object composed of
even on that view, even on the view, I'm asking. If I took this chair, I replaced each aspect of this chair with another material. Is it the same chair or is it a different chair?
Well, I was giving my answer, but you didn't seem very satisfied with it. It would be when you ask, is it the same chair or is it a different chair? There's one object composed of the chair at both times. So there's one object in which it's the same. There's one object on which it's different. Well, actually, there are a lot of objects on which it's the same and different. So, let's see.
At the point where everything has been replaced. So, for example, if I take these glasses and I replace this with a white one, yeah? This one with a white one. This here with a white one, and I change the lenses. And I change this thing as well. If you took your glasses, you would take them to Specsavers, yeah? And you tell them fix it. They say, no problem, we're going to fix it, yeah? And then they changed each aspect of the glasses. Your glasses now, they changed this one like that into white. Everything, even the bolts, everything is changed. They just keep changing things. Would you go back and say,
these are not my glasses, or would you say these are my glasses? Let me take them. Simple question.
Well, I think that, like, okay, here's an analogy.
I've got the joke version of this. I've had this for like 20 years. He goes, I've replaced the head 5 times and the hand as well. Because there's only 2 parts.
Yeah. So consider any atom. Is that atom part of the chair? Well, there's one way of defining the chair on which the atom's part of it. There's one way of defining the chair on which the atom's not part of it. My account of this is that there are distinct composite objects, distinct and overlapping composite objects, composed of different assemblies of matter. So there's a composite object that is the chair with the atom, and another one that's composed of the chair without the atom. And it's a semantic question about which of those you're talking about. It's a semantic. You're jumping on the word semantic, but you're not getting my point. My point is, if there are 2 objects, one of which contains the extra atom and the other one doesn't.
Sorry. Oh, God.
Hey, you guys, hold on. Punch somebody in the face, man, you do that. Yo! Hey, you guys, if you're walking away, that means something wrong. Punch somebody in the
Every single That's the thing with Christianity. You either go to fancy or no. Ask it the source of
Isn't it enough that Jesus was a massive prophet? All of the prophets before him. You get yourself in a confusion. You don't know what you're talking about. Muslims believe in Jesus.
By it, to try and make sense of it, or they can affirm their religion and create fallacies.
Yeah, what it feels like to be a Christian is like bending your legs in some way, or your arms, just to fit in. It just doesn't work.
No, if only it was like that.
Who was behind all this big lie, which is Paul, and his people, they turned the whole thing into
Absolutely, and that's another point.
Never really kind of discussed that.
They should discuss it. The historical point of how Trinity transforms. Yeah, absolutely. Like for example, the Holy Spirit, right? He's made a good point. He said that the development of the Trinity, the historical development of the Trinity. Yeah, with the historical development.
Partialism as a specific heresy was not formally condemned by name at any ecumenical council.
Until.
That's the end of the sentence. So the next after that it says, however, its core idea was implicitly condemned by the early church councils that defined Orthodox Trinitarian doctrine. No, wait. Well, hold on. So there's dispute about whether it counts as a heresy because what is heretical is to think that the Father, Son, and the Spirit are not themselves God, but it's not heretical to. But if you have a version of partialism on which you think they all count as God. Then
that's what you believe. You just said that.
As I said, I don't affirm the truth.
You said that you believe Jesus is God, and you also said that you believe Jesus is part of God.
I think I was saying that sort of wearing the Christian hat. But to be clear, I don't think Jesus is God. I'm not a Christian.
You don't believe it no more, yeah?
Well, I didn't believe it before.
How about you
I can find you Matthew.
Matthew, sorry, got to take it in. How about you think about Islam now?
Yeah,
because let's be honest, let's be honest.
Like you'd fit in so well.
I think that your mind, your critical mind, and your ability to understand.
I think Islam is way more obviously false than Christianity.
Tell me why. You said Islam is false. Give me a reason why Islam is false. Go on.
Sure. So I think
your strongest argument.
Okay. So I think the extended. I think there are a lot of arguments. The extended. And then boiling it off repeatedly.
Sure.
This does not.
That's not a divine that's not a creedal disproven argument. It's not an undercutter to the religion of Islam. So if you believe that hellfire is something which God wouldn't do, you don't even know what God is. You think that God is dependent. You think God is Jesus. You think God is a part of God and God at the same time.
Okay.
Come on.
What I was saying earlier was I think that I disagree with you that there's some explicit contradiction in the Trinity. Now, I don't affirm the Trinity. I'm not a Christian.
What's the explicit contradiction of a God putting people in hellfire and
I don't think it's an explicit contradiction. I also don't think here's another belief that's not.
So it's not a contradiction.
Yeah.
So it's not false then.
No, that's absolutely wrong. There are lots of beliefs that are false, but that aren't a contradiction. Error theory, for instance, which affirms that there are no moral facts. I think error theory is absolutely wrong.
So how would you disprove it if not with the proof of contradiction? Give me another proof. Why is it wrong? In what respect?
So I'm what's called a phenomenal conservative, where I think the way we figure out what's true is we look at the way that things seem, and then we have default trust in the way that things seem, unless there's a strong reason to doubt it.
Yeah, like Swinburne. That's what he believes as well.
Yeah. I'm a big Swinburne fan.
Yeah.
But
he called it something else actually. He called it the credulity, something else, principle of credulity.
Principle of credulity.
Yeah, principle of credulity, isn't it? Yeah, principle of credulity. Yeah, that's right.
Hypothesis that
Yeah.
Jesus is God. To say.
You look a bit like him, but maybe a younger version.
Yeah. But so. Things are as they seem prior to being given a strong reason to doubt it, we would basically be in, complete nihilism, skepticism land, where if you get down to any of our foundational beliefs, I think they'll just depend on things that are really obvious. And I find the notion that, that it's wrong to torment people forever in, arbitrarily horrible ways, that's immoral, that you shouldn't do that.
Sure, but
it's in your power to redeem them. I find that to be about as obvious as any ethical truth, I believe.
Yeah, but you're saying that. Here's the thing. For example, right, Swinburne in his book about God, I forget the name of the book, but he made an argument from base theory. I don't know if you've come across it.
Yeah.
And he was basically making a probabilistic argument that God is probably the best explanation for the existence of the universe, etc. The point is that you haven't even attempted to do that. So you've just said something. You said that I believe in things are true unless I'm given. This is the principle of credulity that Swinburne believes in. You believe that things are true unless you are given explicit reason for them not to be true. Okay.
That is, wait, hold on. That is not the principle that I was espousing. The principle is if something seems true, you have a reason to think it's true, absent a reason to doubt.
That's an important distinction. Fine. So if something seems true, unless you're given a reason not to believe it. Now here's the point. On what basis you look at, for example, eternal punishment in hellfire? And on what basis can you falsify that? Because if that's your strongest argument against Islam.
Why I don't know if it's my strongest there. I think.
Okay, well, it seems like you mentioned it, so it must be very strong in your eyes. You must see that as a very strong argument.
I do, yeah.
Okay, so but you can't explain to me what the tension is, why that makes it false.
Okay, so here's a very obvious ethical principle that we all accept in ordinary life. If you're going to cause others suffering, you need to have some justification for it. If I were to stab you in the eye, and you ask me why did I do that, and I say I have no justification, I'm just doing it, right? Then it would be pretty clear that, I was acting wrongly. And so then the question is, okay, so are there goods commensurate with torturing people forever that make it justified to torture people forever in pursuit of those goods? So then the question is, okay, is there a plausible story on which there are such goods? And so what are the goods?
Yeah, so you've just made my argument for me in the sense that you said that you're basically saying that if you punish somebody for no crime, then that's a kind of injustice. That's basically what you're saying, right? And I'm saying I don't disagree with that proposition. But for example, when the Quran talks about the boiling of the skin, actually it was talking about the hypocrites, the religious hypocrites, the ones who posed as Muslims and then they pretended and they rejected they were infidels in that sense. They rejected the message of truth. And that's why it says, إِنَّ الْمُنَافِقِينَ فِي الدَّرْكِ الْأَسْفَلِ مِنَ النَّارِ, that certainly the hypocrites, the religious hypocrites, are in the lower pits of the hellfire. كُلَّمَا نَضِجَتْ جُلُودُهُمْ بَدَّلْنَاهُمْ جُلُودًا غَيْرَهَا لِيَذُوقُوا الْعَذَابِ, that every time their skins fall off, we have replaced them with skins that are actually different to their skins so that they can taste the punishment. But in the same exact chapter that Allah says that, which is chapter 4, Allah also mentions مَا يَفْعَلُ اللَّهُ بِعَذَابِكُمْ إِن شَكَرْتُمْ وَآمَنْتُمْ, that what would Allah do with your punishment if you are grateful and you are believers. So in other words, it's making it clear that there is a justification for the punishment, which is the ingratitude, the ultimate ingratitude of the human condition, or the human being, the disbeliever, and the ultimate disbelief of these are the two things which this verse indicates are the justifications for someone in hellfire forever. Now you might think that that's unfair in your mind, but then that's a subjective value judgment. That's an aesthetic value judgment. There's no way of proving that it's unfair.
It's not an aesthetic judgment. It's
so
a moral judgment.
Yeah, based on what?
Well, based on the same things all moral judgments are based on, which is ultimately some combination of seemings, some combination of direct seemings and efforts to make other beliefs that are based on seemings coherent.
Okay, it seems like your philosophy of logic and maths is much stronger than your ethics, because here you're not giving a good account of your ethical system.
I know way more about ethics than about philosophy of logic.
Okay, well, tell me now why. On what basis? First of all, you have to explain what is your ethical system?
Understand, the question you're asking me is the question you could ask about any ethical claim that a person makes.
How can you ascertain that a claim is ethically or morally false? What's your standard?
So what you do is you look at the things that are really ethically obvious, the things that seem really obviously the case in ethics, and then you look at whether sort of the balance of those things favor or disfavor the claim. So if a claim, so suppose I say it's great to torture people, okay? You can all be really confident that that claim is false because it's really obvious that that claim is false.
No,
and in fact, it being obvious that that claim is false is more obvious than any argument you're going to give.
No, but here's the thing.
I'm not saying it's subjective. I'm saying we know. No, it's not subjective.
Is it subjective?
No, but here's the thing.
It's objectively wrong to torture babies.
The issue is that you're not proposing a mechanism. So, for example, in Western ethical systems, there are three main schools of thought. One of them is the Kantian deontological school, which I'm sure you know, which is, for example, underpinned by something like the categorical imperative and/or the hypothetical imperative. Then you've got consequentialism, okay, under which falls utilitarianism, and under which is actually liberalism or social liberalism, because social liberalism is the birth child actually of utilitarianism. Of course, John Stuart Mill was both. He was the father of social liberalism and utilitarianism. Then you've got virtue ethics of the ancient Greeks. These are the three, and of course, Alistair McIntyre has written a book, an interesting one, about after ethics, and I actually believe
After
of all
virtue.
After virtue. I actually believe that, my opinion is, the best things the Westerners have actually brought in terms of ethical systems is actually virtue ethics, rather than the other two, which is ironic because they've regressed, in my view, as is the view of Alistair McIntyre as well. But the point I'm making to you is this, is that these three systems are giving you a reason why things are right and wrong. So, for example, Aristotle in the Nicomachean, that's bad. If you're hasty, that's bad. Being brave is right in the middle. He's giving you something to think about. Consequentialists will do the same thing. They'll say that we look at something being bad and right based on the consequences it has on society. Deontological ethics, or Kant, will say if everyone does something in society, we can see if that thing is right or wrong.
Right. So you can,
So, but here
yeah,
you're
so
not proposing a mechanism.
Right.
So
So you can of course get so suppose someone's torturing babies and you want to argue they're doing something wrong. It would not be the right way to go to say, okay, first virtue ethics is right. Oh, and then virtue ethics implies that you shouldn't torture babies. And the reason why that wouldn't be the way to go is that it's way more obvious that it's wrong to torture babies than any particular view of normative ethics. A view of normative ethics will be way more controversial than the idea that it's wrong to torture babies for fun. Now, in a similar way, like, when Peter Singer's arguing that for ethical vegetarianism, he doesn't say, okay, premise one, utilitarianism's right, and then if utilitarianism's right, then we have an obligation
he does
not
kind
to
of
eat
eat
animals.
Well,
No, he doesn't do that.
He
What he
might not do it in that. He's definitely utilitarian.
Right. I agree. Peter Singer is a utilitarian.
And we know that he's utilitarian.
No, you're not getting my point.
Yeah.
I agree. Peter Singer is a utilitarian.
Sure.
In fact, that was, that fact is essential to my point. But when Peter Singer's arguing for, say, our obligations to give nearly all of our wealth to charity or the wrongness of meat eating, he does not argue for it by saying premise one, utilitarianism is correct. If
Why does he have to do it in that systematic fashion?
Well, he doesn't even do it in a less systematic fashion.
No, but
what he does is he appeals to obvious ethical judgments
Peter Singer,
that are even going to be shared by deontologists and virtue ethicists,
Yeah.
and then he argues that those obvious ethical judgments imply.
What was his view on disabled babies again? Kill them or something, right?
Yeah. Well, I'm not.
I don't know. I don't want to misrepresent him, but the point is that you can assume that he's making these value judgments based on the fact that he has an ethical system which has justified this. Now, what you're essentially doing is you're negating the principle of sufficient reason, because we're saying that the question at hand here is, do moral truths need a sufficient reason to be either true or false? If you're saying that, so for example, if you say killing a baby, why is it wrong? It's wrong because, and then there's a reason that someone can give. You're saying that you don't need to actually offer a justification.
No, I'm not saying you don't need to offer a justification. I would, like, it depends on exactly what you mean by a justification. But I think you have to give a sufficient reason for it. But often, just the obviousness of a principle itself can be a sufficient reason for it on pain of regret.
No, but that's not a reason.
Hold on. So, this does not deny the principle of sufficient reason, because I'm not making a claim about ontology. I'm not saying that there are ethical truths that simply float freely.
Then you're not making it.
Sorry, can I finish the point?
I apologize.
So, what I'm saying is that the way we figure out proximate ethical judgments is not by first figuring out a grand theory of morality and then deriving all the ethical judgments from the grand theory. Instead, what it makes sense to do is you look at obvious mid-level principles. So there are going to be obvious. So for example, if you're arguing for utilitarianism, you might say, oh, here's a really obvious ethical judgment. The better than relation is transitive. So if A is better than B and B is better than C, then A is better than C. And then you point out that there are sort of these tricky cases where non-utilitarian views will either have to violate transitivity or some other plausible ethical principle, right? So you don't start with the broad ethical framework and then use that to derive all the proximate first-order judgments. If anything, it often goes the other way, where you start with first-order judgments and then you look at the most plausible ethical view for systematizing the correct first-order judgments.
So are you saying that when you start with, in your estimation, when you're starting with these judgments, are you doing so on an epistemological level? Is it an epistemological value?
Yeah.
Sure. So then you have the is-ought fallacy then?
No.
Yes, you do, because you're basically saying that if you conceive of something as wrong, then it must be wrong. It ought to be wrong. There must be a mechanism by which. How do you get from epistemology to ontology?
Here's an analogous argument. Okay, how do I determine that there's grass there? Well, I look and I see there's grass. I don't first figure out a broad theory of how perception works and then say, oh, this broad theory of perception implies that there's a vertical relationship between me seeing the grass and the grass. If anything, you build a grand theory out of there. Now, it's not the is-ought fallacy any more than it would be the grass perception grass fallacy to say, well, I perceive that there's grass, and so from this I infer there's grass. That's not saying that the perception that there's grass and the fact that there's grass are the same thing.
How do you know that your perception is correct? What you consider to be painfully obvious, yeah? How do you know it's painfully obvious? How do you know? How do you prove it?
Well, you get exactly analogous problems in any area where you perceive anything. I see X. Oh, how do I know X is really there? There might be other people who didn't perceive X.
You're saying something is painfully obvious. How do you prove that it's painfully obvious?
Well, so normally, I think that if something seems painfully obvious to you, you have reason to trust that it is, in fact, painfully obvious, unless there's some reason to doubt it. Now, this reason to doubt it might be, for instance, in the form of there being, strong arguments against it from other things that are obvious to most people. It might be in the form of lots of other people not sharing the intuition. It might be in the form of some debunking account, some plausible evolutionary story of why you might have come to form the judgment, even if the judgment were not, in fact, true.
No, but you see, once again,
but sorry, is there anything? So suppose the Quran had said, it's great to torture babies. You should just go around torturing babies for fun all the time. Would that be a good reason to reject the truth of the Quran?
If the Quran had said that, it's not. I would say that it would have to give a principle for why. If it does so as a, if it does so just like that, without any reason, then there would be, because it goes back to whether you can actually prove something is true or false before the revelation goes down. So there are two opinions in Islam about that. One opinion is the opinion of Ibn Taymiyyah, Ibn al-Qayyim, and the Mu'tazilis, which is called Taqbih and Tahsin. Can you determine something to be true morally before the religion or before the commandment has come down? So that school of thought says you can actually determine. You can do it. And so they will say that some things would maybe pass the threshold, so you can actually make an argument like that, that if the Quran had such clear, flagrant, moral trespasses of, human rights or whatever, in that level, according to some of those guys, they would say, yes, it can reach a level where you can disprove. But the other school of thought, which is the Ash'ari, and to a lesser extent Maturidi, but nevertheless both of them.
Right, okay, so which one do you adopt?
I see the merit in both arguments. I'm more with the Ibn Taymiyyah school of thought on this one. But
sorry, I forget which one the Ibn Taymiyyahs were.
Yeah, so the Ash'aris and others, they believe in divine command theory. So if you know Erythrova's dilemma, they would consider there is something to be wrong or right due to the fact that God has made it wrong or right. So whatever God has said in the Quran is wrong or right. Now there's a verse in the Quran that says that Inna Allah la ya'muru bil fahsha, that certainly Allah does not command to something which is evil, which could indicate that the evil has actually been understood before the Quran has been revealed. However, the point about the things, the commandments in the Quran, for example, that would have to be in place in order for someone to come to a conclusion that this book is not from God, it would have to be like an accumulative case. You'd have to make a cumulative case for something like that. But I can see an argument for that. I'm not saying there isn't an argument for that. There is an argument for that. But personally, I don't think the issue is with.
Right,
with
so I think you and I, we agree about the principle
the
that
issue is
there are
this.
some things that the Quran could say that are sufficiently ethically implausible that it would make sense to think the Quran, to treat as at least a strong argument against the veracity of the Quran. We're just disagreeing about whether this is
there's
sufficiently
only one
implausible.
issue.
But you haven't given a justification
But
for
here's
it.
the thing, Ibn Taymiyyah says the following though. Considering the fact that he does believe it's possible to ascertain morality before the divine command, right? That's his view. He also mentions the following in his magnum opus, Ta'aruf bin al-Aqli wal-Naql. He says the following, he says that the truth is you can't always trust your intuitions. So it can never reach a level where you can make an argument, a religious argument against a book like the Quran. Let me tell you why. He says that how do you know that the epistemological point that you have, which for example is, in your case, you believe that someone burning in the hellfire is immoral. How do you know that that is he calls it fitrah, an innate predispositional feature of what you would otherwise call painfully obvious had it not been for socialization. So in other words, his argument is socialization or secondary socialization causes people to think that some things which they would otherwise have believed are acceptable are not acceptable due to social constructs and secondary socialization. The issue therefore is, when we talk about something which is right or wrong, for people living in the Western Hemisphere, we're not decontextualized from the post-Enlightenment ideas. So a lot of the time, what we consider to be immoral or unethical, and I've heard Richard Swinburne as well, things that he considers to be unethical and immoral, things like that are so because of liberalism, are so because of feminism, are so because of whatever ideology has been loudest and most influential, and it's very difficult to actually separate the two things together and say, well, actually, I'm not influenced by liberalism or social liberalism at all. I'm not influenced by any Western ethical system. It's painfully obvious to me because I intuit that, and this could have been the case cross-culturally and historically. So the epistemological case cannot transcend into an ontological one, is the point. So Ibn Taymiyyah, despite believing it's technically possible, he believes it's operationally impossible to make the kind of argument that he made.
Yeah. So okay. So sorry. So do you agree? Is there any moral judgments that the Quran could have made that would make it reasonable to at least consider that a strong mark against the Quran's veracity in your view?
The proposition makes sense abstractly, but when it's implemented on a practical level on a human side, it's actually no, because that's what I'm saying is human being is a social creature.
So if the Quran said, when you see kittens in the street, you should just start, burning them alive.
There's a limit though. With the Quran, there are some things that are questionable. About
No, but what I'm saying to you is...
Wait, sorry. If it said that, would that be a mark against the veracity of the Quran?
No.
Okay, right. So
I think at that point, no. At that point, because the thing is, I would question myself, and I would say to myself, is it that I have a certain view of animals due to ethical systems which have preponderated and become influential?
Okay, wait. Replace animals with babies.
Yeah.
If it said just when you see a baby on the street, you should set it on fire. Would that be a strong argument against the Quran?
Well, that's what the feminists say, isn't it? But the only difference is they say do it in the womb.
Abortion, yeah.
Okay, but...
And many people consider that to be painfully obvious, acceptable morality.
Okay.
Well, like, for example, I just came from Holland, of all due respect. I came from Holland, and they have a law that says up to 6 months a woman can actually abort a child. Now, have you seen what a 6-month child looks like? Bro, look, if you cut up a 6-month child. Now, it's painfully obvious for a feminist to believe in that. Forget about me talking about what the Quran says. Let's talk about the actual things. Feminists, it's painfully obvious for them that a woman has a right to abort a child. It's painfully obvious for a Catholic that that's not the case. So the thing is that there has to be a final arbiter.
So just to be clear, if the Quran said that whenever you see a baby, you should torture it to death, You think that would not be a decisive mark against
What I'm
the Quran?
saying, no. What I'm
Wait,
saying
sorry, just yes or no? Would that be a decisive mark against the Quran?
for me,
Against the veracity of the
it can build into a cumulative case.
Would it be a substantial consideration?
It depends on how you define substantial.
Okay.
But here's what I would say. The issue is that Ibn Taymiyyah says, Ibn Taymiyyah makes the point that because human beings are primarily socialized beings, yeah? Because human beings are socialized, the influence of society on them, on how they see things as right or wrong, you cannot, it pervades the human psyche in a way that they can't even recognize themselves. What is painfully obvious to you now, morally, would not have been painfully obvious to you 100 years ago. That's the truth.
Right, so I agree.
Say again?
If John Stuart Bell, what he believes is what most of the West, or a lot of the West believes. And they just believe like, oh,
We can't assume that 50 years, forget about 100, 50 years ago, things that people like you believe were painfully obvious are different to 50 years later.
Right,
That's a fact.
I agree. Our beliefs
That's a
change,
fact.
and this is a reason. And this is a reason to be somewhat, tempered and moderate in our ethical judgments. And it's particularly a reason to trust beliefs more if we think that there's some to look at other things as markers of the reliability of our beliefs. So, for example, one consideration that people make in favor of of vegetarianism is they say, look, historically we've expanded our moral circle. First, people only cared about other members of their own tribe. Later, people cared about members of larger nation states. Eventually, we reached the fairly lukewarm cosmopolitanism of the modern age, where we, sort of ostensibly sometimes care about every human. And so the idea is that if we sort of extrapolate this trend, where we observe there's a common trend of people not caring enough about the interests of others, then we see, it's plausible that there'd be similar things where we wouldn't take animals' interests seriously enough. And so I think you can make arguments like that, where you look at inductive generalizations from moral trends.
Yeah. Well, as I said, it's to get from epistemology to ontology, to make a real claim about the world, that something is bad or something is wrong, not something that you intuit to be, that you think is, that in your understanding is painfully obvious, which could very well not be. Had you been in a different place in a different time, I think it's a completely different thing. And you can't use that as an argument against religion, because we can't.
I don't think that's right. I do have some other objections that we could talk about.
Yeah,
I think I probably have to get going in the not too distant future, but so one of them is, it looks like the depictions that the Quran gives of various figures in the Old Testament are the byproducts of its times in ways that we would not expect from the revelation from God. So take, for instance, the Quranic verses about Solomon. They depict Solomon performing miracles and doing magic. Now this
not magic. In fact, the opposite is mentioned in the Quran.
Yeah, they believed it to be magic, but it wasn't actually.
You know what I mean? So the Quran says in chapter number 2, verse 100, yeah? It says, وَاتَّبَعُوا مَا تَتْلُو الشَّيَاطِينُ عَلَى مُلْكِ سُلَيْمَانَ وَمَا كَفَرَ سُلَيْمَانُ وَلَكِنَّ الشَّيَاطِينَ كَفَرُوا. That it wasn't, that basically there were two angels, I'm going to summarize. There were two angels, Harut and Marut, that came to Solomon, and Allah says that he didn't engage in this. He did not engage in the magic himself. وَمَا كَفَرَ سُلَيْمَانُ وَلَكِنَّ الشَّيَاطِينَ كَفَرُوا. Yeah, the devils are the ones who disbelieved. يُعَلِّمُونَ النَّاسَ السِّحْرَ وَمَا أُنزِلَ عَلَى الْمَلَكَيْنِ بِبَابِلَ هَارُوتَ وَمَارُوتَ. They are the ones who teach magic.
Sorry, so it was angels who sort of like served alongside Solomon. They were the ones who did the magic.
No, nothing about served alongside. They just went that these two angels, Harut and Marut, according to the Quran, they went to the people. يُعَلِّمُونَ النَّاسَ السِّحْرَ. They are the ones who taught the people magic. Things that would separate between مَا يُفَرِّقُونَ بِهِ بَيْنَ الْمَرْءِ وَزَوْجِهِ. Something which would separate between a man and his wife. وَلَيْسَ بِضَارِّنَ أَحَدٍ بِأَحَدٍ إِلَّا بِإِذْنِ اللَّهِ. And they were not going to do that with except for the permission of Allah. Yeah. What do you call it? And it says that what do you call it? وَلَقَدْ عَلِمُوا لَمَنْ اشْتَرَاهُ مَا لَهُ فِي الْآخِرَةِ مِنْ خَلَقٍ. That whoever buys this kind of magic does not have anything in the hereafter. any share in the hereafter. So the point is clearly the Quran is against magic. It's against Solomon, the idea that Sulaiman alayhi salam engaged in it. It's actually exonerating him from the charge. And it describes this sihr, or this magic, as actually a kind of disbelief. And it says that Umar kafara Sulaiman, it says that it wasn't Solomon that he disbelieved, it was the devils that did.
Okay, wait, so the Quran claims that Solomon did not perform magic.
That's right.
Was there magic that was like circulating around the time?
Yeah, it was, but it wasn't him, he wasn't engaged in it himself.
Right, so why do we find no record of this in, like, Kings and Chronicles?
That's an argument from silence.
Well, I don't think it's an argument from silence, because
yeah, of course it is.
What we've observed historically is that, tales tend to grow wilder over time. So it would be very surprising if there was magic that was happening at the time. The people at the time who were writing about it didn't see fit to mention the magic of the time, but that the stories, which were suspiciously similar to the stories that were circulating around 7th century Arabia, that they grow more accurate over time.
All right, so let me respond to you. Obviously, Solomon and David are two extra biblical, if you want to put it in the modern parlance, prophets that are mentioned both in the Old Testament and the Quran, right? And in fact, Dawood or David, I would say about 20 years ago, there was a historian called Israel Finkelstein, not Norman Finkelstein, there's another one called Israel Finkelstein. And this particular historian had taken the view that David did not even exist, yeah? He said that there's no extra biblical evidence that David even existed. Then they came across something called the Tel Dan Stele. The Tel Dan Stele is basically a big piece of rock, which is mentioned in it, the House of David. So Israel Finkelstein, who was an atheist or secular historian, changed his mind upon seeing new information about David that wasn't there in the first place. Now, it's respected among historians of that period of time that David and Solomon, in fact, both existed. So this is in 20 years. That's why arguments from silence are very weak. Because in 20 years, historians can find some kind of a record, some kind of a rock. That's number one.
It's very similar to moral arguments.
Yeah. So number two is this. If actually I think what he considers to be an objection of Islam is exactly an argument for the veracity of Islam. Because some of the things that I mentioned in the Quran, which are historical aspects, could not have been known by the Prophet Muhammad. Or the probability of them being known by the Prophet Muhammad would have been exponentially low.
So what are
some of those
regarding
examples.
Solomon? What are the examples involving like David and
No,
Solomon?
David and Solomon, we don't have even that much historical information, so they're not good case studies. But I think when we get to Moses onwards, we got good case studies. So Moses, if we consider the fact that he's Ramses II, okay? Pharaoh is Ramses II, yeah? According to the majority of those who analyze it, and they've got good reason to believe that, by the way. So, for example, his Ramses II came after a guy called Merempata. Merempata, like I said, with the Tel Dan stele, had his own stele. And in that stele, he'd mentioned Bani Israel once again. But now he said that we had kicked them out. It's mentioned in the 17th line of his stele.
He was the son of Ramses II.
Yeah, sorry, he came after him, yeah? So that's right. So if he came after and he said we kicked them out, it means that his father's the one who saw it, what happened. So it's clearly a history that he's narrating upon his father's reign. So
also at the beginning of the book of Exodus, it says that the Israelites built the store cities of Pithom and Ramses. And Ramses presumably was...
Yeah, exactly. So that's a lot of the reason why I say that, because it's Ramses II. Now, there's claims the Quran makes about Ramses II, which are not even found in the Bible. Yeah. There are claims the Quran makes about...
that's
something else.
What are some of the claims?
So some of the claims are the following, right? So it says that he believed in that he was a god. He says, Anna rabbukumul a'la, okay? The Bible, there's nowhere in the Bible where it says that Ramses II claimed divinity. Nowhere. The Quran says that he says, Anna rabbukumul a'la, that I am your Lord Most High, yeah? It's mentioned in Quran chapter number 7 that he said, not only did he say that I'm your Lord Most High, but Ramses II also mentioned, that the Pharaoh also said that there were other peoples, there were other gods that were being worshipped. أَتَذْرُ مُوسَى وَقَوْمَهُ لِيُفْسِدُوا فِي الْأَرْضِ وَيَذَرَكَ وَآلِهَتَكَ. It's what's mentioned in the Quran. It says that you leave Moses and his people to create corruption in the land. وَيَذَرَكَ وَآلِهَتَكَ. And they leave you and your gods. So clearly, two claims. One, that Pharaoh said that he was God. There's good evidence from a historical perspective, it's actually uncontroversial now that Pharaoh, these guys claim divinity. Number one.
Did we find this out after we got the Rosetta Stone?
Yes.
And then,
So a good point. So this information, don't forget, hieroglyphics were a dead language. There is no access. The Prophet Muhammad had no access to the hieroglyphics because we only found out about what these things meant when the Rosetta Stone came, which is, I don't know when that was. Maybe.
100 or so.
What was that? When was that discovered? Exactly the year, yeah. But it was I went to the Egyptian Museum in Cairo. They've got like a duplicate of it and stuff.
The original is in the British Museum here.
Yeah, I know. They've stolen it. But the point I'm making is this: is that you can go to the British Museum and look. What was it 1800, 1700, 17 something?
Napoleon found it, and it was given to the British took it in the early 1800s.
Yeah, there you go.
And that it wasn't translated for another 20-something years.
I thought.
The 1820s is when they went.
Yeah, so for those,
I
absolutely.
thought that
beautiful. So that's sorry.
I thought they'd known for a while that the pharaohs claimed to be gods. Maybe they didn't know it. Well, even if it wasn't mentioned in the Bible.
No, but that's the way they get it from. So here's the thing. Think about what the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, right? The claim that people make about him is that he copied from the Bible. That's the claim they make. They say he copied. Okay, but here's the thing.
But it doesn't have to be that he copied every
but here's the
claim.
point. Where did he get this information? Yeah? This is the Quran makes this argument actually. It says, you didn't know about this. We gave you this information. You couldn't have known this, yeah?
Sorry,
So
can you just tell me the verse that you're referring to?
Which ones?
The one.
So there's lots. For example, the one that says that Ana Rabbukum al-A'la is mentioned in multiple places in the Quran. So it's in Nazi'at, chapter number 79, verse number 15 or 14 or something like that.
Wait, sorry.
Huh?
I have an English copy.
Okay.
Yeah, it's chapter number 79.
Chapter.
What was it? Verse 14, 15? Can you find out for me, please, brother? Yeah, that will come. But I'll give him one at a time, It says, Ana Rabbukum al-A'la. He says, Ana Rabbukum faqala Ana Rabbukum.
Sorry, 79 verse what?
24. That's the one.
Said but he denied and disobeyed. Then he turned his back, striving, and he gathered his people and called out.
He says, I'm your Lord Most High. Yeah?
The sky didn't wept over them.
Yeah, no, I'll come to that. But we were doing one at a time. There's so many, elements here, so many aspects.
So I can't comment in any detail on these claims. I haven't looked into them carefully.
But
But Mormons say the same thing.
Mormons religion. When was that? they had the libraries. Go to the library and find that out information.
Can I have your water? Because I need to break my fast.
Yeah, that's not water. It's finished.
I know it's anything will do.
Okay, go get water. Yeah.
Where is it?
I don't know. Can you get it?
I'll get it.
Yeah.
This should do.
So here's first point number one. It's mentioned. Is it Maghrib?
It's very soon.
So, point. Excellent. So as we mentioned, number one. Historically, this information, could not. It's implausible, or let's just say it's highly improbable, for someone to claim that the Prophet ﷺ got this information himself. Why? It's making a claim about ancient Egyptian history. And there's no record of any of that stuff outside of the Old Testament. Yeah, even that, there was no copy of the Old Testament. But that's the only thing someone could say, okay, well, he copied from the Old Testament. But there's nothing in the Old Testament at all of Pharaoh claiming to be God, number one. Number two, that there were other gods aside God that were being worshipped in Egypt. Number three, and this is a classic one we use, but I'm going to use it.
Wait, sorry, that there were other gods being there are lots of gods being worshipped most of the time, and that doesn't seem like a very impressive prediction.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying is that it's painting. You're mentioning the historical thing. I'm saying if you look at the details, the historical details here, these are details. Is giving you a complete image, and that image we have found out because of the Rosetta Stone, because we'll be able to unlock the hieroglyphics. Number three.
Can I interrupt for 1 second on that? So, I just Googled it. Genesis Rabbah, which is a
Midrashim
source. It's a 89.3. Involves Pharaoh describing himself as a god over the Nile River. So at least according to Jews, Genesis, I don't remember when it was written in the early...
No, it was written before the Prophet Muhammad, but then it wasn't compiled at his time. So according to Nusna, Jacob Nusna, who's a Jewish scholar,
I have a couple of his books.
He's actually one of the most prolific writers of all time. I think he's written 900 and something. He's got the record for the most books written by a human being, I think.
Yes, I have one of his books on midrash.
Yeah.
But-
Yeah, that's the one I'm talking about.
Right.
So that one
Right,
there,
it's
yeah.
many that you're talking about. But-
Genesis, the plausibility that Genesis Rabbah would have been available in the Arabian Peninsula.
No, zero. But,
Yeah.
The fact is the Jews at the time also would not have acknowledged that, unless it was common knowledge, that pharaohs thought of themselves as God. So Ramses wasn't the only pharaoh to think of himself as God. Certainly later
Sure.
pharaohs, all the way up to the Ptolemaic times. So the idea that pharaohs thought of themselves as divine beings, as did many ancient kings in the ancient Near East, might have been common knowledge. I don't find it that surprising that Genesis Rabbah or Muhammad or any other person.
Yeah, but it's a cumulative case. So we're saying,
fair enough.
because he started off by saying...
Yeah, but I guess that, right, so that particular instance doesn't seem like a particularly compelling instance.
No, but it's an interesting one, isn't it? So if you add that, is it accurate or inaccurate? For example, it could be falsified. Yeah, because if you say that, okay, well, we're looking for aspects which are falsifiable. So for example, if the Quran had made the point or the claim that they didn't claim divinity, then we can disprove it. You see the point? So there's one. We said number one, Pharaoh. Number two, it says in the Quran, فَالْيَوْمْ نُنَجِّيكَ بِبَدَنِكَ لِتَكُونَ لِمَنْ خَلْفَكَ آيَةً. Yeah, in chapter 10 of the Quran, Surah Yunus, it says that we will preserve your body so that you can be for those who come after you as a reminder. So the Quran is making a claim. Assalamu alaikum, how are you doing? You okay? MashaAllah, you're right, good to see you. Assalamu alaikum, hi brother, you okay? Good to see you, MashaAllah, you're right. I didn't say shake your hand again. How are you, Aki? You okay? Good to see you, man. So it says that today we will preserve your body so you can be a sign, an evidence, a piece of evidence for those who come after you. Bro, Ramses II, at the time of Anwar Sadat, who was the president of Egypt at the time, who was famous for the Camp David Agreement and the settlement and the peace treaty that he done with Israel. He brought the body of Ramses II into Egypt, and he did so with red carpet treatment, because he said that I mean, it's a bit ridiculous considering he's a Muslim and this guy's meant to be like the main antagonist of the Quran. But the point is, he brought him in, and his body is there in Egypt right now. You can Google his image. You can see what Ramses II looks like. Ramses II, body has been preserved. The Quran states that, so this is a prediction of what's going to happen in the future. You can say, okay, well, you know, we don't believe in this and that, but we say this is a prediction of the future now. It's getting more and more interesting.
But so just regarding the claims about Solomon, so I think it's it's a fairly substantial point against the Quran if the stories about the time around the time described much less grand magical activity regarding at the time. A thing that we know is that stories don't tend to that were passed from word of mouth don't tend to underrate the exciting bits, the bits involving magic and so on and so forth.
But
so it'd be
Jewish
very
Kabbalah
surprising.
the Kabbalah and all that stuff, where do you think it comes from? They believe that they got the magic from under the Temple of Solomon.
Okay, but that's not what they talk about in Kings and Chronicles. There's no description of them engaging.
Nevertheless,
in
that's not the entirety of the corpus of the Jews. So the idea of magic is clear. There's tracts written. I think Maimonides wrote a book on magic. There's at the end of it, So they all bring it back to Solomon's era and the temple. So
right,
it's this idea that
like here, what you're saying is perfectly compatible with the account I'm giving. So here's the account I'm giving. Basically, like David and Solomon were fairly ordinary kings. Then over time, the stories grew wilder and wilder until they were claimed to be that magic was running rampant in their time. Sure. Then this got later attributed by people around the time of Maimonides to David and Solomon. And in addition, this influenced the views of Muhammad, which he then wrote down.
Maimonides came after Muhammad.
That's perfectly compatible with what I said.
Did you just say that Maimonides then Muhammad was influenced? That's what you just said.
I may have. I didn't know the ordering between, but the ordering doesn't matter for my point.
But there's a good 1,000 years or something, or 800 years between the two people. So I don't know how someone 800 years later can be influenced by someone that came 800 years before him.
I wasn't saying Muhammad was influenced by Maimonides.
So what then?
What I was saying was that the stories grew wilder over time, and these wilder stories were responsible for what both Muhammad and Maimonides wrote down.
Okay. Well, as I said, there's I don't know how many years difference between Prophet Muhammad, who died 631, and Maimonides, who was in the 12th century or something. Yeah, Salah ad-Din al-Ayyubi, right? So 12th century or something.
It doesn't matter when they lived
So
relative to each
good
other.
700 years apart, right? But
Influenced by Avicenna and Averroes.
who was?
Maimonides.
Exactly right. So he was clearly influenced by the Muslims. I mean, Maimonides, where he wrote the book, The Guide to the Perplexed, which is Dala al-Ha'irin, where if you look at how much more so, I think Ibn Rushd actually, Averroes, than Ibn Sina.
Yeah,
Cites them explicitly.
Yeah.
Nabucco is the
Yeah.
Hebrew, yes.
So yeah, the idea that Maimonides, I think he's aside the point. If anything, he's been influenced more by Islam than the opposite. I mean, most of his ideas are Islamic. If you look at his book, Islamic philosophers and thinkers.
Well, Aristotelian. But,
Yeah, true. But through Ibn Rushd.
Islam drew on
True.
Islamic philosophers drew on Aristotle.
Yeah.
As did
Agreed.
As
Agreed.
did Thomas
So he got a lot of it from Ibn Rushd.
Right,
I mean, Thomas Aquinas' third way, for example, is Avicenna's.
But I mean, look, the basic point is what we would expect on the hypothesis that the Quran was not directly dictated by God is we would expect that the things that the stories that would go into the Quran would resemble much more the circulating Arabic legends of the time than they would resemble what the earliest sources say about the subject. Because otherwise you have to think that, strangely, as the tales grew wilder over time, they got more accurate, which never happens.
But so there is no evidence on it. So usually people who make the argument of the circulating Arabic tales, they do so vis-a-vis, for example, Alexander legends and so on, with the chapter 18 of the Quran, Surah Al-Kahf. They don't do so with this point because there wasn't really any circulating Arab legends on this front. Don't forget also that
I think we do have. Do have examples. We certainly have examples of legends about David and Solomon that grew wilder in the later period. In later periods,
but
where the tales
you
about
must
them grew
acknowledge
wilder.
the following. Your main argument was this. You're saying that the Quran mentioning that there's some kind of magical activity happening at the time of Solomon is somehow undermining of the Quranic narrative. Now, I'm saying point number one, this would be considered to be an argument from silence in historical terms. And even if you do make this argument, you need to understand, especially with David and Solomon, as I mentioned before, people like Israel Finkelstein, who have retracted their positions in a span of 20 years after steles like the Tel Dan stele has been found, should be enough evidence for you to realize that you shouldn't be quick to make a judgment, especially as a non-historian, because you have historians making these judgments and then retracting them 20 years, especially vis-a-vis David and Solomon. But then what we can analyze is that which can be falsified regarding the historical record, regarding David and Solomon, and regarding Moses. As I've mentioned, what already has been mentioned in the Quran relating to Moses, the fact that Pharaoh had claimed to be God, the fact that there were other gods that were being worshipped at the time of Pharaoh, and the fact that Pharaoh's body will be preserved. These are just three examples. And there are so many other examples like this. Haman, the mentioning of this Haman, a person called Haman, obviously Maurice Bucquoy wrote an entire book on it, the French historians and scientists. He wrote a whole book on the Egypt, I think he called the Egypt in the Quran or something like that. But the point is that in that book he says that these names, he went and found in primary source information that these names of the people at the time of Pharaoh were the very names that were actually there at the time of Pharaoh, at the time of Ramses II. So you have very specific information. And then you add to that, which everyone knows this classic one, the fact that, for example, in the book of Genesis, you have the story of Joseph. And in chapter 12 of the Quran, the surah of Joseph, you have the same story. And bear in mind, Joseph is located also in Egypt. But then you find that when Joseph in the Quran is discussing with the sovereign of Egypt at the time, he was referring to him as a king. Whereas Moses was referring to the sovereign of that time as a pharaoh. And now it has essentially been confirmed that the Bible was wrong and the Quran was right. So this is a clear-cut case of the Quran actually historically correcting the Bible on something which in the...
But I'm sorry, make the argument again?
Let me make the argument.
Yeah.
So in the book of Genesis, you have the discussion of Joseph, okay, Joseph. And in the Quran, you also have Joseph being mentioned, yeah? Okay. Now, if you look at most historians, whether they be Christian, Muslim, or otherwise, they locate Joseph at the time of the Upper Intermediate period. This is the Hiscox dynasty. The Hiscox dynasty was not a dynasty of pharaohs. It was a dynasty of kings. And so the Quran depicts Joseph as having an interaction with what he calls to be a king of the sovereign of Egypt at that time, whereas the Bible in the book of Genesis calls him Pharaoh. So the question is if...
Even the...
Yeah.
I mean, look, I was just in the British Museum.
Sure.
So even the leaders at that time, I mean, first of all, the Hyksos came and went, so it's not clear exactly if the Israelites at the time were identified with the Hyksos. But there were pharaohs going all the way back to the first dynasty who used the term pharaoh. So in the there was actually a couple pharaohs during that time, and I can't remember the names, but there's part of the exhibit on Egyptology at the British Museum talking about pharaohs that are not in the list of pharaohs. I mean, the pharaohs would often say, I'm so-and-so, and here's all my predecessors that were named pharaohs. There were pharaohs that they found during that period who were pharaohs but were not in the list. But they found their sarcophagi and so on. But I don't have any reason to think that the leaders of Egypt at the time of Hyksos did not also call themselves pharaohs.
Yeah, so I've looked into this myself in secondary source material, and I think it's almost a matter of consensus.
Okay.
So this point here is almost a matter of consensus that at that time of Joseph, which is meant to be situated, and they use it through genealogies and stuff like that, that was in the Hyksos period, and at that time it was a king and not a pharaoh. So the point I'm making is, look, think of the following. Anyway, we all agree that the Hyksos dynasty, they had kings. The fact that the Quran's even mentioning the word king here, whereas deviating from the norm, because the norm is pharaoh. Like every single time Moses speaks to the sovereign of Egypt, he says pharaoh, Fir'aun in Arabic, which is the Arabized version of the word pharaoh, or the Hebrew equivalent. But what I'm saying is, why is it Joseph is saying Melik? He's speaking to the king. It's a different word, and it's the same location, geographic location. It indicates a very precise, sophisticated knowledge that could not, I mean, it's very implausible. Once again, it's a cumulative case. When you add all these things together, when you add the things I've just mentioned together, the fact that we all accept now the Rosetta Stone was, discovered in the 1800s and this information couldn't have been known, the historical argument for the veracity of Islam. I mean, let's be honest, it's pretty impressive. I mean, the Bible itself has no equivalent to this.
Well, certainly the Greeks and the Persians knew something about the divinity of pharaohs, or the pharaoh's claims of divinity. And that was common knowledge, even without, deciphering.
What Greeks? Which ones?
Pardon?
What Greeks? Which ones? Other Greeks? Which?
I don't know offhand, but certainly there was Greek.
Yeah. Well, the Greek translation, the Greek translation project took place in 300 AH, which is 300 years after the Prophet's death.
But
there was no Greek texts that were translated into Arabic at that time. In fact, the Arabs didn't even have, until the Abbasid period, the golden age of Islam, any access to this, the Greek texts and so on. So it's a...
Oh, I see. You're talking about the Arab world.
Yeah, because if the point is that they got this from the Greeks.
My point is that, okay, I
Do you see what I mean?
grant your point, but it may be that it was just common knowledge in the ancient world that pharaohs...
Oh, but the ancient world was not one monolithic entity,
no,
right?
but most ancient kings thought of themselves as gods.
I don't know. I think that's a subject of dispute.
Did. I know that.
Yeah, fine. But when we put all of these things together, if I were to ask the simple question, was the Quran accurate or inaccurate in depicting...
Right.
And then we go through all the things that we just said. Was it accurate or inaccurate in depicting that Pharaoh was going to be preserved? Is it accurate or inaccurate? You have so many accuracies that could have otherwise been... So these accuracies could have otherwise been inaccurate.
Yeah. But I think...
And then you have no inaccuracies as well.
Well, I would dispute you have no inaccuracies.
Okay, well, you have to find one. You can't just disagree.
Well,
you have to find one.
So for instance, I think, the passage about the sun setting in muddy spring.
Yeah, so he says that when Dhul Qarnayn وجدها تغرب في عين حامئة, he saw it going into a muddy spring. It doesn't say that he believes that the sun goes into a muddy spring. The Quran says, وَكُلٌّ فِي فَلَكٍ يَسْبَحُونَ, in chapter number 36, number 40. It says that, it talks about the sun. Some scholars even say it talks about the earth as well, because it says that it starts by وَآيَةٌ لَهُمُ الْأَرْضُ الْمَيْتَةُ أَحْيَيْنَاهَا وَأَخْرَجْنَا مِنْهَا حَبًّا ومنها تخرجون, and so on and so forth. And then it goes, والشمس تجري لمستقر لها ذلك تقدير العزيز العليم. لا الشمس ينبغي لها أن تدرك القمر ولا الليل سابق النهار وكل في فلك يسبحون. Right? So the Quran mentions, starts by talking about the earth, and then it talks about the sun, and then it talks about the moon. Chapter number 36, verse number 40. And it says that they're all revolving around in a motion, in an orbit with their own motion. Ibn Abbas, who is considered to be the most authoritative companion of the Prophet and someone who interpreted these verses, he brought a spinning wheel to demonstrate what the Quran actually meant by this. That's why the scholars of Islam, even pre-modernity, for example, At-Tabari, Ibn Kathir and others, they looked at the verse just for the lay person who doesn't understand the verse in chapter number 18, verse number 86, where it talks about, وَجَدَهَا تَقْرُبُ فِي عَيْنٍ حَمِئَةٍ, that Dhul Qarnayn saw the sun going into the muddy spring. And they say that this is not saying that the sun, they say this is not saying the sun does that, because we know that the sun has its own orbits and so on and so forth. So we have classical scholars that go back and say all of these things. In fact, there's no verse in the Quran which indicates something against what we know. Comparative to the Bible, look at the Bible. The only verse in the Bible, according to John Walton, a Christian scholar in America, based in America, he says there's only one verse in the Bible which indicates that the earth may be round. And that's in the book of Isaiah, chapter number 40, verse number 22, where it's mentioned the circle of the earth. The circle of the earth. But even he said that when you have the circle of the earth and it's flat, it's depicted as flat, it's a disc.
It's a different kind of.
So there's nothing in the Bible, there is no explanation, even on the rotundity of the earth, there is no explanation, unless you want to metaphorize, as the Christians have been doing now because they have been found out with the Genesis narrative. And there is no equivalent to Genesis chapter 1, verse number 1 to 20, where it talks about the sun being created on the third day.
Is
and
it Genesis, I believe, is it that the metaphorical one, or is it?
Yeah, no, they say it's metaphoric, but that's, the only person in the ancient period who said that was Origen of Alexandria, who's considered to be an ecumenical church council writer. He's not even considered to be a saint. Him and his Jewish teacher Philo in the Alexandrian school. But the majority, for example, if you consider the other church fathers, they actually consider this all to be 100% literal. In fact, in fact, Augustine himself wrote on the literal interpretation. This is a book that he wrote on the literal interpretation of Genesis.
But then there would be a lot more problems that way.
Yeah, of course there'll be problems. But there's problems either way, because even if it's not, even if you don't want to talk about it being, let's say, the book of Genesis says that there's night and day on the first day, but then on the third day, the fourth day, the sun was created. I want to know how there was a night and day without the sun. And on the third day, vegetation was there. But then on Genesis chapter 2, verse number 5, it says no plant has sprung up yet. So is there plants or no plants? So much so that William...
No plant has sprung up because there hadn't been rain yet. So
I'm
not defending it.
Yeah.
The argument is the plants were in the ground but hadn't sprouted yet. Because there were no
but it's and you got on the third day, you got all the shrubberies and all the trees, everything is there. I mean, no photosynthesis because the sun wasn't there on the fourth day. So it looks like, as William Craig said, I mean, this is what Craig said. He said the following. He said that it looks like honestly, this is, you can Google this. He says that it looks like the author of the Bible did not care if there's contradictions inside of it. This is William Craig. So what I'm trying to say to you is...
So it talks about the setting point. It doesn't just say he saw like the reflection in a spring. It says he found the setting point of the sun. Like, there's not a specific point where the sun sets.
Yeah, all right. So as I mentioned, the Quran mentions in chapter number 39, verse number 5, يُكَوِّرُ اللَّيْلُ عَلَى النَّهَارِ وَيُكَوِّرُ النَّهَارَ عَلى اللَّيْلِ وَسَخَّرَ الشَّمْسَ وَالْقَمَرَ كُلٌّ يَجْرِي لِأَجَلٍ مُسَمَّى. In chapter number 39, which is Surah Zumar, where Allah mentions that He rolls the day into the night, and He rolls the night into the day, and He creates the day, وَسَخَّرَ الشَّمْسَ وَالْقَمَرَ, and He made subordinate the sun and the moon, كُلٌّ يَجْرِي لِأَجَلٍ مُسَمَّى. All of them are going to an appointed time. Now, Ibn Hazm, who is a...
Wait, that they're all going to an appointed time doesn't...
No, but let me tell you what he said. Ibn Hazm, who's in the 4th century scholar, 400 years after the Prophet, classical interpretation of this verse, he says this indicates the earth is round. In his book Al-Fisal.
Why does it indicate?
He says because there's no way, the word yukawiru comes from the word kura, which means ball. And you cannot have this motion, he says, it's impossible. You cannot have this motion unless you have a ball. That's what he says. Now, someone could say, well, you're doing apologetics. It doesn't look like Ibn Hazm, who lived in 400 years after the Prophet ﷺ died, has any modern reason to try and say that the earth is round. Whereas in the Bible it says that the earth is flat. And there's no interpretation of a classical nature or type that indicates that the earth is round from a literal reading of the Bible. So if you believe the earth is round, and you also believe in literally interpreting the Quran and the Bible, you have to believe in the Quran. You cannot believe in the Bible. Finish. No way.
Well, I have more things to say. I think I should probably get going, but it was nice meeting
problem.
you.
Thank you very much, brother, yeah?
Yeah, thank you. Have a nice day.
It's true though, isn't it? You're a very intelligent man. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Should we go?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, it's last time. Yeah.
So,
Do you want to take a seat? Yeah, take a seat. Take that as well, and you can talk to me a little bit. I think I need to pray actually. Yeah.
Well, I think he and I have likely. He's my dad, so I think it's likely we have.
Do you want to take a seat? Take a seat.
Oh, thanks, sir. Yes.
Thank you.
So a lot of it is still applicable to the Old Testament and stuff like that.
Do you want to sit down?
Take a seat. Take a seat.
Just a quick question.
Sure.
So an imam spoke in our synagogue, and in response to a question about...
Give him the microphone. Who's got the microphone? No, because these other guys who are watching it, I don't know, all this. Give him one as well.
Oh, okay.
I have it go.
Well, just put it on there or something. Yeah, sorry.
Talking about... Well, I have to go in a minute.
No, of course.
Talking about the verse in the Quran that talked about how the Torah had been modified by Jews for pecuniary gain, or monetary gain. Could you explain that verse and what it means, and or am I missing something? Or?
Yeah, no, I think you've yeah. So for example, there, like you said, chapter 2, verse 79. But that one is, you know, where it says that فَوَيْلٌ لِلَّذِينَ يَكْتُبُونَ الْكِتَابَ yeah, وَيْلٌ لِلَّذِينَ يَكْتُبُونَ الْكِتَابَ بِأَيْدِيهِم ثُمَّ يَقُولُونَ هَذَا مِنْ عِندِ اللَّهِ لِيَشْتَرُوا بِهِ ثَمَنًا قَلِيلًا فَوَيْلٌ لَهُم بِمَا كَتَبَتْ أَيْدِيهِم وَوَيْلٌ لَهُم مِّمَّا يَكْسِبُونَ. That basically, that woe to those who change the word with their own hand. Okay. لِيَشْتَرُوا بِهِ ثَمَنًا قَلِيلًا. So they can buy with it a paltry price, miserly price. Now this could be taken metaphorically. It doesn't have to be actually monetary. It could be ثَمَنًا قَلِيلًا could mean like worldly gain of some sort. It doesn't have to necessarily be money that's been given.
So is it saying that actually happened, or is it saying that woe to anyone who does that? But
No, it says that they done it. So for example, in chapter 3 it says الذين هادوا, the Jews, يحرفون الكلمة عن مواضعه ونسوا حظا مما ذكروا به. That the Jews changed the book with their own hand. You know, and chapter number 3, verse I think 189 or something like that, it says فنبذوه وراء ظهورهم. They threw it behind their books. So this idea of the books have been changed, the Bible has been changed by the rabbis at that time for some kind of worldly gain, whether it's monetary or otherwise, but some kind of worldly gain is clearly there in the Quran. And I would argue that it's clear that there has been changes in the Bible. And these things, if you talk about the Old Testament, because obviously you don't believe in the new one, but the Old Testament you'll find...
exists.
Yeah, it exists, yeah, but that's not true. But the point is, if you look at the different texts, so you have the Masoretic texts, you have the Septuagint, you have the Dead Sea Scrolls. These are the three main manuscripts that... No, this is... No, we're talking about the Old Testament.
Well, there's the Samaritan Torah, there is the Aramaic, Peshitas.
Yeah, but they're all different. The point is that they're all different.
Well, they're largely the same. But,
Yeah, sure. Largely the same, but there's huge, massive differences between...
certainly in the Septuagint.
Yeah, exactly. Because just for those who don't know, Septuagint is not even in Hebrew. It has to be translated out of Greek into Hebrew. So you have a text here, which is basically another language.
The Targums and the Peshitas are in Aramaic and Syriac. And
Exactly. So this is the kind of thing which when you look at the discrepancies...
So that's not changed. So the Masoretic text is accepted as the authoritative Hebrew version. That is very closely matches with a handful of almost scribal errors. What we found in the Dead Sea Scrolls. The Dead Sea Scrolls had every book of the Bible except one, the Book of Esther. Not complete, but certainly fragments or parts of all of them. And for the most part, they are identical with a handful of scribal errors, copyist errors, that sort of thing. But, I mean, you'd have to go back further than the Dead Sea Scrolls, but by the Jews, did he mean the rabbis, like of the Talmudic period?
That's right.
Um,
So, for example, there's lots of criticism in the Quran about those particular rabbis, even compared to donkeys. مثل الذين حملوا التوراة ثم لم يحملوها in chapter 62, Surah Jumu'ah.
criticism by the Quran of those rabbis.
Yes.
Okay.
مثل الذين حملوا التوراة ثم لم يحملوها كمثل الحمار يحمل أسفارا. That is like a donkey with books on his back. Those particular ones. So the Quran has praise and dispraise of Jews. I mean, this is the only book, to be fair, that says that the Bani Israel, the children of Israel, were chosen people. I mean, it's the only other book that says that.
Allah favored them.
Yeah, favored them is chosen.
But I'm
No,
just
even
trying to
chosen.
figure
وَلَقَدْ اخْتَرْنَاهُمْ عَلَىٰ عِلْمٍ عَلَى
Is
الْعَالَمِينَ.
there any mention or commentary that discusses what parts of the Bible have been changed?
There are indications. So, for example, the Prophet ﷺ told us that if a Jew or a Christian comes to you with the news, لا تصدقوه ولا تكذبوه. He says, do not believe them and do not disbelieve in them. Yeah. So, unless now, there's only one thing about that, which is that if it contradicts the Quran. So clearly, if something contradicts the Quran, it shows the error of that. So, for example, let me give you examples. The story of Lot and having sex with his daughters. That's something we would disagree, because we say that the prophets are infallible, and Lot is free from such a abhorrent and condemnable act. The whole story of Noah showing his nakedness to his sons, Ham, Sam, and Sapeth, and one of them.
Well, he didn't show his naked. Ham uncovered it.
Whatever, all of that stuff. Or, for example, David as well, and all that. The adultery of Solomon. And
Noah was a victim, not a perpetrator.
no problem. Maybe Noah is not a good example. But all of these other things that we've just said here, like David as well. Yeah, exactly. So there's so many things like that. The sexual immoralities, we say that's not ascribable to the prophets, for example.
So why would the rabbis of the Talmud change the story of King David and make him less admirable?
It's a great question.
They have from that would say that the ancestor of the Messiah was a bad guy, not a good guy. That seems like an odd change to make.
It does, and sometimes motivations of human beings are very difficult to ascertain. I mean, if someone had like a psychiatrist at a time that can come and say that why are these guys doing this? Maybe they've been paid. Maybe some Roman came and said, you know what, sell out your religion, do this. Anything like that could very well be the case. He could be a religious hypocrite. He could be not actually committed to the cause of Judaism in that sense. It could be some person who's a hypocrite to the cause. He wants to destroy Judaism from inside.
Several of them were martyrs in the Roman period. The story of King David is also repeated in the Book of Chronicles as well as the Book of Samuel.
But you see the point of the sexual immoralities. Like, what is the reason why Lot had sex with his daughters? What do we get from that? What moral guidance do I get from that?
The commentary is he was drunk and they tricked him and he thought the world had ended. So he was badly mistaken. Modern scholars say
Right, he's getting drunk.
It's a teleological explanation. I mean, it's a way of sort of making fun of the two enemy neighbors of Israel, like the Ammonites and the Moabites. Moab means from my father, and Ammon is Ami is my father. So the modern explanation is that, I mean, it would be analogous to in America.
Take care, brother. Take care, inshallah. Yeah.
If corny example, but I think it illustrates the point. If someone wanted to make fun of Mexico and Canada, they said, well, Canada got its name because they drank soft drink that made them stupid, can of duh. And Mexico, they were all mixed up, so they called it Mexico. I mean, it's sort of a corny word play.
Yeah.
Right?
No, but yeah, it's things like that.
Making
Yeah.
fun of two neighboring countries. These two neighboring countries were enemies at the time of Israel.
Sure.
And so you have some of them. There's lots of stories in the Torah that are what scholars call etiological. That is, they provide an explanation.
Mythological.
Not mythological.
Well, I mean, you might as well say this,
So, for example,
it has a spiritual meaning.
Okay, so just to wrap up this point, and then I have to go. In Genesis, I guess 21, immediately before the Abraham sacrificing Isaac story, there's a much less interesting story where Abraham and Avimelech make a treaty and they name Beersheba Beersheba. Beersheba means 7 wells, but also the 7 oaths. And so it's the origin of the name, but it's got a double meaning. So it looks like it's not a lie, but it may be a mythological story, but it may have been accurate, but certainly an etiological story. That is, it is offered to explain where something came from.
I know that's what they have to say, because a lot of the stories in the Bible, including the Amalek and killing, this genocides and all these kind of things, they have to have some explanation for it. So they either metaphorize it or they have to reject it. And so we've got these things in the Bible which clearly you can see the word of man has entered. Like, for example, Ezekiel chapter number 23 verse number 21. So if you guys know what I'm talking about, it's the porno basically. It's talking about the penis and this and the size of this and that. I mean, what kind of moral guidance am I getting of that? If we ever get, what do you call it, Ezekiel 23, 21, if someone brings that out and reads it, I mean, tell me if you would bring that and read it to your daughter, for example. Do you want to bring it?
They describe the parts, like
Ezekiel.
donkeys and...
Absolutely, yeah. Absolutely.
All right. Well, thank you very much. It was nice chatting with you on that note.
Yeah.
Whose are these? I'll put them
Okay, I'm gonna go prepare as well. Yeah. All right, sure. I'm gonna put this on the chair, and then the guys can sort it out. Can I?
He's got to take the chairs. He's winding them up.
No, but this is mine. So I'm gonna put it here, and here's the thing as well. If anyone says anything, this is the thing, yeah. So nice when it's like this kind of conversation, when they're trying to attack you.
Subscribe to Let's Unite upon Haq. Make sure you lot subscribe to Let's Unite. Hey Bilal, wagwan, brother. Big up Bilal B. Big up Iram. Yo, big up, yes, my brother Bilal. My brother. Make sure you look, tune in on Friday, inshallah. Well, inshallah, I won't be doing live stream today. Inshallah, tomorrow. Not today, sorry. Hopefully Friday, inshallah. I'm doing good, man. Been busy day today. Make sure you look, check out the videos, innit? Let's unite upon Haq. Big up everyone. Honestly, I didn't have time to even drink water today. That's how busy it was today. But anyway, appreciate everyone, the love and the support, man. Yeah, if you want to check out my channel, Let's Unite upon Haq. Make sure you look, check out. We're going live on Friday, Da'wah table. Make sure you look, be there, inshallah. If you enjoy Da'wah. I'll tell him, inshallah. He's not here anyway. But no, I appreciate you lot, man. Big up. Make sure you lot subscribe though. Come on. Trying to get to 50, man. No, I'm joking. Anyway, let's reach that 50k, inshallah. Make sure you lot support the da'wah. I'm gonna go home and eat. I'm gonna go, inshallah, have something to eat. Didn't have my lunch today. So make sure you lot. Please do check out my videos as well. It's been a long day, man. It's too many fights today as well in the park. It's crazy day. You know, make sure you come check out the videos on my channel. Probably rice and banana. I'm joking. Rice and chicken. Maybe I need something proper, please. My camera is there. I have to go. Brother, I don't eat rice and banana every day. I don't eat. You acting like I eat rice and banana. Breakfast, lunch, dinner. Come on, bro. No, I had a burger today. Just a burger before I came here. Fuck. But I might have biryani and rice, chicken biryani. Big up.
Something to tonight, watch?
Yeah, I will. I will have chicken biryani. Make sure you lot support.
Come on, camera.
All right. I will go. Why did you leave it there?
You okay, my brother? You okay? Oh, put it on him. I saw it on him since he came in. I was asking him. Your shirt to your mic? You said no, you said it's for the mic. The blue mic. Is that the blue mic? Show it to me. Say you accidentally took my mic. But you got evidence now, innit? Okay, sorry, brother. Brother, sorry. I'll put this and come out. I'll put this. This is your space. Don't worry.
I don't know. And that's why maybe you speak to somebody else that maybe can understand, and maybe you can understand. Because I've repeated it three, maybe more times.
With my brothers, we searched it up. You can have both shahadas.
Where did you search this up from?
My brother searched it up. I don't remember the website.
Tell me live.
No lies, please.
He said, please.
Anyway, let's just even when Jesus,
Boogo!
I believe it, but it's right. I know you're not to be right. When it comes to don't say
Do you have Hashim number? Huh? Hashim number. Hashim? Yeah. Yeah. He took my mic, so can you tell him? Alright, I'm gonna ask him. Did you not go off him earlier when I told you? He said he didn't take it. I don't know if you give it to him. I don't know. Huh? You give it to him. You give it to him. Yeah, I've got video. You took it. I wasn't there when the conversation started anyway. I came late. So I don't know if you give it to him. Give it to him. It's been a problem.
Big up everyone, man. Make sure you lot subscribe to my channel. Let's unite upon haq. Make sure you lot tune in on Friday. And Bilal, when you're coming down, let me know, innit? London, inshallah. Huh? What's that? No, that's not mine. That's someone else. It's hijacking someone's life.
Which channel is that?
sfdawah. Yeah, Shamsi was
time
here.
you going? Where's Shamsi?
I'm gonna go in a bit, man. I'm hungry.
Shamsi?
You wanna go to that same spot?
Yeah, if you want to.
Biryani. No,
yeah. You were talking about Shamsi?
No, he was here earlier.
Oh yeah, I want to see him, but he's gone. It goes quick now. Ahmed Hijab was here too.
Yeah, long day discussion.
Morality and stuff.
Huh?
They were talking about morality and stuff.
Who did?
Muhammad Hijab and some atheist or Christian, I don't know. Christian.
Oh, some videos that sound is gone. Oi, did you give it? Huh? Did you give it?
sfdawah. What channel is this? I think it says sfdawah.
It says that? What is it?
I don't know. Someone told me.
These two, yeah? Oi. They can hear you, know.
Can they? Oh, okay.
Just say, let's go to listen out and have. I'll come back. Say that.
Let's subscribe to Let's Unite Upon Haq. The Quran is a hadith too, it's hadith Allah.